critiquing this piece. When I see those hands on her hip, I'm at the check-in counter at United Airlines critiquing this piece. I'm at hands on. When I see those hands on her hip, that bag don't at the check-in counter. You gotta pay $56. United Airlines critiquing this piece. I'm at hands on. I see those hands on her hip.
Idea of black woman with her hands on her hip, and clearly you might not feel the same way if another race of woman have her hand on her hip, which sounds crazy to me. I do not look at a hand on the hip as an attitude.
So stereotype. The term stereotype means nothing to you.
It does, but to
That's
me,
what that is.
But
I saw the hands to the hips.
I'll put it to you this way, right?
Let me finish what I'm saying. A woman with her hands on her hip, does that mean that she has attitude?
Have you ever seen a picture of Mary depicted with her hands on her hip? Right? Why? No, you've never seen that picture because white people put their women in a different light.
Yeah.
Right? They make their women look.
Hold on, but what do they do? They put them in goddamn porno. That's what they do. White women are the leaders. They are white women.
Come on, man. That's underground. That's underground, man.
No, it's not underground. White women are the leader in Triple X. This is why Pamela Anderson to this day is a so.
Hey, Sharon, get from under my bed, man. Hey, get out of my CD collection, man. Mind your business. Put me out there. Mind your business.
So what I'm saying is that we know what those white women represent, and ain't nothing strong and positive about them, right? They represent the most attitude. They the reason why the red pill is even exists today.
But here's the deal, though.
They are the representation of divorces, of taking men to the cleaners for divorce. They are the representation of women lying.
But look, and the concept of keeping it real goes wrong.
The Me Too movement is they faces on it. And again, we can keep going down the line. Alienation, parental alienation, that is led by white women.
Is your wife an earshot of this?
This whole idea that we can put all the most negative things about women on black women is ridiculous.
No, Sharon,
literally, Amber Heard is the face of the Me Too movement, lying. It's a white woman.
All right, Sharon, I'm gonna meet you halfway, okay? I'm being bridge the gap here. So we can conclude, right? You understand? Do you at least understand where he's coming from? I'm not saying you agree with him. I mean, do you understand why he thinks the way he thinks when he sees that statue?
I literally just broke down.
Why? No, I'm getting simple yes or no. Simple yes or no.
But no. I want to put it out there, right? So
hold on. So no.
The answer is no. Just keep it simple.
Because I just expressed and explained.
I get all that, but you don't have to express all that.
Why I don't.
Okay.
No, it's good that he did express that though, because this is what I'm saying, right? Hold on. When we talk about keeping it real goes wrong, yes, I have the DVDs to prove it from my teenage years that yes, what he is saying about the reality of white women may be true. Okay. But how they're depicted in art, how they're depicted in literature, how they're depicted to the world, right? It's not focused on the reality of the porn star. It's how they want their women to be viewed. Okay, nurturing. Mary holding the baby.
Maybe it's because there's whores in every reality and race, and when you're watching porn, you want to see a whore, not a nurturing mother. Unless you're a weird.
Well, to the keeping it real goes wrong point though, there's a fact, right, that every major civilization has had an element of mythology that's used to define them, right? Whether you're talking about Zeus, whether you're talking about the Bible, whatever. Like, there's a certain mythology that could have been put into that statue that would have represented our women better, in my opinion.
He's right. I told you the story. There's no story. I was
going to say it was my fault, Afro Nerd. I'm just going to clean this up real quick because I was trying to get to a point for Sharon. Again, I'm trying to bridge this gap so there's no more confusion. So the point why I asked you this, Sharon, and make it yes or no, so make it quick. I say, do you understand why they say what they say? Your answer is no, you don't understand it. So I said, okay, cool. Let me enlighten you because you clearly don't know. He gave the answer. He said stereotype, stereotypically. He's going off of certain signs, certain cues, right? Do you understand that much? Mm-hmm. So you do understand what he's saying then?
No, I understand what.
No, wait. You just conceded. Conceded.
No, you asked me, do I understand what a stereotype is? I said yes.
Yes, and he told you the hand placement on the hip was a stereotypical thing, not necessarily for black women, but just people, not just for women in general, but people, period, who do that expression.
Okay, so that's the problem. Hold on, so that's the problem. He does not put that same connotation if it was a white woman statue with her hands on her hip.
I do. I'm saying I can't find one. Because they don't depict their women looking that way. So what the brother just said, anyone with their hands on their hip comes off aggressive.
Okay, so therefore what I said, and this is why I went into start naming examples of all these white women that was doing things. Literally, the face of the feminist movement is a white woman with a bandana on her head and with her arms flexed like this. Literally. So this idea that we have this warped idea that our black woman is doing something evil is crazy to me, where literally every negative thing about women in America is a white woman. Everything.
So it could be argued that the white feminist movement co-opted that photo. But that photo was the basic white woman during World War II.
Okay,
that was what that was created.
Okay, hold on. Before you just said, right? Am I wrong about the white feminist, the feminist movement? The face of that is a white woman, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So I don't understand. So when we look at divorce, who's going to be, if you was to put a woman on it, who's going to be the leader of who's taking advantage of divorces?
All right, but Sharon, let's look at this though, right?
First.
Hold on. I'm going to answer it this way, right? I don't think black women are disproportionately benefiting from welfare over white women. But when you think of the welfare queen, you're not thinking of the white single mother in Kentucky.
Okay, so
no, he's right. He is correct.
So
so this is where art becomes important.
So now Wall Street Willie. So now who is that a problem for? That gotta be us, because we are not pointing out the fact that the welfare queen is a white woman. Literally.
The welfare queen is not a white woman. Per capita,
I was going to say because
53% of your population is on welfare, 13% of whites, 10% of Hispanics, and like 2% of Asians.
Right, so we know this
is seen as welfare queens.
Right, so we know what this man is saying is nonsense. We know he
I have
even
the data I can pull up and link it in the back chat.
Yeah, that's fine. You could, but
we know
year
after year.
Okay, all right,
that's even old data. After 2020, it's been like 63%.
That's fine. However, we know it's not true. This is what I'm saying. We can't keep allowing them to say whatever and say bullshit. And it's like, oh yeah, that's true. We got welfare queens. No, y'all.
You got to use per capita because the actual numbers, like per capita,
there's only like 45 million.
Listen, y'all outnumber us population wise. So if a smaller percentage of y'all still is more.
Thank you. So even if a larger portion of our population does fit that mold, they're a drop in the bucket. But they're used as the face of it to represent it.
And who faulted
50% of us, like you said, that's 7 million. It's 10% of y'all.
Do you not understand the issue when 50%?
20 million. 10% of y'all is 20 million.
3 times as much.
Hold on. I do not want to major in a minor nonsense, right? So we understand that the welfare queen, literally, as Wall Street Willie said, the person that they wrote the story about was not a black woman, literally.
Yeah, white folk. It's your people for sure.
Oh yeah, it's my people. I don't mind paying for my people. They're my people.
Therefore we as black men, we cannot be the ones that is going with the same ideology as Orthodox God. That is a problem for me.
You should adopt an ideology of pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and fixing your own problems.
Right, so see, and this is what they say. Literally. And then we have black men that want to regurgitate the nonsense that Orthodox got.
I'm actually happy, bro.
Black men are successful that regurgitate what I say.
Cap. Most of them is YouTube bums. They YouTube bums. Most of them is not successful. Stop lying like they get me.
And this is why black men gotta be dangerous. Seriously start thinking about the things I say. If it's matching something that orthodox guy is saying you should probably rethink it.
So
Literally,
to white people is a human right. Access to welfare is a human right. So
Oh nah, y'all got access.
What are we arguing about? If I'm saying black,
Y'all got access to the fiat dollar. Y'all never been good at gathering minerals, having minerals. Y'all can't eat, bro. Y'all, it's crazy. Listen, stop. It's funny to talk about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps when y'all. Hey, listen. Y'all had to bring us here because y'all was too lazy to do the work on your own.
Hold on.
Y'all genetically just really lazy motherfuckers.
I need everybody to
I live in West Virginia, by the way. I see y'all dirty as folks. Like y'all really nasty folk. Like y'all talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Y'all couldn't build this country without us because y'all was too fucking lazy, bro. But this is shit y'all say. Y'all can't build shit. You know how they taught y'all we had to help y'all wash y'all ass? Remember the Black Plague? Y'all didn't even understand how to just wash the ass and put up a fucking body, brother.
Hold on. Hey, don't forget this man was raised by a black man. So hey, he learned a lot from a black man. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I learned that black people can pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They don't have to be perpetual fucking whiners. So the problem is that them themselves haven't done it. His race of people historically has not done that. But they want to tell. Hold on. I got you. But they want to tell us that that's what we have to do to be successful. It's bullshit. I don't know why. It's okay. You'll be able to rebuttal. You'll be able to rebuttal. So again, that's why you got to.
You know, human history is like.
I know you hear me talking.
Hella years older than 200 might be.
Like, I don't understand why y'all get so triggered. Anyway, what I'm saying is this. So you got to be careful. If you're a black man saying the same thing as this person, maybe it's time for you to rethink your thought patterns. You are not thinking black if you think like him.
That could be a common
that.
For everyone, including the.
It's not about. So you. Okay, so I wanna address that. So you are not the common enemy. Is your ideology is the common enemy?
Well, it's my ideology that people work and they get what they put in.
No, that's not what you're saying. So no, but that's not what you are saying. And for some reason, you're acting like you don't understand what you're saying. Pulling yourself up by the bootstrap is not saying, "Hey, I'm going out there to work for what I deserve." Those are two different things.
That's exactly what pulling yourself up by the bootstrap.
Well, then you're exactly stupid if that's what you believe.
Hey, question, Sharon, I had to get ready to go, but I have a question for you, and this is something personal. I want to know: is this whole channel you got here, right? Is this for entertainment?
Not necessarily.
Okay, but is that what's happening right now?
No, I'm having a real conversation. All right, so
if
you are entertained by the conversation, hey, it is what it is.
Okay, so if the conversation, right? Because I feel like sometimes me and you talk, it do be like a monologue to some degree, and it's your channel. You can do what you want to do. I'm not trying to run it, but when there's a conversation had, I don't think you are genuine about your position, or better yet, you're not genuine with trying to have an obvious conversation with someone else with a different opinions of yours. You'd rather defer back to how your thinking is and want them to actually take either your side or you stay on your side. Some people don't come in with sides. Some people actually try to come to a place of understanding to meet where you're at. But when you force a narrative, which is a lot of times because you have a lot of insertions, that's a clear indication of that you have an agenda. Sorry to tell you that, but that's why I said, is this entertainment? It's okay.
Okay, so can you please substantiate what insertions that I gave for you to say that?
Okay, let's say me and you had a little tit for tat, like maybe a week and a half ago, and it was over a word, which was crazy because you got the word wrong, but you didn't want to concede to that. Even when we pulled the dictionary up, you didn't want to concede to it. And then you started putting all these words and saying, this is what it means, this is what it means, this is what it means. I'm like, that's not what it means. And then we pulled it up.
What word are you talking about?
The word was, shoot, let me think about that. Because I remember it specifically, it had something to do with the whole Shannon Sharp thing. And I was kind of like, oh, criminal, the word criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And you, for the most part, no, that wasn't my argument. That wasn't my fault. That was another argument that you was gaslighting. My fault. That wasn't even my argument. That was with the white boy you had an argument with. He asked you asked him a broad question, not specific, but you want a specific answer, or yes or no. But the question itself was broad. You said, do criminals deserve to die? And he told you that cannot be yes or no because it's all situational. But you're saying from the sense of when you think of criminal, what do you think? And that's subjective as well too. What do you think we're talking about? We did the majority of people, which is all speculation.
Can y'all hear me? Is my mic good, by the way?
That's when you're playing mind games. So you can be specific and just say this type of crime, but you're not going to do that. Then you put all these insertions in to gaslight the person.
So marvelous. You understand that you are 100% wrong with what you said, right?
Of course, I'm wrong because you're going to gaslight right here.
No, that's not what he said, Marvelous. He said, in general, do criminals deserve to be murdered by the police?
I have to go back and play the tape, but I do remember him saying he said that. No, I'm saying he did. So PhD, he did say that, but no, there was confusion because he said it both ways.
So do you understand?
Later on,
hold on. You do understand that? Hold on, Marvelous. You do understand that somebody just corrected you with what was actually said.
And I just hold up.
And you're not hold on. You are not accepting.
That may have been said. I have to come back and look at it. But initially, what you did say was this.
No,
now you're going to try to work around.
No, that's what he said from the beginning, and the guy didn't hear him say in general. That's why I was confused. No, because he didn't hear him say in general, and the guy didn't want to concede a point. So that was the other thing, right? Because even when he came back and explained again several times, the guy still was, playing games or whatever. But from the beginning, he said that. But I am just very concerned that y'all sat here and let, who was this, Orthodox guy get all that stuff off? And none of y'all had a response, right? None. Even Afro Nerd was supposed to be, and a nerd.
A black man really gonna sit here and let this sentient New York Times statue talk shit on y'all? When y'all give me smoke.
All right. And so all he had to say was, I'm finna go. But he talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. And if you know where that statement comes from, you know that it was said sarcastically because that's an impossible thing to do. Y'all know, try to pull yourself up from your bootstraps, right? So that phrase doesn't even mean what they think it is, and they too stupid to know that. The other thing is to let somebody from his group say that when all they've had were handouts, right? The Homestead Act, the GI Bill, redlining, right? And so y'all will sit y'all asses there and be quiet when it's somebody straight jumping off the top rope on you, as long as it's a white male, right? But then y'all always want to try to fight and be disrespectful with black women. And this is why you get no respect.
Okay. That's crazy. Don't do that in front of the white folk, first of all. Second of all, you lying like that because I jumped on them immediately.
Hold on.
Let that white boy say that shit. So don't tell me shit about saying nothing in front of the white boy.
I was the one literally arguing with him.
Okay, so that's not major in mine. So, okay, KT. So that means if you did that, KT, did that mean she ain't talking about you? So I don't know why you responded. So I guess you want some flowers. Okay, KT, you try to argue with all
Nah. I just don't want to do that in front of the white folk.
Nothing sensible though. KT didn't have nothing sensible to say, so he might as well shut his ass up.
It's okay.
Hold on. It's okay. So again, now that you see that it wasn't just me about to disagree with you, the chat disagreed with you, Marvelous, and PhD even corrected what I actually was saying. Right? And so what I want to say is this. This is why we gotta pay attention to what we are.
I got you.
Why you stopping me? So I am not the one gaslighting nobody. I'm actually listening to y'all words.
Crazy,
and I rebuttal your words with my own thoughts.
Well, you definitely your thoughts, that's for sure.
Okay, you want to talk? Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. This is your show. I really appreciate the time here. So the word was stagnant. Me and you got in the tip of tat for the word stagnant, which was crazy to me. I had to go back and record that whole entire thing. And I did. And I said, I can't believe this man couldn't conceive because he didn't know what the word stagnant meant. And then Venus had to come in there because she felt the way about it. She says, I kind of agree with Edward. I kind of agree with what Marv was just talking about. And then you said, no, you're wrong. It's not what he's saying. I'm like, so everything she just said, what I just said. So she heard something totally different. It came out of her head out of nowhere. So we didn't have the same thought when it came to the word stagnant. And then you want to bring in the word, my bad, babe. Talking about, oh, it's complacency. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying if you work a job until you retire that you're stagnant. That's the whole point. I'm not talking about consistency. The word was not consistent. It was stagnant. But you don't concede to that at all. For some reason, then you start putting insertions throughout the whole entire process and gaslit the hell out of it.
So again, you are wrong.
I know. I got the recording right here if you want to listen to it.
Yes, go ahead, play it. And so we can see what you're saying and see how wrong you are with your assessment. Go ahead.
Because your confusion, you know where your confusion came in now?
Go ahead and play the video so now we can see you wrong in real time.
Killing somebody, that's saying that's a bad human being. Well, you're saying that. You're saying they're horrible. You know what I'm saying? The person that stays stagnant, that's a horrible human being. That's your argument, yes. And I'm holding to that. You are trying to turn it from, hey, no, he could just be
horrible thing.
That's what I'm saying. You saying they're horrible, not me. I was like,
somebody happy with the job they have, they are horrible because they like their job and they don't want to go nowhere.
Okay, so hold on. So again, just because you stay with a job for 20 years, that does not mean you are stagnant.
No one made that argument by that way. No one never made that argument by that way. That's what you inserted into the conversation.
Pause it there.
You inserted right there in the conversation.
Pause it there. Pause.
I paused it.
Again, hold on.
In real time. Right in the conversation. No one said nothing about that.
Hold on. In real time. In real time. This is fucking insane to me. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all keep saying that I'm the one that's trying to gaslight, and then in real time, I addressed what you said and then corrected what Silent was saying about it. Say, no, I'm not saying somebody that is consistently at their job is stagnant. I literally did that in real time just now.
Let's continue because the person talking to at this point is just me and you talking. The other guy's not even talking anymore. It's just me and you at this point. And you're still arguing with me for some reason, even though I keep saying that's not the case. That's not my argument. You keep saying this is like, no, that's not my argument. I keep telling you back and forth, that's not my argument. But yet you keep trying to insert that on me for some reason, gaslighting the hell out of me. You want to continue? I continue. And it's all because of the word stagnant. You didn't want to concede to the word stagnant. We had to go back and look up in a dictionary if you didn't concede to it. Because you kept saying it makes you feel horrible or something like that. And I was like, it has nothing to do with what you feel. It's what you do. But you did not want to concede to.
You're not making
sense. Your feelings.
I swear you believe you be making sense, but
here you go. I'll play it for you. Continue it.
You didn't get promoted.
To my point.
This is insane. Okay. This is insane to me, but we're going to work through it. Let me calm down. So because you are consistent at a job, doesn't have anything to do with being stagnant. If you have as a human being. That's fine. You didn't get that. Okay, you didn't get promoted.
So you understood what I was talking about, but you want to disregard that and continue to go to this whole argument that I've never made. You said right, you acknowledged what I said. You acknowledged it right there when I said it. You said, all right, we understand that. Moving on.
You didn't say anything.
This is what I'm said me. You just said the other guy said the argument. You're talking about the other guy's argument. I've never made an argument, but you're arguing with me like it's my argument. You're saying you guys, you. And I'm saying that's not me, bro. This is my argument. He went all around the mulberry bush for nothing. You took one thing that man inserted on our conversation because he wasn't a part of the conversation. It was me and you talking. You took what he said as it was my argument and gaslit the hell out of me with that.
This is
yes, it was insane.
Okay, hold on, stop there. So, PZ, do you understand what he's saying? How did I gaslight you when I'm literally trying to talk to you? Somebody else jumped in, and you agree with the person that jumped in.
I did not agree with them. See, that's the point. You inserted their opinion on my whole thing.
Okay, let it play some more. Go ahead.
That's why I said you.
Go ahead, let it play some more. We're gonna see if what you're saying is correct because you still haven't proved what you're saying yet.
You, for some reason, that job is considered what that job is stagnant. Just that part of you is stagnant.
Pause
it
there.
That is not stagnant.
Pause there.
Oh my Lord.
Pause there. You just agreed with the other guy.
No, I did not. I said that part.
You don't understand.
Listen again. Because I'll say one time.
Hold on.
I've never talked about consistent. Hold
on. The other guy, Silent. He said,
yes, he's not talking anymore.
He said, this is crazy that you're saying somebody that's at their job is being stagnant. Correct? Is that where we at?
No. You know what I agree with him with? Don't I agree with him with is that, I know I'm serious. This is where you got confused at. I simply said, When you said a person is horrible, I was like, yes, that's crazy. He's saying that he is a horrible person. That was all I agreed to. What he said after that, I had nothing on that. That was never my argument.
You literally just, if you just, what you
I
just
play it back. I play it back. I know when I said it. I said it when he said that's horrible. And I said,
okay,
yeah,
hold on. So PS Diva, am I missing when he just agreed with Silence version of Stagnant?
Was that Marvelous the one saying, okay, well, he's stagnant in that one area with regard to his job?
Yes, that was Marvelous.
Yeah, you were agreeing with the dude.
Oh, was it? Wait. Diva,
what the fuck is going on?
There's a word they use.
Hold on. So hold on, Marvelous. Are you going to concede? Hold on. Hold on, Marvelous. As you saying that I'm the one that doesn't concede, are you going to concede to the fact that you just said that?
Yes, in context behind the word promotion. Yes.
This is insane to me.
No, you're missing.
I'm really starting to think that y'all just want to.
You said yes.
Hold on.
You said it yourself.
Hold on. I think y'all really just want to argue with me just to argue with me, man. Like, it is no way that I could prove y'all wrong time and time again in real time, and y'all still saying I'm wrong in real time when you literally just said it.
Yes,
this is
after
crazy.
The word promotion. After the word promotion, you see how you're trying to take things out of context and gaslight me right now in front of your audience?
What?
For you, for some reason, that job is considered what
that job is stagnant. Just that part of you is stagnant.
It is not. That is not stagnant.
Oh my Lord.
That shows consistency.
Yes, consistency is boring to some people.
Okay, but we're not talking about being boring. We're talking about stagnant.
It has not changed.
Okay, so this is the problem. Okay, so I'm trying to mind out because I see a lot of men think like this, and I'm trying to work it out with y'all, right? Instead of keep moving the goalposts, even though y'all attempted to, I'm allowing you to move the goalposts again, right? Being stagnant and maintaining a job, it has nothing to do with each other at all.
Pause there. No, it's good.
I'm agreeing with you. Hold on. I'm actually agreeing with you.
Hold on. So again, I am substantiating what I'm saying.
Yes.
Anyway.
But do you understand my argument? My whole point was that you like to put insertions in. You're inserting something that I never said. That's why I didn't say nothing to your response to your argument. I didn't respond to the argument. That's not my whole stance.
And Marvis, do you realize that you are trying to play this soundbite to say that it's me inserting things where I did not insert anything? What I did was define what I am talking about.
Let me continue. Realize that, right? There's a whole lot more to it because you have to really put yourself in.
Okay, it's more to it, but I want to make sure you understand that at this moment right now, I substantiate what I'm talking about.
Yes, and I agree with you.
Okay, so now why are you talking about inserting and playing this?
Because listen further on. I'm gonna tell you why.
Do you want to just argue with me, or you want to let me finish saying what I'm saying?
Continue. My apologies. Go ahead.
So where is the video or soundbite that shows that I'm inserting things that is not there? Because this is not an example of that. This is an example of me defining what I'm saying for the people that is confused.
All right, go ahead and continue it.
No, I don't want to continue.
You say were there insertions, and here I'm about to provide it for you. You don't want the insertions.
I do have one question.
Hold on. So hold on. No, hold on. Before we're gonna get back to it. So, oh my God, Diva. So this is the problem that we are having, right? Is that like we could hear what was happening in the soundbite, and we can have some detective clues to say, hey, this is not going in the direction of me inserting something. And this is why we don't need to hear it anymore. And so this is the problem that y'all are not recognizing, right? You said I was inserting, and so far I'm explaining to you what I'm talking about. And you want to keep going while I continuously to explain. As I stopped you before, I was explaining. Then we stopped again. I explained some more. Then we stopped it again. I explained some more. So this is not leading towards a path of me inserting something. It's leading down a path that I am trying to explain something to men, and men are purposely being obtuse. For what reason? I have no idea. Literally in real time.
Know what happened in real time? You know what happened in real time? You saved your butt. You saved yourself. You saved face, because that's the most important thing to you. You have no humility whatsoever. None. You don't.
This is literally gaslighting.
No. This is not gaslighting. You told me before that. You told me a while back. I'm not a humble dude. I should have recorded that too, because you said that too. I'm sticking to that. You true. That's true about that. You're not a humble dude at all.
Diva.
Okay, so
is this happening in real time? That he literally just tried to gaslight me.
Yeah, but this is about something.
You was my gaslighting. I had people laugh at this right here. I put my job left at this part right here. This is a whole different argument. Look at this right here. Listen to this.
I'm expecting from the other person. Then when they say yes, I don't look for an. That's me. You get somebody talking, Jalen. What happened, Marvelous? It sounds like you're talking about being intentional and having expectations. That's basically what we're talking about, right? Correct. Okay. You can have expectations, but I got my own opinions about that. Right, I don't look for expectations. So again, I'm not looking for expectation. I tell a person what I can give and what I'm expecting from the other person. Then
crazy work right there. What I'm expecting. People are laughing at this part. Continue.
They say yes. I'm going to right, because I'm expect them to deliver what they said they're going to give, and I'm going to hold them accountable for delivering that. That is not an expectation.
Pause again.
Right, that's a little bit
crazy. You don't even know what the word expectation means. That's crazy work right there.
You don't understand how
you can't even admit that you're wrong. You're never wrong.
No, you just not. You cannot follow a conversation. You can't follow a conversation. That's what's happening. You heard the word expectation come out of my mouth, but you didn't understand that the context of why I was saying it.
What I asked you, I asked you a question. I said, so this is what's going on for expectation, right? And you said yes. And then I said, okay, I wouldn't really expect things, but okay, you can have your opinions about that. And he said, we're not talking about expectations. I'm like, what the fuck? You just said at your own mouth. Yes. When I asked that question.
After I say something, oh my, it's okay. It's all right. You know what? Marvelous. I don't know what's going on in your head. This is that double-mindedness that you don't understand the conversation clearly. You're not paying attention to the words. You're not paying attention to the reason why I'm saying words that I'm saying.
Oh, you're emotional. I know
you are looking right now. You're saying that I'm emotional. Like again,
right then, you were definitely for sure.
You think that cutting somebody off is what?
That's to save face. I know what you're doing.
You know what I'm doing?
You don't have to save face. You really don't. People accept you for who you are. You don't have to always be this guy who's always right.
Oh my God. So again, just because I'm right when I speak
all
to
this
people,
time
doesn't mean that I'm always right. So it is okay that I am able to prove and substantiate my
right now. Even when it comes about me talking about you,
I don't have to cut nobody off when I'm talking, right? Or when the other person is talking, right? I allow people to talk, even when they try to gaslight me, when they try to lie on me, when they say disrespectful things towards me. I don't have to come because it doesn't actually affect me. However, when I'm conversing with you and in real time, I'm disproving you in real time and you're not willing to accept it, that's not saying something about me. That's not me always being right. That's just me analyzing the situation correctly in real time.
Only you can do that. I understand. Only you can do that. No one else can analyze the situation except Sharon on his channel. I get it.
Right, that is your opinion, but
that's
you
not just
so here's the problem. You have here's the problem. Here's the problem with you. What you're saying, then you have to prove that I am wrong.
I just did.
Right, and the evidence that you
couldn't accept, and you said I don't accept that notion. Okay. I don't want to play up the tapes. I understand what's going on. I can assume what's going to happen. Right?
Yeah. Diva, what do you think of this, Diva?
I think this isn't about this conversation at all. I think this is something deeper. And he been feeling this way for a minute. So let him get it out. Tell Sharon how he ain't shit, Marvelous. Go ahead.
No, it's not about him being shit. I'm not, you know me, Diva. I'm not a person to actually poke fun or make jokes or something like that. I'm not that kind of guy. I can care less about, that. But the only thing I don't like is, like, Sharon doesn't realize it, but in time, if he's ever explaining something, anytime he's explaining something, and he wants you to pick a side, he wants you to pick a side about how you feel, which is always subjective and will lead to good topics and discussions, but it's kind of much entertainment in my opinion. When you have a show about opinions, it's just entertainment at the end of the day. which is why I asked in the very beginning of this: is this for entertainment, Sharon? Are you really trying to get the solutions? I mean, you used to be solution based, but now he's the wildest wake up show. So to me, when you say I'm the wildest wake up show, that sounds like entertainment to me.
Where on the doll did Sharon touch you?
You know.
Because it sounds like to me you're just trying to say that your feelings are hurt and you need some love. Give him a hug, Sharon. Y'all hug it out.
All right, I'll get off my soapbox. If that's what that sounds like on that shit, I'll spare y'all ears. You know what I'm saying? It's like the worst y'all get from me all year. So, and my wife looked at me like, "What the fuck?" Nah, but seriously, bro, I take it face from Orthodox. No, you're right though. Just because first off, like I said, I don't like being gaslit. He doesn't even acknowledge the fact he gaslit the hell out of me. But that's expected because again, he does that. He has his own mind.
Are you a date that got $100 steak that didn't put out or something? You're a man. How can you be gaslit? You willingly come on the show.
Yeah, that's true. That's
where
true.
on the doll did he touch you?
Somewhere in the middle of my brain, a little bit. Somewhere in the middle of the brain.
It feels like it was in your feelings.
Yeah, somewhere there. Somewhere there.
I don't know.
But yeah, I can concede to that. 'Cause I'm a humble dude. So you're right, Orthodox. I can concede to that. It's unbecoming of myself, and I shouldn't be that person.
Yo, Diva, did he just prove your thought? What you said earlier in real time?
They always do.
Always do.
That was crazy. Like literally, Diva said that. This is crazy. I don't know what to think about this, Diva. Literally, in real time, Diva just said. So you know what? You know, I got a question for you, Marvelous. Because for some reason, people always want to say that I'm not trying to get to anything. I'm always the main villain in all this shit, right? Do you think Hamp is trying to get to some solutions?
My fault. My mic was off. I think that Hamp sometimes, for the most part, is also entertainment. I mean, he's a DJ, which is kind of cool. I like his whole theme and stuff. But he does provoke more thought, in my opinion. That's the only difference. When you go to his show, do you look at his show and say, you know what, he's saying this might be risky, so therefore you're not looking. I just gave you an answer. I just told you it's entertainment, but it has more. I would say it poses questions that give you more deeper thought. That's about it. But it's both entertainment. I think it's actually better entertaining because of the music. You know, the whole thing he does kind of cool. But besides that,
man, I don't think none of y'all niggas really trying. What I've observed from the space, listen, I ain't gonna say people ain't trying to invoke like.
I hear people say that, right, and they don't like the way how I expose people, right? I get it. However, people learn more because he just learned something about himself that I'm not actually doing what he said I was doing in real time. He just tried to say that I was doing something, and in real time we see that it wasn't me. In real time, that's a solution. That's literally a solution.
That's not a solution. That's you not taking accountability. It's okay. It's okay. You're always right. You're always right. We got it. The moral story is Sharon cannot be wrong. Just take that lesson. That's the lesson today. He's not wrong. Even right now, he's not wrong.
I'm talking to KT. KT.
Yeah.
Did Marvelous substantiate his point today, just now?
Yeah, maybe not good, but I get what he's saying. I mean, I think I get what he's saying. I'm pretty positive I get what he's saying because I pointed it out too. I said it.
So he said that I insert things into the conversation. So he showed that I was inserting things into the conversation that he played.
Nah, I think that last clip has some validity though, where like he was saying,
what's going on? I'm asking you a very direct question.
Mm-hmm.
Did he show in that video that I inserted something in the conversation?
Yes. Yeah. I say
thank
yeah.
you.
Okay, so fine. What did I insert into the conversation?
It's called consistency. Consistency is what you inserted, sir. Never my argument.
I can't remember what the y'all was exactly talking about, but where he said like this is the word, and you was like the expectations. Like that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you will do that. But that's to each his own. I'm really not even trying to, you know what I'm saying, make it seem like it's a bad thing. But I can understand what he's saying. Sometimes you do make a point and you be somewhat correct, but then you might branch it off. And then if somebody respond, like I've responded to something to you, right? And then you've brought this up and then be like, well, don't bring up the conversation about the conversation. But yo, what you stated before made me have to reply to that. And then you say to avoid that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not.
You understand that's a whole different argument we ain't talking about. So now you want to tell me what grievances you have with me too? Go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not about grievances. I'm saying I'm understanding what he's saying in terms of saying.
Hold on. All that's got
you will.
The question that you asked, Marvelous. Go ahead.
KT, where on the dog did Sharon touch you?
Yo, shut your white ass up, man. You just be talking for entertainment. You just here for entertainment, brother. You just here for entertainment. Yeah, listen. You could say I'm in my feelings. I'm only in my feelings because I understand. I'm not here for entertainment. I am one of those people actually seeking clarity. So I ain't really here to play with you. Yeah, I know. Go ahead, make jokes and laugh at you. To talk some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I ain't asking to speak to you. I'm not cuz either. I'm not about to sit here and okay, sir. Get your ass up the fuck out of here. You ain't nobody. I ain't even asked for your input.
I'll do with a yes.
All right, yeah. But yeah, like I said, shit. I ain't got no. It ain't about no grievance thing. I'm saying I just understand what he's saying in terms of sometimes you may insert something extra, or where you might have to respond.
Y'all sound like y'all are whining. Y'all sound like a bunch of white girls without.
Hey, yo, don't ever hit my bro with the y'all.
No, some white folks.
He was like, I can accept the y'all's look. Y'all's the boss.
Shit.
Now, but bring it back to the topic.
Out here for Diva before I get kicked. How the hell, and when she gets back, hopefully she can answer. How is the GI Bill something for our war fighters a handout? Because they went and served the country. By the way, black folks have access to the GI Bill. And the Homes
now, look, my brother. Look.
Act was about civilizing the West, which black folks.
Now, look, my brother. To bring it back to people on the front line of the abolition, that sister doesn't realize she disrespected every single dude that signed up for that union argument from a plantation anyway, right? They weren't on the front lines, so it was only Harry, right? That's her argument. Because all these men were lost in history, right? They don't matter. We know where we were on that front line. We were on that front line dying, getting hit with musket balls. So where is there even room? Where's there even room for discord in the conversation? It's only room in that when these black feminists make it about you niggas didn't do nothing and Harriet Tubman and black women did everything. Forget all of
I'm not even on her side. When did she say
You talking about different things.
Listen, so the thing was, it was about black women have always done more for these movements. Harriet Tubman did all this. Where were the black men? They were dead in Gettysburg. They were dead in all these civil war fields all over the world, right? The only time it becomes contention, that's true. But now you just want to make it more technical. The point I'm making is, if you're asking where the black man was, he was on a different front line. He was on the front line losing his life in that Civil War. So it was never just Harriet Tubman. We did this entire thing together. That's why I focused on the point of, why is Harriet's husband lost? When we do our greatness, when Malcolm goes out in the world and does what he does, right, Betty is promoted. You know there's no Martin without Corinna. You know there's no matter how they went through it in their divorce, you know there's no Nelson without Winnie, right? But it's a very, very specific agenda to eliminate black men from the success of black women and make black women the cornerstone of black male success. I would never argue that there is no Barack Obama without a strong Harvard graduate like Michelle. And after she served them 8 years, she can do and say whatever she want to do. That's a whole nother topic, right? Where we get to right now.
The reason why Wall Street Willie is because when you see a powerful female doing something, nobody's gonna look at that man as some kind of leader. When a man is doing everything, he fits the mold of the patriarchy. He must have a great woman behind him as well, right? Because it takes away from the actual woman. So this is the part that you misunderstand. So when
no.
When a powerful man,
Let him finish.
When a powerful man is doing something, it does not make that woman better, right? That woman is just who she is. She was
now watch this.
Phenomenal. She was already a phenomenal human being with or without Malcolm X. So
now, not only do I understand your point, right? Not only do I understand your point, I can bring it to current times too.
He just can't control himself.
So hold on. So now, why would I want to marry a Harry? I get lost in history marrying this strong black woman. And I'm a strong black man of my own, right? This is how you create a Clarence Thomas. This is how you create a Saquon Barkley.
Who are you?
Yeah, let's be crazy.
Wait, hold on.
Let's get, hold on. Let me respond to him. Don't cut me off. You'll understand it if you allow me to respond.
No, I
don't understand it if you allow me to respond.
If you
don't answer your question. This is not a conversation for you right now. I'm talking to Sharon.
Yeah, well,
you're interrupting me speaking to Sharon specifically.
And I'm bored.
You're interrupting me speaking to Sharon.
Obvious.
Specifically.
I am.
I know.
If you pass away today,
like my baby mother.
If you passed away
you got
today,
that strong feminine energy. I know. You put that on display earlier. You got that strong baby mother energy. I know.
If you passed away today, would anybody remember you? Like, would
Absolutely.
you history?
Absolutely. My name is already on plaques.
How long would you?
My name is already on plaques.
What's your name? What's your name?
That nigga.
Okay.
You don't even know my personal. You don't even know my personal name because I don't trust you.
You wouldn't marry a Harriet Tubman.
I don't trust you. The same way you think I disrespected my home, I think you disrespect black men.
There's no difference.
I don't trust you.
Disrespect.
Right? So don't ask me my name. Don't ask me my name, family.
You would already
get back to the point I was making.
No choice. It doesn't matter whether you married a Harriet Tubman or someone else. You're lost to history. It's not the book.
Get back to the point I was making with Sharon, right? I do understand everything you were just saying.
Clarence Thomas could have married Tubman, and he still wouldn't be lost to history.
Please take a bite off, bro.
He made his own lane. You can't make complaining about it. You would be lost to history because you were a nobody. Not because you were married to Harriet Tubman.
That's cool.
It's because you're nobody.
But take a mite off, bro.
Thomas is not a nobody.
That's
so
what I was saying to Sharon.
Barack Obama wouldn't be lost to history because he is not a nobody.
All right, cool. So back what I was saying to you, Sharon, right? I agree with you, right? Men will typically get lost in this conversation, no matter how much we support our women, right? So now we know, and I would even say to you without the shadow of a doubt, there is no Barack Obama without Michelle. There is no Malcolm without Betty. There is no black men in that space on you, Betty, right? So why would any of these young niggas want to marry one of these independent, strong, educated PhDs? There's a reason these PhDs on this panel don't have a man.
So
why do you hate educated black women?
Hold on, Wall Street Willie. So what is Miss Betty known for?
Betty Shabazz?
Yeah.
Supporting her husband.
Okay.
Being there. Dealing with everything that came along with him being the leader he was.
So therefore, that's the same thing with Harriet Tubman husband.
I don't have a problem with that.
He is known for being
He's not known for that.
Because
he's not known for that.
He have not done anything.
Listen to what I'm telling you, my brother. Listen to what I'm telling you.
You got to let me finish. So
I got it, my bad.
He that was married, either one of the two men, right? One of them is known because she had to shoot his ass, supposedly, and then so the other one, he is just known for being married to her because he hasn't done nothing in history to talk about other than having sex with her. That is it.
Who's to say that? Who's to say that? So what you're saying now?
Okay.
Hold on, now listen to my point. Listen, hold on. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. just because what that
We hear
man
your
did
point.
on a day-to-day
You just keep
basis,
repeating it, and it
just
doesn't make sense.
It
because
would be
he
easy to
made
hear your
it,
point if you had one.
just because, right, his contribution was
Man.
erased from history, right? Because most men could tell our women, nah, you're not going back to New Orleans to get more slaves, right? He was with it. Everything she was trying to do, he was with it. He supported her in it. What I'm saying is, just because that was erased from history means it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is,
Those
we
are
should have the same reverence of support he had for his wife that our women have for us when we are in the leadership role. We don't need to be fighting each other. I'm saying the resentment is created when you say black men weren't out there doing nothing. The conversation was made here today, right? And Harriet was on the front line. Black men weren't doing nothing.
So again, so it's nothing wrong with Harriet. She was the one that when she was taking people across the railroad, was her husband there with her, or was he?
We don't know. We don't know.
No, the problem is we do know, and he was
So
not. So the thing is that we do know, and in history,
you would have to source up to prove that to me. I would look for that.
Have you ever read a book? Have you read a book on Harriet Tubman?
So now when we know the history of Harriet Tubman, have we ever heard that her husband was on the side of her, walking through the goddamn creeks, rivers, and going to all these damn houses? Or is it her that was the one that was getting people in and out of the South?
We've absolutely never heard of it, but because a portion of history was erased, that means it didn't happen. What are we doing, black people?
So it's not.
What are we doing?
It's not that it was erased. It's just like when we all see.
It just didn't happen.
When we all see the movie of Malcolm X.
So you believe that black man made his wife and baby mama?
Let me finish. So again, just like that. When Malcolm X, whatever he did, nobody is saying that, hey, she was standing next to him because she was not there. She was.
That's 100% our argument.
So she was there taking care of the kids, taking care of the house.
For everything. For everything.
She was one answer.
For everything. She was there when he was murdered in front of them babies and she comforted her babies. They were a team. Yes, she was there. She deserves to be recognized. Why is it that the black man doesn't deserve to be recognized?
Because the ones that deserve to be recognized is the ones that did something. So
my argument. So look,
Harriet, hold on.
You don't have to keep on saying your dumbass argument.
So if Harriet,
pardon me for a second, Sharon. Let me end this. You are a bitch. You are the quintessential simp ass clown. Don't talk to me. I don't wish to talk to you because I don't respect you as a man. You're acting like my baby mother. You're harassing me. I don't want to talk to you because I don't respect you as a man.
It doesn't matter.
We don't have to talk.
Respect me as a man.
It doesn't matter. You're going to still harass me like a baby mother does.
Online panel. We're going to talk to each other.
You are a black male baby mother. That's what you are.
It doesn't matter.
I know it don't matter. I'd be ashamed of myself if I was the type of man you are. A man only got to tell me one time he ain't got no rap for me.
How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? How you doing, Bum? Ron and everybody. Silent, my brother. Marvelous.
Hey, you sound good.
Is it orthopedic guy? How you doing, my brother? KT. Man, I'm just trying to calm y'all down.
Still on lunch break. What we doing?
on lunch break.
What we doing?
What it is.
Wait a minute. I just wanted to ask the guy at Wall Street.
Yes, ma'am, Queen.
The way you say you just a baby mama, you a baby mama. Like being a baby, is a baby mama a negative thing? When did that become negative in our community?
So
being a mother. Go ahead.
One of the fundamental things I support, and one of the things that I think needs to be the cornerstone, and whatever push we have going forward, in my opinion, if we aren't pushing this, we're wasting our time. It's the black family. I know that throughout the civil rights movement, those movements were funded by literally tin cans on the top of a refrigerator, funded by black families. where both that black man, that black woman both worked, they both contributed because they both wanted to create something for their children's black families, right?
Is that a fact? Is that a fact or that's made up what you're talking about right now? Because I'm asking, are you saying that throughout history, in the black family, men have always been there and women?
That's a 100% fact. If you look at the 50s, we were the most married demographic in all of America. That includes the white man. When people want to believe that the white man can do everything better than us. In the 1950s, we had better families than them. That's a 100% fact.
But no, that's not fact. What you're saying.
That's a fact, sis.
I can
pull out the statistics.
You can say that we were more married then than now, yes, but you cannot say that we were the most married. See, y'all don't know how to read.
No, I actually can, sis.
If we are the minority, then how are we the most married?
When you look at racial demographics in the 50s,
I think you're saying percentage-wise.
On a per capita level.
I'm older than you, and I think I was there closer to the 50s than you were. Right?
That don't mean nothing, sis.
It means a lot. It means
Shamar is older than my son. My son is better taught than him. Just because you're older doesn't mean you know more.
Yeah, well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
all right, I'm gonna bring it down. I apologize.
I recognize what the family looked like, right? Because I had my grandmother there, my great grandmother there, and my great great grandmother. Now you know this, and I'm talking about on both sides, paternal and maternal grandmothers. You asked me how many of them grandfathers was there, baby. Tell me. Go ahead.
That's sad. Mine were all there.
But it's not.
Mine were all there. Mine were there.
Listen, I get it. You're younger than me, but that's not my point. My point is,
it's not about me being younger than you, sis. I'm right around the corner from 50. I'm not that much younger than you.
I'm trying to make a point. That's all, right? And when you mention the single mother, right, the baby mama, I'm saying that women have been here with their children for centuries. And now we're trying to make it seem like because a man wasn't there. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't there just because he ran away. Like, there was wars, death, famine, all kinds of shit. Why men, right? Men weren't there. So my point isn't that I'm saying that black men ain't shit and y'all ran away. My point is, though, why is it that if a black man isn't there, why is this woman thought of in a negative way? That's all. That's
I understand.
Okay, I don't know black men. I don't know black
listen, Queen. Listen, Queen started to respond to that, right? My grandfathers, my great grandfathers, my great uncles, my grand uncles, they were there. They set a different template for me. That's why I proudly post my wedding pictures. Like I'm following in that footsteps. I could never. I'll be honest with you, Queen, and don't judge me, right? I done smashed. I done dropped my meat in the snow a couple of times, pause, right? But I would never. I've never dated a white woman because I would never marry one. I would never build a family with one. What I'm saying to you is, right?
You had sex.
Yeah, but that was so backwards. He don't realize how backwards that is.
Stay with me. Nah, a couple of my real ones. Be my wife. So if you want to use me in that context, yeah, I'm comfortable with it, right? The point I'm making is this comfortableness, this understanding that we should just accept this single motherhood being the dictating factor in our community. We see the effects of it. What I'm saying to you is in 1950, we were the most married demographic in America. That created the springboard, right, to push the civil rights movement, which accomplished some of the greatest things in Black American history, right? I think we need to go back to that. Not only do I live it, but that's all I promote. So when you're saying, what I'm saying is, I'm not criticizing the Black woman for being a single mother. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is, when the sister came on this line,
everybody else got to hold on so we can just
When the sister came on this line,
just be yapping. Don't even be citing real sources. Nigga said in the 50s, in the 50s, black people were married more than anybody else.
You want to try me on
But they
it?
didn't throw anything. I just looked it up, and it says a study showed that black men.
You want to debate me on it, sir?
No, I want you to cite yourself. It's not a debate. I want you to cite yourself.
My sources.
Okay, cite yourself. Thank you. Yeah,
Are
cite
you
it.
challenging
Yes, cite
me?
it. Yes,
I'll
cite
debate
it.
you on
Cite
it.
it. If you're gonna say, I'm not. There's no debate because you could be right, you could be wrong.
It ain't
I
no
don't know.
debate. I
But
know
you
I'm
said
right.
it. Okay,
There is
that's
no
fine. So
debate.
cite it.
I
So
know
cite
I'm
it.
right.
Don't get emotional about it. Just cite it.
He's
Let's
wrong.
stay in the conversation.
Just cite it. No, we're not gonna. This is the conversation. You brought it up. Cite it. Don't back out now. You just said that you would cite it. Don't back out like a coward. Cite it.
Yeah, he's absolutely wrong.
He's stupid wrong.
He's
Brother just has a PhD in Yaponomics.
Yeah, people want to get out here and act all tough and shit. This is online talking about, oh, you want to debate? You want to debate? We don't have to debate. I just don't know if what you're saying is true. What I looked up, it said you were wrong. A study showed that in the 50s to 55s, it showed that blacks marry later and at lower rates compared with whites. I put it in the back. That's a BLS, Bureau of Labor and Statistics. So I don't know what you're citing, but I would like to see the source. It doesn't have to be a debate. You can just cite it. Because you're saying you're right. 2 other people are saying you're wrong. 3 other people are saying you're wrong, and you're not citing yourself.
Before it came out, yes.
Okay, so now Wall Street really he put a source in the back, and it is contradicting to what you are saying. Do you?
What does this source say?
It says
no. What does your source? No. What does your source say?
Wait, let Sharon finish.
You made the claim. Cite yourself. No, slow down. Now, no, your back is against the wall. There's no slow down. You're gonna take it. Pause.
Against the wall. First of all, pause.
I said pause. Hey, come on now.
I put my back against nobody walls, fam. I don't get down like that.
I can't tell because the way you sound like you scared.
Hold on. So the source that AR is showing is that what you are saying about black folks being the most married is not true in the time frame that you were talking about.
My source is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what my source says. It doesn't matter what my source says because what matters is his source. We want to hear what he sourced. That's what we want to hear.
Okay, fine. So I'm trying to get there. So that's what his source say. Do you have a different source, Wall Street really, that is going to be?
I can come up with one. Absolutely. I can come up with one. Yeah.
You can come up with one. What you mean? All right. So what's your source?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, he got a fight.
I'm gonna put my source.
All right. Okay, so while he look up his source,
so I'm dropping the census right now. Hold on, I'm gonna drop it in the.
That's a usafacts.org. That's not a census.
No, that's what I put up. I put that in.
What are you talking
my bad.
I'm talking about
but my source agrees with you, AR. Now, black, that's why I told him. Yes, we were more married. Black people were more married in the 1950s, but we weren't more married than other races. That's
fine.
Our percentage.
All right, so if I concede to that, can we move on with the conversation?
Man, now we want to Here we go.
You want me to concede to that? I'll concede to that. I'll say 64% of black families being married is completely different from 2025. That's my point.
Hold
my
on.
bad.
Okay, so now he willing to concede that we would, as a black demographic, we would just marry more back then.
I'll give them that 3%.
Okay, that's fine. So now the problem,
because I want to be clear, Sharon. The argument is between 64% and 67%.
Yeah. Okay, you'll be able to be clear. So here's the issue now. So now you have to say that, hey, listen, black men, you need to get back behind your woman because when you was with your woman, that's when you was the most productive. Now that you are single,
but why would they want to?
So because that shows that because black women attitude has not changed since back then. They was the ones getting sprayed. They the one that was bucking up. We see Angela Davis with her big ass afro, toting guns and all that. We see Maya Angelou. We see Nina Simone. We see a plethora of black women standing up for injustice the same way how they stand up today. So therefore, black men need to shut the fuck up and get behind a women.
I disagree with that.
It doesn't matter if you disagree, but history shows that when the women was...
What was the black female civil rights leader?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to start.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to start dropping y'all clearly, right? Because I'm. the time that you are prefacing, we were more married, so that means we have more women behind us. Therefore, we had better results. Therefore, black men need to shut up about whatever black women are doing and just get behind them. Because when we was with them, for some reason, we was able to move the community forward. Now that we trying to do all this bullshit, red pill shit, following behind another group of men, we are falling behind.
Now that I'll agree with. I'm never going to co-sign that red pill agenda. I do agree.
We can't tell.
We are always better together.
We can't tell.
What I'm saying is, I understand when that sister comes on this line and talks to me the way she did, why younger black men don't want nothing to do with women that were just like their mothers. I would understand if her son didn't want to deal with another black woman.
Oh my goodness! This dude just spent a whole. Oh, you want to debate? I know I'm right. I know I'm right. So arrogant, so confident in being wrong, and then want to talk about other people, whether other people are a proper mate or a proper partner. No, I'm trying to hear you talk because you've been interrupting. When Sharon talk, you want to interrupt. When Bomb Cherry talk, you want to interrupt. Yeah, when you get interrupted, you got a problem with it. It doesn't matter.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hey, Calvin. I was waiting on you.
Yeah. Hey, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing today?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So I've said a couple of things to you in regards to certain actions you take, and then of course follow up today, and I kind of say you're partaking, you're actively participating in something that you condemn. You seem to condemn, because if we roll back a couple of days ago, it started with the Shiloh incident. Well, for me, it started with the Shiloh incident, and you did the live stream. We had a very candid talk about how we can't really control these race wars and things that happen when people do things on the internet, make certain social media posts, and the people that corral under them to instigate fires, that we really can't control those things. My position was that we kind of got to stay away from it and understand that those people aren't necessarily reflective of the black race or the white race, whoever ever is perpetuating the issue, was my vantage point. And I specifically said I don't partake in it. I don't indulge in it. I don't even look at it. When this stuff like this comes up, I kind of need y'all to tell me what's going on, because I purposely keep it a debate, because I know how it goes down when it comes to this. It's like a whole bunch of pile on, and people getting there, and this get real ugly, not healthy or whatever. So that was my message to you. And I also said, me as a black person, I should, and people on my side should hold others accountable for starting these type of wars, instigating these type of wars, and saying statements or making statements in these comments that instigate it, right? And you were in agreement with that. And you said I probably should use my platform, my voice more. I said, cool, I understand that. My issue is this with you, is that you seem to be one of the people that are part of it in instigating things of this magnitude by the way that you participate with these platforms and how you engage things. And I'll park it right there.
So, well, no, don't park it. Let's lift off like a helicopter, right?
Go ahead.
Because
I'll let you respond.
I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. Oh, I got Deacon Dave here as well. What's up, Deacon Dave?
What up?
So, my thing is, I use my platform to, one, try to communicate with individuals. While I go there and I like talking shit, it's funny because they're talking shit on me for being white, and they basically, I don't know if you were here, but they basically said the ideal white woman is a whore, is a porn star. They're all degenerates. And I never once really said anything bad about black people while I was there.
Mm-hmm.
And I obfuscate that fact, and I mess with them, and I jab with them. But I told them, literally, black men need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and do better. That the black men I talk to, regardless of what political party they're in, they seem to be doing all right for themselves. and they don't want any. I mean, I kind of basically said they don't want any part in this FBA racial bullshit. Is that a right or wrong estimate based? This is for you, Calvin, and anyone else who's black who watches my streams or who comes on my panel. Because regardless where the black people I talk to on a daily basis or on a bi-daily basis or whenever I stream, it seems that those black men, yourself included, aren't spending time in the minutia crying and bitching about irrelevant things and then blaming white people for the issues they have. They're out there, as the youth would say, getting what's theirs. So when I engage with this, for one, it's fun for me. It's catharsis to act ignorant on the internet and yell and do stupid shit. And two, like, I don't see myself as antagonizing or trying to provoke racial conflict, but I do see myself de-escalating. And I am a chauvinistic white man because I'm a right winger. I've never once went away from that. So I'm gonna have to ask, like, how exactly do you see me pushing this or
Okay. Yeah.
antagonizing?
Okay. So I think when you said you went there and then there were first bombs thrown at you, and then you said someone said some disrespectful stuff to you. I never heard you acknowledge that in response to that you threw bombs back at them.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I would say to that situation. You clearly are aware what this platform does, how it goes down over there. I know how it goes down in my community and what type of how they can talk disrespectfully about white people, right?
Well, it's not just white people. They were also
anybody, yeah.
disrespecting an educated black woman.
Okay, but them disrespecting black people is totally, I guess, wouldn't be considered the race war issue. But in terms of specifically the race war and trying to resolve that and trying to bring some type of appease to that situation, you know how it is when you deal with this specific sector of black people. So if you know how it is over there and you know how it rolls over there, then you could do one of two things if you choose to engage them. If you choose to engage them, expect that this is what they're going to say, but I would say not engage or devolve or let yourself sink to their level, because in that terms you're being a part of the problem and not a part of the solution.
I understand where you're coming from, but I disagree. When you fight a fire in the wilderness, you don't fight the fire with just water. You fight fire with fire. You cut a small portion of the land back and set a counterfire to deprive it of fuel. In the same way, when you're dealing with a social fire, you don't just solve the problem by giving in, acquiescing, and appeasement. Sometimes you have to give pushback.
Well, okay, I'll wait for you to finish.
Oh no, that's it.
Okay, I would tend to 100% disagree with that analogy. To say that you can, if you get on this platform and these people say all manner of negative things toward white people, and that you're just to say all manner of negative things to black people, wouldn't necessarily work, because as soon as you step from out of that window in that time frame, your remarks and what you said, all this negative stuff that you said about black people, how do you then take that back to black people who you have some type of relationship or trying to build a relationship with?
What
right?
negative things did I say about black people as a whole when I was on that stream that you witnessed?
So, okay, now Orthodox, I think let's talk genuine. Be genuine about this.
I'm being genuine. No. This specific time, this specific stream, where
Orthodox, you're not being just genuine. If you're disputing that you don't say negative thing about black people. You're not being genuine if you're not acknowledging that you
Oh,
have said.
I do, but I'm asking this stream.
Yeah, did he say it on this stream, or did he? Are you talking about some time before, and you're trying to tie that into what happened on this stream?
Yeah.
I'm saying. Let me give you an example. I have white friends, right? I have all type of racial friends, right? I can't like your panel. There's some negative stuff said about black people. I can't come up here and say all manner of negative stuff about white people, right? And then when I go back to my white friends and they like look at me, if they should see a video and they send me all trash and the white place, that does not look right because these are my white friends. I would never say something because that's hurtful language towards them, my white friends. So when I say that to you, you can't engage in all that type of negative rhetoric and then expect to step away from that and come to people who you're trying to, I guess, build with.
I'm not trying to build with Sharon. That is a completely antagonistic.
No. But this is the goal is for unification and oneness among both races, right? That I presume that's the goal, to end the race war, right?
You gotta hold on, wait. You gotta reflect on that.
To be a race war, brother.
No, huh?
There's never
no, and you, hey, Orthodox, he has to reflect on that. Do you think that was the goal of that panel right there?
The goal of that panel, we understand the goal of that panel. That panel, for the most part, is black conscious people in the way they roll, they talk, and it's going to be. Sometimes you have a lot of black conscious or black woke people that take on a very negative white tone and disrespectful tone, and if it goes down with insults or sling, they're going to have their insults to go with that to match that energy. So I understand that community. So my thing is, if you go there, you gotta you can't get mad when something like that happens. Me, I would either, if I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna say, if they say that, I'm not gonna engage in that type of rhetoric. I'm not gonna meet them at that level because ultimately that's not gonna be a healthy thing. That's not gonna produce the outcome that I want. Which is some type of resolve and some kind of unity and harmony.
Well,
calling them out of their name because they call them out name is not going to produce that result. So you can choose.
That's what I'm saying. What did I specifically do?
And that's why I'm
out of their name on that stream. I didn't do that.
And that's why I'm saying you're being disingenuous now. You're being disingenuous, Orthodox, because you made disrespectful comments about the black race. You did.
Yeah.
I think you call black women, I think, what welfare queens. Do we need to? That's what I'm saying. Do we need to play back the clip to highlight the points that you made? I would just rather you say, "Yeah, I did that. I did that."
That is not. That for one, I'm not being disingenuous. That's not an insult. That is a fact based on the statistical data that we have.
Okay, but that's definitely an insult. It's still a factual can be insult if you're trying to hurt someone.
I wasn't trying to hurt them.
No, you were because
they were making the claim. They were making the claim that hold on, Calvin. They were making the claim that white people are the welfare queens, and it's not the black folks, and this, that, and the third. And I said statistical data. While they're making the argument that bigger number equals worse. When my claim and the statistical fact is you have 53% as a base. This is 2016 and the number's only grown. You have a fact that 53% of the black population in this country is on welfare. That means that every other race or ethnicity, however you want to break it down, in this country is subsidizing black people as a race, as their own group. So, when I say no, white women are not the welfare queen. Black women are, if there is a welfare queen. That's not an insult. That's not me being disingenuous when I tell you I didn't insult them, because that's not an insult. I didn't hurl racial epithets. I didn't say it was a bad thing. The closest thing I did come to an insult is saying, I don't mind paying for white women on welfare because I'm white. They're my people.
So Orthodox, let's be totally. I hear what you're saying. Let's be 1,000% honest.
Hold on,
Listen,
wait,
not this.
let me address chat. Ryan T, it may sound like that, but I guarantee you that's not what Calvin's saying. That's not at all what Calvin is. That's not at all. You are. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. In chat, I read this. It's honesty to blacks equals antagonistic to black. That's not what you mean. I don't even have to say is it, because I know that's not what you mean.
So you made a valid point there. If the subject is talking about white queens and black queens, then as well as generally not insult if you're trying to say this is the case. However, 1,000. Let's be 1,000% honest here. Are you going to say that in any race war, not just today or just in general, you don't say negative things about black people when it goes down like that, when people start slaying insults, calling white people all this type of thing? You don't hide. You just put your hands down. You don't throw rocks back. Is that what you're saying? Hello.
Sorry,
Hello.
I'm sorry. I'm muted. I muted myself on my headset. I absolutely throw rocks back because I try to work on it because I am a Christian, because we're supposed to turn the other cheek. But I'm not the person that finds it very easy to turn the other cheek, because I have done so much more.
Okay, so that's my point. My point is, if engaging with these type of people is going to take you there, then you might not want to participate in platforms like that. If it's going to take you, now, if you want to be a part of race war, you don't care what's going to happen at the end of the day, then cool, rock out. But you can't.
What you're saying, I agree with you. What you're saying though, and I agree with what you're saying. But the fact of the matter is, just like a bunch of tattooed skinheads saying all black people are evil and black people are this, that, and the third, these FBAs like them, those two groups are not going to start a race war. They're not going to start any real problems for our country. Like I see them. I look at them with the same disdain that I look at neo-Nazis, because they're lesser people. They're lesser beings to me, and like really, race has nothing to do with it. If you're stupid as fuck and you can't look past certain, because like here's the thing, right? I don't believe in racial supremacy, because each and every gene that you have is tailored to survival in your environment in some way or fashion. They are not superior to one another. So whenever I deal with neo-Nazis who go, I'm great because I'm white, I hate them just as much as I hate the people like Sharon and other people on that panel. And I find it funny and humorous to talk shit to them. If you get what I'm saying. Like, I find it very funny to bully them, tell them their ideas are stupid, and to talk shit.
Okay, okay, I hear you, but then you can't complain about the 600K that was raised for that the black boy. You can't sit back and complain about, because these people are doing the same exact thing that you're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Who's complaining?
You are.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm complaining about them complaining about us doing it for Shiloh Hendricks.
Okay.
And even then, I'm not complaining, Bubba.
Okay, so you had no issues. Okay, then why you were complaining. You were complaining. You were saying that black people get online and they get away with murder. They get away to say all this type of stuff, and there's no accountability. Mm-hmm. So you are complaining. You do have an issue with it.
I have an issue with them being able to murder someone and then fundraise and have the entire fundraiser based around saying kill white people, hate white people. But then when when Shiloh says the N-word and fundraises off of that, they conflate it with murder. That's what I'm complaining about. It's not the act of them being tribal that I am complaining about. I do think tribalism is retarded, but I also understand human nature and the reason people are tribal. It's not the act of them being tribal that I'm complaining about. It is
No,
not lost. Kyle Rittenhouse is a totally different thing. First off.
To my recollection, you were complaining about the actions, the activities of these certain people in the comment. You had an issue with them.
Yeah, I have an issue. I have an issue with them being allowed to do it for a month, and then when white people go on Shiloh's, on Shiloh's,
so
Gibson and they give some get back. I have an issue when the system then goes, oh, it's not okay when white people do it, and they shut it down. That's my complaint.
No.
Yeah. That's my complaint. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, Calvin.
Yeah. We not. That's what I'm saying. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't sit back and complain about when both of them get got. I don't get it because that's what you guys. That's what I see. That's what they love to do. They like to get on the comments. They like to get on the grace wall, and they like to get their feelings hurt, whatever the case may be. But then they like to come back and then hold people like me or question people like me and my motives who don't partake in it and stuff. This is the type of stuff that you like to play. You like to get out there and you like to antagonize people and you like to see what happens. So I'm saying, why are we complaining about stuff that we promote and actively engage in? You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm confused by. If you want to be mad at that a person was killed, yeah. Cool. I am one. You're correct there. You can complain about anybody being killed by anyone, white or black. Cool. But in terms of the racial part, the racial component, black people saying, "Oh, Nick, you can't complain about that if that's was something that you like to do. Get on the plan, get into social media beefs and call names and raise every type of ruckus. You can't get mad at the end of the day if someone gets their feeling hurt because that's the type of stuff people like this like to do."
I'm not those people, and I haven't done that at all.
You just said you do that. You going up on this panel?
No, I'm talking about getting my fifis hurt. I don't get my feelings hurt over what you're talking about at all. Like people talking shit on the panel doesn't bother me. It's when someone murders someone. They're allowed to fundraise off of it. You have black folks in the
no. That's the part right there. Stop. You can't put black. That's why you can't. The first part you said was totally 100% totally acceptable. No one should ever fundraise off of someone getting murdered. Point. But that should be the issue. But when you talk about
that is the issue, Calvin. But there is a secondary issue. Is that there is a societal double standard where
you can't complain about that.
Where black folks are allowed to hurl racial epithets, hurl threats, do all this horrible stuff, and then complain when white people say the N-word, and then they're able to fundraise.
Okay, but you can't. They're allowed to do that. Just you're allowed to say it. They may say you can't say it, or they may get complained about it because evidently you can say it because you are saying it. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Not laws. My thoughts. She is a queen. A lady got $1 million for being a disgusting human being. Thoughts. She's a queen. No one's the victim. There is not a victimization going on here. I'm sorry. I'm also engaging with the chat. But Calvin, I'm.
You understand my? Are you understanding my point? No.
I do.
I thought I did. I thought I understood your issue a couple of days ago. I thought we were in agreement that we were trying to work to some type of cohesive relationship amongst race, and we should all be taking steps to make that happen. That's how I left that conversation when we had the Shiloh, because I was going to continue to do my part. But now that I see that you're engaged in what we're trying not to accomplish, maybe I'm lost because I thought that's where.
I do think you're a little bit lost because because my part, what I'm doing, is holding people accountable for the shit they say, for the shit they allow to be said.
Okay.
I have not once allowed anyone on my panel since that conversation to talk crap on black folks. The shit that Snowman played on there, it is a hold on, not laws. She is hot, okay? She is not evolutionary backwash. Fuck it. I think thinking things are progressive when they're destructive is evolutionarily backwards, but that's beside the point. Calvin, the shit that
You were saying, yeah.
shit that Snowman played.
hmm
This StreamYard you're on, right? It is a collective StreamYard between Bumpkin, Gary, and Snowman and I. All of our shows, we each have a folder with all of our stuff for our shows. Separate. We also have a folder for the Keepers of the Lore stuff. And he was playing stuff that is on his part of the stuff. I have no control over that. That was a 3-way stream. He was streaming to his channel. I was streaming to mine. So 4-way. I was streaming to mine. Gary was streaming to his, and Bumpkin was streaming to his. We're not in the position to be telling each other what we can and can't play. I mean, look, I ain't trying to obfuscate, but I created this absolute hilariously annoying thing, and I think it's funny, and I played it on there. I'm gonna play it right here. I can't get mad at Snowman for playing his clips when I play this.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Swag Messiah. Bees make honey.
I personally think that's absolutely hilarious. Right? I can't get mad at Snowman for playing his clips. Like, I have access to his clips, I can play his stuff. But I mean, I can't get mad when we have 2 or 3 different shows and people are playing stuff from their show.
So let me. So wouldn't he have to get access to share screen on a feed on your feed? Is that correct?
No, we're all admins. We all have the same power here. This is not just my StreamYard; it's all 4 of ours.
So if he joins the stream
right now, if he opened up the StreamYard on his desktop,
okay,
or Bumpkin opened it, I don't even know why I posted the link for Garion, because if Garion opened it, all 3 of them could join this stream without a link. They could stop me from streaming. They could come in and end my show. Well, this isn't on StreamYard, so they couldn't end my show, but they could kick us. They could troll us and kick us out of the. Well, they could kick you out of the StreamYard. But like that's the thing. Like, it's a shared StreamYard between the.
Okay.
Forums.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah. So I can't stop any of them 3 if they have the most racist clip against black or white people, and they hit that play button. I can hit the play button again and stop it, but I can't stop them from going to it and playing the clip. And nor would I, because this is all of ours.
Okay, but so if it was such a situation, and you had ultimate control, you do recognize that if that was the situation, then I guess my point would kind of stand that you have control over what's played on your platform.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have control of what's played over my platform, but this isn't just my platform. It's all 4 of ours.
Correct. Okay.
So I can't stop a co-owner from playing what they want to.
Well. I'm sure that you can. They can't just come in. You have some ground rules established that they can't just. If your show today is about walkie-talkies, they won't just come and hijack and snatch your stream from you if that's what you're trying to do, put out content for that day. So
that would be asinine.
Okay, yeah.
But that's the thing, when we're all on a show together and we're doing a show and we want to play clips and somebody wants to play something, we can't rightfully tell them no.
I don't. So, being that you have that I'm gonna say, I can't say excuse or whatever the case may be. I don't think that even if you had that power, doesn't seem like you would exercise that power. I don't think you were conscious enough to exercise that power at that point in time, because I don't think you saw the debate or the racial war or that is being contributing to the racial war, because anyone that plays that type of content or whatever the case may be, they're partaking in this race war and keeping it going. Because if a black person sitting in the audience or they comes back and see that, they might get in a comment and start making, you know, insulting comments towards the person who played the clip that insulted them. So I could see if there was a situation where you were debating race. I don't know if you were even debating race last night, but I don't see how that clip was irrelevant except for to make fun. So it's interesting to see that you have that clip, and it's interesting to see that people have this type of stuff in their weaponry just by black people, whatever the case may be. It's just informative. So yeah.
Well, again, that was Snowman's clip.
Understood, but I don't want you to get don't. My thing, it was Snowman clip, but I think you would have been. It appears that you're fine, and that's cool with me, because if I had a problem with any actions that were taken by any person, seeing as I'm black, I probably wouldn't come around or whatever the case may be. But I want you to downplay or not say that, pass this off to him, because if it was a problem for you, you would address it. You wouldn't let it fly. But it seems like,
if I was trying,
let me finish something. It seems like these actions like this and other things that are said by other people are cool, because you guys have sort of the same viewpoint, same outlook on things of this nature. So what I'm saying, his actions is actually reflective of your actions, because you don't take issue with it. And I pause right there.
well, I mean, I can't stop it. I'm not gonna try to stop it, because I'm not gonna police free speech.
I don't knock you. It's cool.
It's like not laws conflating this woman saying the N word and saying she should lose everything, she should lose her job because she quote unquote said it to an autistic child. It's kind of like if I were what you're accusing me of, and something I do want to do, but I'm not going to, because ultimately you're right. When Not Lost in the Chat is talking about, but it's a child, it's a child. When the left talks about how bad children are, this, that, and third, that's not even the point. I can pull up 1,001 news articles where a black man hurt a white child, like actually hurt them, killed them even.
Okay.
But I'm not going to do that, because it's got, for one, leftists will not believe it, and I like Not Laws, and I kind of want to play Project Zomboid with him and Samuel later for the stream, and like it's not going to change his mind. We're different. We're different politically, and that just is what it is.
Okay.
Like I'm not, like, you're right. I'm not going to be antagonistic to.
That's interesting.
I'm not going to be antagonistic to people who are on my stream or in my chat. I will, however, be antagonistic to people who are hosting their own panels that are saying fuck white people.
That's interesting, because you kind of utter something that I said earlier. You recognize that you don't do certain things on this panel because you want to play games with no luts, and those actions probably offend them. I think I don't even know no luts is black.
I don't care if he's black or white or Asian.
Okay. No, I just thought it interesting that you understood how things should roll, because you wanted to maintain certain relationship, and I'd say that same thing applies. Go ahead.
You got to understand. I grew up adopted by a black family. We didn't hold bars. I shouted the N-word at them. They called me names. We made jokes with one another. Like, my adopted father told me I couldn't say the N-word, not because I was white, but because it's an insult to people in general. Not that it was an insult to blacks. And the thing is, my brothers also got in trouble for the epithets and stuff they said to me for the same reason. I was taught I grew up in the South where it is very racial. And I was taught on both sides, both my biological white family and my adopted black family, they taught all of us that you don't say these things not because some black guy will beat you up or it's bad and racist. No, it's because it's an insult to people and we don't insult people.
That's interesting. You said that. I kind of wait a minute. Do you have the same background as what's his name from CT's panel, the white dude? Didn't he grow up in a black family?
I probably am that white dude from CT's panel.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that story that someone here grew up with in a black neighborhood and things of that nature. That's interesting that you grew up in a black family. You became a white nationalist.
Yeah, and you know, I will give you credence to one thing. Yeah, it hurt my adopted mother when she found out I was a white nationalist. That's because she's a woman and she's more apt to be programmed. My adopted father just asked me where he went wrong. Do I hate black folks? I'm like, I'm not a Hollywood Nazi, pops. I don't just hate somebody for being black. This is why I hate black people. He hugged me, laughed. Well, hell, that's what I taught you to hate. Or he said, not hate, because we're Christians and nobody should have hate in their heart. But that's what I taught you not to like. And he talked to my mom. We speak. Me and her speak. I call her on. I didn't call her yesterday because I forgot Mother's Day. So I'm going to actually call her till the happy Mother's Day when I'm done streaming. But I call her on her birthday. I call her on Mother's Day. Same things I do for my birth mom, dude. I love these people. And you are right. When you have people of other races, you tend to be more aware and conscious of what you say. But the simple fact is, if people do want a race war, they do want racial conflict in some fashion or form, they can have it.
Okay.
Like, it just is what it is.
Okay.
And I think that it is. I think that it's very funny and okay to mess with people who are racist. I mean, it's been being done to me since I came out as being a racist. So I mean, why not?
I can think of a couple of reasons why not, but I understand if you choose to go there with them.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. One, I do it for entertainment. Two, I do it to hopefully make them think about what they say. Three, to show them that there is some pushback, because me and Not Lost had a little go against each other. Even if you agree, right? He mentioned in Canada there was no problem with the gun debate, abortion, and blah 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 blah, because like everybody was kind of agreeing. First off, I know Canadians who are not in agreement with that. I know a large number of them. And there was pushback in there, so Not Laws is not 100% true. Two, I mean, that's kind of the problem. When there's no debate, there's no pushback, there's no nothing, you kind of wind up living in a single system society, and that's kind of why when you have veterans and people who are depressed, instead of trying to help them, Canada's like, have you tried killing yourself? You know, assisted suicide is becoming the first option for a lot of these people, and I wouldn't say that's the mark of a healthy or stable society. And you know, I give and tying it back, landing the plane. That's why I give these people pushback, because at the end of the day, you do need to know what the crazy people are saying. It's kind of dangerous not to monitor that. I pay attention to what the most evil of skinheads are saying, just like I pay attention to the entirety of what FBAs are saying, because there's always potential for real violence to happen. And the only way you combat real violence is with violence, and then with education. Because remember, and you see it even in America, the most devout of terrorists are not backwards goat herders or goat fuckers, depending on who you are and how you want to say it. it's typically the middle class of those countries and the highly educated. They get disillusioned with the system and they begin to take it into their own hands. I mean, look at who makes up the Mujahideen or the Taliban or any. I I don't know about that in outlaws. Y'all have a lot of lobbyists. Maybe it's that your culture is more leftist, more close to being Marxist, and you're brainwashed. Because
Okay.
I know plenty of Canadian fundamentalists. I wouldn't say letting a woman murder your child is. I really wouldn't say letting a woman murder your child and having no recourse is free. The bitch aborts my baby. I'm gonna abort her, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm having to engage with you and the chat, so I apologize.
No, that's I admire your ability to double task. I assume playing the game and talking to people is helps to support that technique, but I find it difficult to do multitask in that nature.
I'm
I
extremely functioning autistic. My brain runs at like 10,000 processes per second. Like right now, I'm talking to y'all, navigating the chat, as people can see on the StreamYard, opening up multiple windows, looking for entertaining stuff for us to watch when we kind of wind down on our conversation, and throwing a baseball back and forth and up into the air.
Okay, interesting. It sounds like being artistic is somewhat of a super weapon.
I don't say that, because I am the anomaly. Typically, not only am I not socially awkward, I'm actually really good in social situations. The vast majority of people that are autistic, as I am, are either severely retarded, severely socially awkward, or have physical ailments. I just got lucky.
Not to switch the topic. Have you been tracking JFK's interest in that field and trying to track down a cure? I think it's a cure within the next 7 months or so. That's their goal or whatever. Have you been tracking that or paying close attention to that?
I have not, because autism isn't something you can cure. It's something
that's
environment.
I think you said environment, or
it's environmental and genetics.
Okay, because he seems to think it's connected to vaccines or something of that nature, and you don't.
He's retarded. The science on that is, it may be a contributing factor, but vaccines causing autism is definitely not true.
Okay, that's interesting for someone.
I support vaccines and medical science, brother. If it wasn't for God and medical science, I wouldn't exist. When I was a child, my mother got in a car wreck and literally had a hole knocked in a third of her skull and almost died. It killed her older sister and severely injured her older brother. And like, if it wasn't for God, and there was nothing they could do. Like, they did everything they could do, and my grandmother, the doctors, they all prayed, and like my mom eventually came out of it after they did everything they could do. And then my mother got really sick later in life and had to get vaccinated, and that's the only reason that I'm here today. I don't question God or medical science for either one of those. I feel like the mind is a gift, is the greatest gift that God gave us. The second gift is our hearts, and we should follow our minds more than our hearts, but we should listen to both of them. So,
I'm just going back and I'm peeling through.
By the way, I'm reading the back chat. I do like your idea.
Okay, well, think about it, and that might be something interesting to help you get on your politics, because I'm waiting for you. There's a lot going on in the world. Looking for people to cover it or whatever the case may be.
I've been thinking about it, but with starting the new job, doing the Keepers of the Lore, and then doing because like all the streams that I've done for the past since the last stream I did that you were on, it has been topics that interest me, because I'm also super ADHD as well. So if it doesn't entertain, like the Sharon stuff, it got boring. Because I'm not going to be completely disrespectful when I go on somebody's panel. He kept muting me, so he obviously didn't want me to speak. And if it's his house, so I'm not going to disobey the rules in his house. So like, if something annoys me or is like tedious or boring, I tend to get bored with it quickly or not want to participate. And that's the thing. Race, politics, the red pill, like talking shit on women, it's all old. Like I have a mantra: women are stupid and make bad decisions. I've told every woman that's never really recoiled them. Some of them have looked at me and go, "Yeah, that's kind of true." The ones that haven't typically are the ones that are angry because of their stupid bad decisions. Does that mean I hate them? No, that means I have to be there to help them when they need help. And it's more so everyone is stupid and everyone makes bad decisions. Look at men. Look, like this is why I don't like the dude who was basically talking red pill, bitching about an educated black woman, putting him in his place. Like, people are dumb by and large. That's why I don't believe in democracy. That's why I'm a fascist, because people are stupid and they need to be led.
What? That made me chuckle.
I mean, it's a fact, dude. People are stupid and they need to be told what to do.
I don't think.
Come on, Calvin. Have you not interacted with the lowest common denominator is a thing for a reason. You don't have to agree with me that fascism is the way, but at least break bread with me that people are stupid and make bad decisions.
Well, you said people. I wouldn't say people generally are stupid. I think because you make it seem like the general population is that way, and I wouldn't say that.
That's the thing. I think the general population is that way. But go ahead, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Stupid. You're making me. But even if they are that way, I think I would still give them the freedom of choice and try to work to elevate their way of thinking, empower them to think independently and logically.
Yeah, but do you want to give them? That's fine and all, but do you really want to give those people the choice to choose your representatives and your leaders? Do you basically do you want those people to be able to ruin your life with their stupidity?
I mean, I would like I like the structure where everyone votes. I would just work to address those specific type of people. And go ahead,
Calvin. This is how you got Trump as a leader. Just want you to know that this is how you got Trump.
And I'm not mad at Trump. Trump is I would say I am mad at him, but I can't be mad that he was able to convince so many people that he was the man. That's on them at the end of the day, and I blame the people on the left.
Decisions.
I blame the people on the left because I mean Trump is that's one thing I gotta respect him. He's a beast in terms of getting his message out there and programming people to say what he wants. So, he is excellent at that. Go ahead.
Let me tell you a little story I had today, right? My grandmama, we had some stuff break, and I don't have the money to fix it. So I called my grandmama and asked her if she had a tool or something at the house that I could use until I could get what I got fixed, right? So she brought it to me from the next town over where she lives, and she's like, "Oh, we haven't spent any time together. Do you want a biscuit?" And I'm like, "Yeah, give me a biscuit. I'll take a biscuit." And we went and got biscuits, and she's like the stereotypical conservative evangelical like 50s housewife, right? Like she's also she's also a proactive, intelligent woman. So she's also a pastor, an Orthodox, a authorized pastor in some Protestant churches. I forget exactly where. And she used to be on the Trump train. Now she doesn't really get it. And me and her talk, and like I inform my grandmother a lot. Like
tell me quickly, she black or white?
White. This is my birth grandmother. This is my birth grandmother.
Okay.
My adopted grandparents have all passed.
Okay.
Believe it or not, my adopted black grandparents on my father's side were staunch Republicans. The black grandparents on my mother's side, her father, my adopted mother's father was a Republican. His wife was a Democrat. But I was talking to my grandmother, And she was asking me my opinions on Trump, and I said ultimately, I said, y'all know I only voted for Trump because y'all asked me to, because I don't believe in democracy. I think it's dumb. But if my family makes a request for me, I'll do it, because my opinion is no matter who gets in office, the people are going to suffer. It's always going to be business interests and everything else. So I think it's irrelevant. But the truth is, Trump is gutting our institutions because there is no reason to destroy the Department of Education and then still make people pay student loans. There is no reason to gut our national institutions under the guise of turning them back over to the states. That's retarded. We have national stand. We have these institutions, so we have a national universal standard. And I said, and I'm like, and she said, well, what about the terrorists? Do you like those? And I said, I did, when I thought that he was going to subsidize American businesses and promote people like you and I starting businesses. But now that that's out the window, no, tariffs are a dumbass idea. Well, my grandmother asked me, what's a tariff? And I explained to her like this. You or the chat can tell me if I'm wrong. I said, Grandmama, tariffs are basically a tax. They're not a tax, but they're basically a tax that you pay for buying foreign goods. Now, that's supposed to encourage you to buy American products. But when America does not have the infrastructure and the industry to produce those products at scale, it winds up causing the prices of goods to increase. And yes, the way it should work in the short term will be hit hard, but in the long term will do good. The issue is Trump is not subsidizing American businesses or incentivizing small business owners to create new businesses. So no, I think it's completely fucking dumb.
So, okay, you said something. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you agree that there would have been a distinct difference, set of problems versus a Trump presidency versus a Kamala presidency?
No, because here's the thing: the thing about tariffs is both parties are doing the tariff thing. Biden did the tariff thing. If you paid attention, Kamala would have continued the tariffs. The only issue is she would have exacerbated her presidency would have made race and gender and the intersectionality more of an issue.
Okay, so to the tariff point, the first thing that you addressed, you're saying that it would have been a continuation in the tariffs that was already there. Are you saying there would have been new tariffs that she would have?
Yes, new tariffs. Let me explain the situation. The way that the American economy is beginning to falter and beginning to present itself is we are now an empire in decline. We are also entering a phase of worldwide instability and worldwide expansionism. Right? The peaceful golden age that happened after World War II is ending. That was not a normal thing for humanity to experience. That was an outlier in the grand scheme of things. And now that is disappearing and we are now re-entering a multipolar world, we are having a shift back to the way economies used to be ran before globalism, before America's world hegemony. And that's the issue that a lot of people are thinking. They're stuck in the America's a world hegemon, but the issue is that that's not going to be the case anymore. There's going to be people that can at least challenge us in certain regions, and we'll be better for it, because as much as I think competition is necessary, there is an issue when you compete amongst your own citizenry and against the third world and people who use slave labor. Like competing against China and being competitive as us as nations, that's beneficial. But us trying to say American manufacturers and American businesses should be able to compete with in the free market against places that use slave labor or cheap as fuck labor and have shitty working conditions, will never win. So, and our government's recognizing that, and they are. See, Democrats are specifically targeting the high tech industries, while Trump is trying to target all industries. And the Trump method is the way to go because all industries matter. And this is an argument I get with some libertarians. They don't like the tariffs because my free market, my free market. Yeah, well, fuck them. You can't compete with a free market with people who use slave labor. I'll say it again for the people in the fucking back. And the issue being that under Kamala, as you asked, the new tariffs would be hitting high tech industries, and under Trump, they're hitting all industries. And the issue being between both of those is neither one of those would have offered subsidies for American businesses. It would have all been a ploy to get already established businesses to move to America. And you're going to see other nations put a stop to that because it doesn't benefit them to let that happen. And America is not a country, it is an economic zone.
Okay, that was a lot.
Hold on 1 second. Collect your thoughts. Let me address that real quick. Samuel, mostly a service economy. No, yeah. America has been referred to as a service economy, and I said it when I was a teenager, and I still say it now that I am the age I am, which is between 25 and 35. I think that is stupid because a service-driven economy, if you don't produce goods, that's a national security issue. There's been proof that China has put in backdoors to every tech component it has produced, and why wouldn't they? You know. So, I'll just say, Ryan T. Manufacturing will only come back to America through automation. I don't think that it's not that I don't think it's true. I'm not calling you a liar. I don't think that is factual, but I do think automation will play a huge part in reindustrializing the nation. The premise itself, and if you subsidize American businesses like you should to compete with the third world, it wouldn't be the case. But if you don't offer subsidies and you allow and you don't have regulation on automation, then yes, that is the case. But the problem with capitalism and automation is it cannot exist in perpetuity. Capitalism would become cannibalistic and it would begin eating itself and it would become communism. Because capitalism and communism are the same thing. The same people run the country, the same people run the corporations. Go ahead, Calvin, my bad.
No. Yeah, you said a lot in your last statement. A lot to unpack. You mentioned something that you said Democrats, and this has to do with the tariff. And you're saying they would, in their own means and method, continue in some type of tariff-like policy. You said it would be targeted against the tech industry. This is an interesting statement for me, something I've not heard on the political stage. Are you able to? Where are you getting this information from?
Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
Can you help the people who in the chat and everywhere?
Absolutely not. You should never take what I say as 100% factual. You should do your own research.
So that means you're going to help us with a link, a source that we can see.
Not at all. I am that lazy.
Wait a minute. Okay. If you're serious, then I'm not going to like accept what you said is necessarily true. I'm gonna go based on my set of facts or whatever. I used to watch Fox News a lot to get a balance. I think to be an informed voter or someone that's in politics, you need to listen to both sides and then figure out what the truth is. But I haven't been able to stomach Fox News to hear this type of political position. I've not heard that even with the conservative people yet. So I'm going to have to bat down that that Kamala or Biden or the Democrats would have fostered any new tariffs, because that's not something I've heard from her on her political platform.
They very rarely talk about their economic policies. It's all social with most Democrats mostly.
Okay.
Typically, the only thing related to the economy that they talk about is "quote unquote" lowering taxes, but neither party lowers taxes. They always increase them. Either
Um,
now. The thing is, Democrats increase them now. Republicans cause a need for an increase later, or give tax breaks to the wealthy. But no, the reason I don't offer sources is, for one, I think it's funny when I say no and people react weird. Two, you should never take anything anyone says for granted. You should do what Calvin does: watch both sides and do your own research.
but that's not orthodox. That is such a unfair political thing, because you just argued a moment ago that the viewing public is largely ignorant and are like sheeps or whatever the case may be. But then you do nothing per se.
I'm not a teacher.
No, but you can't. Okay, granted, you're not a teacher.
I'm not a teacher. I'm not. I can actually do, so
Okay.
therefore I don't teach.
Okay, so do you care that you want your political position to be valued and received?
Calvin,
Do you want to be
Calvin, I am a political extremist. I don't care if people agree with me. I want chaos. Ultimately, I
orthodox?
want chaos.
Orthodox guy, you're killing me. You're killing me.
No,
Killing.
but no. In all
This
seriousness,
is
I think the people are stupid, and I think the only way to make them not stupid is to tell them things they either agree or disagree with, and then when they ask you, when they do that neo-sophistry, pseudo-intelligent thing, and go, and I'm not accusing you or anyone else. You are an intelligent person. You just want clarification, and you want to be able to cross-read what I'm saying. But the average person, when they do it, they're just trying to shut you down because they either don't understand what you're saying or they are dickheads. And my thing is, I think that when you talk to someone who is stupid, right, and you say things that I say, or that someone like you would say on the other side, and you tell them, nah, I won't give you a source. No, I won't do that. I think that that actually encourages them, because most people like to argue. I think that that actually encourages them to literally go and look it up, if nothing more than for the sake of arguing with you. And also, Stan Lee. No, yes, we do need business welfare. I would argue that we need business welfare a little bit more than people welfare.
That's interesting that you took that position to subsidize business. I mean, that's like that's because how that would be difficult. How do you choose? Then everyone gets support in that regards. That is crazy. So before I say what I want to say, let me. Someone said something in your comment section. He said, "No, don't watch someone said mainstream news or whatever." Who said that comment? Don't watch mainstream. Halted. Yeah, I don't know where else to get the opposing side. So Fox, and then I kind of listen to some black conservatives, whatever perspective, and that's a YouTube channel and other right leaning platforms. But sometimes I don't really care for that. I choose to go to Fox News. But to your back to something that you said. You were talking about a rebalancing of the economy system to the former before. I think you said World War something, whatever the case may be. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how that rebalancing picture would look?
We're going back to a multipolar world where we're going to have a form of protectionism. The bigger powers are going to be more protectionist over their economies than emphasizing free trade and globalism.
And that was the original. That is normal. That is the norm. Was the norm, and it's going. We're trying to return to that.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to put it on intermission. I have to piss like a Russian racehorse.
Go ahead. Play something because I don't like talking. Don't leave me to talk. Play something.
I got you. Hold on. Pissed like a motherfucker.
Understood. I did it before. I joined the link. Hopefully it means you're drinking a lot of water. But back to what you were saying, or before I do that, Samuel and Halted, can you provide me with a couple of referrals that I can look at for right leaning, good right leaning political facts and things of that nature? I appreciate that. I'll definitely look into those if I should not be looking at Fox News.
Look,
Go ahead.
the back and forth you and Samuel are having, I love you guys to death, but fuck y'all, alright? Anytime anybody speaks, it should automatically be taken as their opinion. You shouldn't have to do this intellectual butthole sniffing where it's like, this is my opinion and not fact.
Well, no, you spoke it. It's not what you're saying is not necessarily an opinion per se. It's a fact. Either something is going to happen or whatever, or did happen, and you should be able to prove it. Otherwise, I mean, it's no use discussing or have a political discussion, because I could just make up something. I could just say Biden is president. What do you mean Biden is not president? He's president right now. He's sitting in the office, and there's nothing to support that. You have to have some type of rules and regulations for this thing, a political discussion, to work.
I mean, I guess that's fair enough, but the thing about it is, I'm right because I'm right, and I'm right because if you just sit back and you watch, you'll see that I'm always right.
Okay.
I'm literally batting 1,000. Just sit back and watch.
Okay.
All I have to sit back and see. I'm not trying to be facetious. Because I'm not. I know I'm being facetious, but I'm not trying to be, because I've just made a wild guess based on my observation, and every time when it comes about politics, even down to the time frame, I'm right. I may not have all the information, but I mean,
so okay, I don't. Well, I'll keep track of that. I'll see how correct you are in terms of what you're saying.
When you start looking it up, you will see that Democrats do use have been implementing the same type of Trump-esque tariffs, but you'll see that they're in different industries and for different reasons, slightly different reasons.
So enlighten the whole audience. Me per se, the way I consume my news, I have a couple of go-tos. I like C-SPAN, Washington Journal in the morning. I like that. It's a very unbiased source. Of course, I watch CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, and then I like a lot of social media people. I don't do too much of the podcast or whatever. How do you, or where do you get your intake of news and political insight?
It came to me in a dream, Calvin. I'm just playing. I don't watch the news per se. I literally no Imperious. I promote political. I can't even finish that sentence and be a YouTube creator. It's not liberalism. It's me. I do that. But no. I don't watch the news. I don't like their narrative. I don't like the narrative spinning of news agencies. Yes, not laws. I do frequent Stormfront back in 2016 when it was funny and not Andrew Anglin is in a wheelchair and is a big baby. Well, he's part of the reason I hate skinheads. Sorry, Calvin, I got sidetracked. No, I don't watch the news because I don't like the angle and the narrative manipulation. I literally watch the speeches on Telegram groups and underground media sources that don't put their narrative. they just put a recording of the speech and or a translation if it's not in English. They bring you the information, and I draw my own conclusions based on it.
Well, C-SPAN would be the space for you. Let me ask you this: are you aware that China and America has come to like a 90-day truce on tariffs at this point? Well, they dropped it. Are you aware of that fact?
Yes, you said did you say China?
China, yeah.
Last I seen it was China that they had a
Over the
90-day.
weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw something about that this morning.
How did you learn of that?
Telegram. It was under one of the articles or one of the Telegram groups I'm in.
Okay, cool. And can you tell me another article that they dropped in? I'm curious. It sounds interesting.
Well, again, for the most part, they drop headlines until the information actually happens. Like, for instance, the Treasury Secretary Bassett is talking about President Trump and Xi Jinping having a call that's going to happen in the coming weeks.
I thought they had. Okay, go ahead.
This was on May. This is all today. This is May 12th. Putin is going to be visiting Iran. Apparently, Trump made a comment that he's not looking to hurt China. He's just looking to benefit America. And the Indian Prime Minister Modi is claiming that 100 terrorists were eliminated during strikes on Pakistan. And a lot of this is just the headline, but there are videos. But
okay.
I don't play videos on stream because I don't want copyright.
No problem. It's sort of like a news hub with different headlines trending.
This is specifically. My dog is being adorable behind me. he's fighting there. If y'all hear him growling. It's basically what I'm reading off these headlines. It's called BRICS News in Telegram, and it focuses on the BRICS nations mostly. It's not really a narrative spinning website. It gives a headline and it posts a video or an article of the information. I use Disclosed TV. Mostly the same thing, but they do try to push a narrative which is typically pro police. Which I don't fuck with, and
you don't. Do you mess with any type of newspapers, like New York Post or New York Times?
Not really.
Okay.
For my political extremist news, I watch Movement Manifest because it makes fun of all political extremists. Specifically the fascist and right-wing ones, but it also does commies too, and it makes me laugh. For my war footage so I know what's actually going on in Ukraine and Taiwan, I watch a bunch of war footage for myself. Plus, being an evil racist, I used to have friends in on both sides of that conflict. So, like, I was talking to some friends, and literally. I was talking to some friends who were in the war, and I saw on the Russian side a helicopter fly over the guys, shoot missiles, and then on the other guy who was talking, the missiles land a couple hundred yards away. It was kind of a surreal moment.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I watched the invasion of Ukraine in Russia live, and ironically.
That's crazy.
Like I watched. I could see that border post that got attacked. I seen it get attacked live by some forces that were about half a mile away.
Oh, interesting. You want to address some of your chat? Some Empiricus asked you something earlier.
Okay, I will. Hold on.
Did you see the feds or something?
Oh, I thought I addressed that before I had to go piss. No, I didn't. I was going to. Did I see that? No, I have not. Imperious, I did not see the Fed say anything about going after people who I want to get exactly right. Hold on, what he said. Did you see the feds are subpoenaing? No, I did not see the feds subpoenaing California for immigrants getting money. Not at all. Post a link if you got it because I'm interested. Yes, Imperious skinheads are dumb. Stations, okay. You haven't. Is Ground News something on Telegram, Stanley? Let me look it up. I don't know if that's just what you call the type of journalism I enjoy, or if that's an actual Telegram. Oh nope. RSS Ground News and Updates.
They're gonna Trump is so. Let me write this question down. I have a question for you.
Okay.
But I don't want to interrupt your flow.
Not really a flow. I'm just looking at my Telegram now.
No.
Let me go back to addressing the chat.
Yeah.
In Trumo's America, planes be falling out of the sky, guy. I've actually made reference to the sheer amount of planes that have actually crashed in the U.S. And this is a phenomenon that started well before Trump. It always, like, personal little Cessnas and stuff would crash like every couple of years since the 80s. But like the mid 2010s, like 2014, 2015 is really when it started. And now it seems like it's happening at an exponential rate.
I have my own theories about that, but I'm gonna keep them to myself. I don't want the feds to come find me.
First off, Ryan, if you're still here, you should join the panel. In fact, everybody should join the panel. Imperious did drop a link, so we can go over that here. See, when I ask for links, it's not for sources. It's so that I can talk about the stuff they want me to talk about. I'm not being hypocritical. I swear. But no, Ryan, BRICS is not a joke. They are emerging nations, and this is they will be part of the bipolar world that we're going to have. If China is a failed state, then the U.S. is a failed state.
Yes, sir.
Get your fat ass back in here. Stop it.
Yes, sir.
What you up to, Bumpkin?
I got a little bit of time for the, take a shower and get ready for work.
I was picking on Sharon. I call him Sharon to be nice. His name is Sharon. Let me be very clear about that. So his name is supposed to be pronounced as Sharon.
Why are you over there picking on him?
Because it was fun. But me and Calvin, it went about as much as you expect. FBA is going to FBA. Calvin, talking to Calvin has been much more much more worth talking to about it.
I saw that he ended his stream way before he normally does.
Oh, he ended the stream? Did I?
Yeah.
Oh no, he started a new channel, by the way. He's still live.
What?
He raided everybody over to his new channel. It's not over.
Whoa. He has a new channel?
Yeah, that smile, so that's a good thing right there.
Oh,
go ahead, let it out. Let it out. Here we go. Look, he can't even hold it back. So
I'll post his new channel. I'll post his new link in the chat for everybody.
What's his subscriber count?
402.
The black guy?
Yeah, Sharon.
Okay.
Look, not laws. All I'm saying is, you would love it under my ruthless authoritarian state. Mandatory blackjack and hookers, Bubba.
That marvelous dude he reminded me. He even sounded like Shinada. They probably come from the same area. They have the same accent or whatever.
Oh yeah, no,
But
that shit was annoying as fuck.
So go ahead. I don't want to.
No, you can go ahead. You're the guest here.
Uh,
Oh,
um.
Ryan's here. Hey Ryan, sorry. I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Nah, I'm good. What's going on, man?
Nothing, talking about the evils of capitalism.
Oh yeah, good stuff there.
Yeah.
Ryan, why do you look like an HVAC worker?
That's my job. That's what I wear to work sometimes.
Wait a minute. Ryan is this is Ryan from CT. Sits on the
Yeah,
couch.
sometimes. From time to time, yes.
Okay, Ryan. Okay, I didn't recognize you but
Hi, Calvin. How are you?
How you doing? How you doing?
Good to see you.
Same here. Same here. I wanted to ask you about. Did you hear about the corpus habeas corpus thing?
No.
Orthodox. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm gonna talk about this for just a second.
Certainly.
This is the link that Imperius posted and brought up. Federal subpoena targets California's cash assistance programs for immigrants. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement's Home Security Investigations offices in Los Angeles has issued a federal subpoena to California's cash assistance program. Assistance. God damn, I can't even speak.
Okay.
Holy moly, dude.
Cash assistance program for immigrants. The agency is requesting records as part of an inquiry in whether immigrants in the country illegally receive federal benefits. The Title 8 subpoena served to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Social Services with administrators. The state-funded program select documentation for all applicants dating back to January 21st. I don't know what that abbreviation for. CPIP provides cash aid to immigrants ineligible for federal supplemental security income due to their immigration status. So they're subpoenaing these records, applicants' name and date of birth, copies of applications, immigration status, proof of ineligibility for SSI, affidavits in support of the application. According to the program's website, it is a 100% state-funded program designed to provide monthly cash benefits to aged, blind, and disabled non-citizens who are ineligible for supplemental security income. State supplementary payments solely due to their immigration status. The Welfare Reform Act of 1996 eliminated SSI eligibility for non-citizens, as it should be. As a result, most immigrants were not receiving SSI in August 1996 and no longer eligible. The amount of these benefits is equivalent to the amount of SSI benefits. The investigation comes after President Trump signed a memorandum on April 15th aimed at preventing undocumented immigrants from receiving Social Security benefits. According to the department, the directive orders for federal agencies to coordinate efforts to ensure only eligible recipients receive aid, to consider civil or criminal enforcement action against states or localities. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes.
Well, they're just gonna, yeah. I mean, California already supplements immigrants with Medicaid, of which it comes from the feds, right? I mean, a lot of the feds Medicaid California matches, so they're already doing it that way. They're probably doing it 6 ways to Sunday though. So, they say it's something else. You know what I mean? California will say, "Oh no, it's all us," but then they just redirect money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's them.
Like, have the feds pay for this, and we'll pay for that, and we'll call it something. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think.
Any matching funds, they overinflate. So.
Yeah, I think this is them trying to put a stop to that.
Yeah, we'll see. There's only so much you can do. So I would try to pull all the funding from any state that is trying to misallocate the money or use it for bullshit. I would go after. So I think they're doing the right thing. So, but that's our federal government.
No, our federal government.
So-
Look, democracy is wonderful, and it's for the people. But the people are retarded. Hold on, I have a video for y'all.
It's facts.
This is what I was saying earlier. Like, this is what I was still a Calvin. I don't believe in democracy, and before y'all boomers are here, before y'all boomers say we're not a democracy, we're a republic. All republics are democracies, but not all democracies are republics.
Well, it's a representative. It's not a direct democracy.
It's a representative what?
It's not a direct democracy. It's not a direct democracy.
No one does a direct democracy because it's retarded.
No,
Yes.
all democracy is retarded.
Yes, but specifically, direct democracy is like
It's levels of. See, it's on a spectrum. It's all retarded.
it's like on a spectrum. I don't think anyone here would advocate for a direct democracy, right?
We would already be finished if it was a direct democracy because people are too stupid. People are too dumb.
They're trying to push for a direct democracy.
Well, whenever there's a referendum item, that's a form of that because everyone's voting on an individual item, you know. But ultimately, people are too dumb to know how to manage themselves or their country far more. I mean, completely. Look at the people in office; they're real stupid.
This is the homie. This Middle Eastern Indian dude is a friend of the channel. He is my Sherpa. All right.
Because democracy basically means government.
Where are you bringing them up?
Oh, do you want me to? Okay, hold on. I'll show you guys. I was only going to show the people watching, but I guess the panel gets to see. All right, we have to restart for the.
Who is this guy?
This is a friend of the channel, man. It's my personal Sherpa.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
That rocks. The people are retarded. That's awesome. This
I don't know why it took him so long to say it, but it was
was awesome.
Funny.
That's awesome.
So
it's very true. It's very true.
Ryan, did you hear what Orthodox said about earlier? What type of government he's in favor of?
Oh, what is it?
Go ahead.
It's probably a benevolent dictatorship or something off the wall. What is it, Orthodox? Go ahead. Communism?
Yeah,
Socialism?
we love communism so much over here.
Is he muted?
Socialism? I don't know.
Yeah, I was muted. Hold on a second. Not laws. I've always listened to wizards. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at him. That is who would be president if I was in power, right? That is who would be leading people. Look at that.
That person's not even alive. That person's not even alive,
You're
dude.
not. You know what? You get hate bust. All right. You get hate bust.
Don't
Is that
start.
like Rasputin or something?
Don't start. Why we got keepers of the lore background? What's going on here?
I always use keepers with the lore background. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I helped make that, by the way.
We all made it. But no, the form of government that I would want, I'm an authoritarian fascist.
Oh fuck! Here we go.
Exactly.
So right and left wing. So both, like right and left. I think they're all fascists.
I prefer National Socialism as my form of fascism. I am socially right-wing, extremist right-wing, and
If you think authoritarian,
economically left-leaning, but more centrist.
yeah, if you think Ryan, if you think authoritarian left, authoritarian right are both fascist, then you have no idea or any like tangible idea about.
Well, they're both autocrats, right? It's all autocracy. Like if you look at,
left are not really autocrats at all. They don't really lead by meritocracy.
I mean, you don't think Stalin was a fascist, and the way he may not be labeled a fascist, but he was, a single only ruler. So, I mean, Putin appears to be a fascist.
Quick question for you: what is a king? Is a king also a fascist? I
mean, I guess I see a fascist as just a singular figure that runs the country, or that So, I mean, technically, a fascist is on the right, like Mustache Man. But
no, they are not on the right. They're not on the left.
I mean, what's your definition of a fascist? Not that I think that we should have one run the country.
My definition of fascism, or someone that claims to be a fascist, is someone that is against capitalism and communism. Mostly, yes, autocratic, but also economy-wise, tad bit of like command economy.
The thing about it is communism and capitalism are the same thing. All right.
Yeah, and you saw that when the entire world united.
Yeah, the people who run and are the elites in a communist country are the same people who own the corporations in a capitalist country. The difference is, once they become the state, they focus, instead of making a profit, because they no longer need profit, they have the authority of the state backing them. They are the state. They then pivot to focusing on keeping the people from rioting and taking power.
So Xi's kind of in that mold then. Yeah. Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping, if you've actually ever researched Xi Jinping, he's pretty fucking based.
I mean, how about Putin? He's similar. Like, they're just
I love Putin. I'm a Putin
autocratic,
You love Putin?
Yep.
Why do you like him? Like, do you like all of him? Are there any parts that you do not like about him?
I don't like that he was a communist and he's trying to rebuild the USSR.
What about the part where he killed that general that that disobeyed him, and with the airplane fell out the sky?
Oh, you talking about where he killed a traitor? That's based.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? What do you think we would do? What do you think the United States would do if someone tried to take a shot at the president?
He didn't take a shot at the president.
He didn't try to march through.
Wait. What do you think would happen if a general, military, his people in the military under him, and decided to march them on Washington?
I hope we would arrest him and take him into custody.
What happens if he doesn't surrender and his troops are ready to fight you?
Imperious is in the back chat. Imperious, please let us have this conversation.
Hey, okay, I think we're getting confused between method and enactment of government. The method is the system. The enactment is how the person in charge does it. So you can have communism, whatever, but then you can also have authoritarianism, totalitarianism, all kinds of different ways that the person goes about doing it.
Well, that's the thing. I am an authoritarian, not a totalitarian. I think the attempt to have
I would choose more of a theological totalitarian state. That's how I would what I would want.
That's the thing.
Because the state would be a religious state, and it would be enacted by complete and total power concentrated in one man.
Well, see, that's the thing. Totalitarianism quickly fails and is a.
I mean, the Pope's totalitarianism hasn't failed for 2,000 years.
The Pope doesn't directly manage an empire. He directly manages one city.
No, I mean, not really. That's the thing. I mean, that just becomes then bureaucracy. If you're talking about there's bureaucracy.
Well, the thing is, you can have a total power in one community. Yeah, sure. Your mayor,
like the mullahs kind of run.
No, you can have I mean, remember, Führerism was totalitarianism, just a German offset of it.
Yeah, I'm aware, and we saw how well that did.
No, but it worked well for a long time until he was a cokehead. He did fine until he got so tweaked out of his mind that he started going to war with everybody. But if you look at the actual production and what he did, I mean, you got to understand, people were paying $10,000 for a loaf of bread after the Treaty of Versailles. I mean, say what you want about him. I mean, yeah, he's not a great guy, but he didn't enact complete failure of his rule for 10 years. I mean, that country rearmed, reformed. I mean, it it pretty much discarded all the issues with the Treaty of Versailles and all that nonsense, and they rearmed. So I don't think it's like he wasn't like, again, people take everything black or white. Like he wasn't. Yes, was he an asshole? Sure. But as a ruler, was he any different than any other ruler? I don't think so. I mean, was he different than Lincoln? Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. He arrested people. He took people off the boat and gave them a gun and said, "Go on either fighting on the front lines or throw you in the ocean."
I don't even think he was a bad guy. I'm just gonna be real with you.
No, I mean, it's what I'm saying is say what you want about him, but the fact is that you can't argue with like the government.
I would say he's the most influential person of the 20th century. Not for good, but for bad. But he still affects the world today in terms of like setting up Israel. I mean, why did they set up Israel? It was a reaction to him, right? So that's a lot of influence.
Israel was already planned out in the Balfour Declaration and other things.
Israel was going to happen no matter what.
Israel was going to happen no matter what. Zionists.
I would say that. I mean, he's still. I mean, in terms of the realignment of the whole entire globe, you know, he might have been an asshole, but he was pretty.
Yeah, you have the shadow of a threat of a nationalistic uprising. That's since World War II. That's the whole issue with the liberal world order. The whole liberal world order has been created so that you don't have nationalistic uprising.
Yeah,
so if you want to take him
the
as
one thing they fear, that is true.
Yeah, if you take that as what he resulted from that, sure. But I mean, I don't think that people fear him. I think it's that they fear the idea of a charismatic nationalistic totalitarian, because that's what people get behind and get the most fervor behind. Nobody cares about democracy. Democracy is a shithole. Even in Europe, even in England, they care more about their king than democracy. They don't want the fucking democracy. Nobody wants that shit.
It's because democracy is fake and gay. Look at what happens when the liberals don't get what they want. Look at what they did. Look at what they're doing in Central Europe now. They're overturning duly elected leaders because they're right wing. They're nationalists.
Well, yeah, and like I said, this idea of democracy, like you're seeing it now. The idea of democracy was never. Democracy is a abstract idea that gives the masses and the stupid people the idea that somehow they have a say in things. And so when they put their emotions and say, "Oh, I have a say in things," I don't want to get rid of what I have a say in. And that's all it is. But in reality, like you're seeing now, a president to enact any kind of policy has to pass the okay of 1,000 federal judges. So the idea of democracy is, and that's why the founding fathers in the beginning, none of them believed in democracy. None of them cared. You had Washington take up the army and go squash Whiskey Rebellion. You had John Adams create the Alien and Sedition Acts. You had Jefferson pushing to impeach all kinds of judges, pushing to push the Supreme Court out of the way. You had, Madison, Monroe, all these guys. None of them. Jackson just said "F the court. I don't give a shit what you say."
He did too.
Again, and that's how it should.
I find it funny because me and Bumpkin were arguing with Flo about a week. Was it a week ago? Was it a week and a half ago?
Yeah.
And he's like, "How was early America authoritarian?" I'm like,
It was absolutely authoritarian. like literally, Andrew Jackson was on the Supreme Court. He was in the Senate. He was in the House, and he quit all three because he said, "I want supreme power." That's how authoritarian it is.
You couldn't really vote either. Like, it was only landowners that could vote, right? So it was a very limited number of people that were involved in actual democracy.
How many people on this panel would be able to vote right now? Say aye. Aye.
Aye. If you're a white male Christian landowner, you could have voted.
If you could have voted,
yeah, there's like 90 people in the country that were that.
Yeah, I'm saying if you could have voted under colonial or pre-Civil War America, say on the panel, say aye.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta be.
Well, it depends because my family was Italian, so we would have immigrated. We wouldn't have been able to. But if I was, yeah. Okay.
So just me, man. That's wild.
Not even you though, because you're a German immigrant.
But that's how it should be. It doesn't. You have to restrict.
My family was here before the Revolutionary War, sir.
Oh, okay,
the scariest thing is giving stupid people a voice. That's why you see what you see on CT's show. Imagine those people running the world. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the whole idea is I'm much more afraid of giving stupid people power than I am giving more intelligent power and them having it used wrongly. Like stupid people are much scarier, dude.
Also, involving the economic part of, essentially, they can buy votes with handouts, in various forms, whether it be for companies or for individuals, they can buy votes. Like if we do this for you.
Right, and that's how democracy always goes, buddy. Like that's just
prior to 1930, it didn't. The government didn't get involved in economics. I mean, really pre New Deal.
That is false. That is false. I'm sorry.
I mean, explain how.
Laissez-faire wasn't really a thing until like right after the Civil War.
I mean, it's never really been a thing. Like that's the whole thing. We've always had a type of intertwined economy where there's command principles in it, but the government tries to let people do as much as they think is right. There's no free market. Because if you have free market, then you have people can just, like I said, screw everybody over. Then you don't have any. So of course there's going to be laws and the state involved in it. So it just, I mean, contract law in itself is the reason why we don't have, pure capitalism. Because if you had, that's why contract law is so important. Because if you did, how would you enforce all of that?
Also, imagine logistical headache it would be trying to go to war if we had complete laissez-faire capitalism.
I mean, just a simple universal contract, UCC issue. Let's say a big company orders like $100 million worth of stuff, and they only give $99 million worth of shit. How are you gonna arbitrate that?
What I mean is, there's large sections of the population that the federal government there's literally welfare across the board for individuals, companies. I mean, government is involved in every aspect of it.
Ryan, you understand that in order to have a republic, there is going to be some level of government subsidy. Here's the thing: part of being a republic, if you look at what republics were, and Machiavelli stated this, and I tend to agree. There's only two forms of government: republic and monarchy, or republican kingdom, however he said it. But when you look at a republic and a traditional republic, they own and maintain state industry, especially relating to the feeding and equipping of soldiers. They invested heavily.
It was like a feudal system. It was like a feudal system back in the day.
Even modern republics, they're all indicative of being heavily militaristic and owning stakes in businesses and corporations within their territory.
I got to hop off, but I just want to say this. And remember, that's why why they're so scared of Trump. Because what we've had is a type of oligarchy / republic throughout the world where a bunch of small groups are running everything. Where now they're scared of a singular person running everything. That's why oligarchs, republics, all those are terrified of a monarchy. Because it's no longer like the cool kids club. It's the one guy gets to distribute how he sees fit. And they don't like that.
Yeah, we can have a separate conversation, Imperius. Thank you for coming up about that. I don't like monarchy, obviously. I don't believe ruling by blood is the right direction. I would much rather prefer ruling by merit or seeing that.
No, I get it. We'll get into this later. I got to get back. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Have a good one, Imperius. Not laws.
Yes. I think what I'm saying is that government's involved in everything, and the fact that they can legislate, huge amounts of money towards whatever they choose, whether it's paying off college loans, vote for me, whether it's child tax credit, vote for me, whether it's whatever it is, they're able to bribe the populace to vote the way they want them to vote. And I don't know if that's a healthy thing for any country, because you just vote for what you want.
I don't think student loans in general are a healthy thing for a nation. You're burdening your most productive people and the people that are in charge with maintaining your society. You're burdening them at the start of their life with massive amounts of debt. You're encouraging the increase in prices.
I agree with that.
See, here's the issue. People, this is why when Republicans are people like Elon Musk and people who support Trump talk about the population crisis, I'm like, you don't care about it. You're just complaining to complain as a anti-immigration debate. The simple fact of the matter is you've created all of these economic problems. Then you're libertarians at heart, So you're doing the same thing you accuse fascists of doing. You're creating a problem and then offering the solution. If you want to know why libertarianism doesn't work, look up the Libertarian and a Bear book, and it'll tell you about a town. I believe it was in Massachusetts, where a bunch of libertarians took over a town by voting, and this is why I think democracy ultimately is evil, and you have a right to rebel with the use of arms and violence. They took over with a vote. They shut down all government responsibilities. They privatized everything. And when I told this story to a bunch of libertarians, they couldn't tell me if this was good or bad. But it was so fucking bad that there was no animal control. People didn't have to pay for their garbage to get. People had to pay for their garbage to get taken out. So they would just not pay for it, and it caused a public health crisis. You then had wild animals wandering into the fucking city square because it was filthy, and wound up, and it culminated into a bear literally ripping a man apart in the town square and eating him. And their obfuscation is, oh, the bears not attack people all the time. Like, yeah, in the fucking country, you dumb fuck, not
In the
modern
woods.
town.
Yeah, in the woods they do. Yeah.
You see bears at people's houses. Yes, those people who live in the country, not within a fucking city limits. And when you do see it in the city limits, it's a small town like where I live. And when I say in the middle of the town center, I mean where there's fountains and there's fucking courthouses and it's an actual town center.
Yeah, I think libertarianism is probably not a good solution. It's a theory, and it doesn't really work very well.
No, these people are absolutely stupid, and they're nefarious in nature, and they preach their ideology like it's something that's going to lead to ultimate freedom and ultimate gain and make everybody rich and happy, when it's literally just either people who work for banks or people who are failed business owners who think their businesses failed because of regulation.
I honestly thought like the libertarianism and classical liberal thing, I thought that shit was over. I thought that was done. I thought we had moved on as a society and figured out, oh shit, those systems of the past just are not feasible, and they have giant.
Well, I mean, it's extreme. It's just extreme.
Halted said it right. Libertarians are just criminals who want to legalize their criminal behavior.
That's true for sure.
And as much as I have love for certain people, that is a fact.
That is a fact.
And you know what, Stanley with the fact about autocracy, and this is a fact that we as humans, this is why autocracy ultimately fails. The problem with any autocracy is it would be prone to the wrong one person, stupid brutalism, incapability, gaining unchecked power. That is an issue, and that is why you see most autocracies throughout history fail. Is that?
I would agree with that. It's a good statement, Stanley. I agree.
But that's the crux.
As an authoritarian, I also agree with that.
Yeah, but that's just a crux of people. That's just a crux of people in any position of power is stupidity and incompetence.
So the whole idea originally with the framers of the Constitution was about removing that ability, right? So dividing power amongst many people to govern, versus a king that is prone to whatever. So
I don't want a king, bro. I want an emperor.
Yeah,
I don't. Here's the thing. I am an American. I love the Constitution. I think the Constitution within an authoritarian system is still feasible because the citizen has rights. You know why I troll on not laws about the whole guns thing? You know the difference between a peasant and a citizen is a citizen is armed.
I don't think a citizen would have to pass some kind of test to be a citizen or somehow qualify to be a citizen. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't disagree with you.
Like maybe make it so that in order to vote in high school, you have to pass the just civics, 9th grade civics would be good. Because a lot of people don't understand the government. It's amazing to look at the voting population of the country. They're working on, they're on TV beating up Hakeem Jeffries for not doing anything about what Trump's doing. And he's like, we don't have political power. What do you want me to do? And then they beat him up for it. I'm like, they don't have a majority. What do you want them to do? The guy's not wrong. So, but a lot of people don't understand like what the filibuster's for. A lot of people don't understand none of this, and they're voting.
Let me do a little shilling. If you support the show, hit the Cash App. Also, you can find me at these social medias. So hit me up on there, and appreciate. Let's go ahead and continue the conversation.
Please.
Do you have your Cash App? Orthodox guy. Okay. Oh, you spelled it right in your Cash App. That's good.
Yeah. I didn't want to confuse people in the Cash App.
Yeah, good thing. You're finding your channel's kind of hard because you got an A in there. I'm like, what the fuck?
I did that to mess with the Ortho Bros because that's the first thing they focus in on. And then when I started to actually make this into a brand, people are like, "Hey, your channel's hard to find." I'm like, "Fuck."
Well, yeah, it is slightly difficult because of Orthodox, but so So earlier I was saying BRICS is garbage. It's because BRICS isn't really a legitimate currency, and it's not even really a thing. It was coined in like the early 2000s. Stanley said, "Why not do literacy tests?" Stanley, I'm just asking for some basic understanding of what people are voting for, because a lot of people just vote. They hear a bunch of bullshit on, one of the liberal media channels or Fox, overly conservative. They don't know the facts and they just vote for whatever they want. And people don't. Go ahead,
Ryan. My next question would be: would you want that and also banning or destroying the Department of Education?
I'm okay with the Department of Education.
Okay, thank God. Holy fuck.
I mean, I think they should, change it to a degree. I think.
It definitely needs to be reformed. That's for sure. It definitely needs to be reformed.
I mean, 50% of the money goes into the building in DC and the people there, and not to teachers, which I don't like. So, I think it should be reformed, as many things are. I'm not for destroying the government like Trump is doing. I think that's a little crazy, but U.S. aid is ridiculous. Like they pumped a lot of money into stupid stuff. Like they should definitely rein in the spending. I mean, the federal government's expanded massively in the last 4 years. They should rein it in.
Now, don't get me wrong. If you would have said, "Here's this new system, right? Here's this new system, similar to DOE, and this is what every basically going to replace the DOE." If you'd have done that, I'd have been like, "Yeah, okay, fine, destroy it, whatever. We have a system in place." But the fact that he just said, "Yeah, we're just going to completely abolish the DOE with no actual system replace it," it's just like, bro, this is going to be like educational anarchy. You're going to have legitimate poor people. Like classism is going to be rampant, bro. If they don't get another system going, dude, I'm telling you.
Well, every state runs their own. They have their own things that they decide. Like there's not really a national standardized education, right? So, I mean, I think they should standardize some things, but ultimately it's probably, and by the way, people say the DOE was founded in under Carter. Before that, it was just rolled into another department. It was part of HUD and various social program. It was in another department, basically. They just broke it out and made it their own thing. So they still had education oversight. But, I do know that all the money goes into the building in DC, and teachers they don't hire more teachers. They just hire more administration, and that needs to change. They need more teachers. Administrators don't teach fucking kids, So they don't do a lot, but.
So
if you look at the spending, that's where the spending is. All the spending in education is on administrative garbage and not the people that actually teach the people, like the kids, right? So anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say?
That's the pitfall. That's the pitfall of having a big-ass bureaucracy that we have and a affirmative action bureaucracy and all these other things that is dragging down. Is it all goes to administration and not the actual quality of the education of these students.
That's why communism eventually fails, by the way, bureaucracy.
Well,
The
I
way
mean,
that
that's
it's
why all
crushing the producers.
That's why all systems fail, because their bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the ever expanding bureaucracy.
Yeah.
You always, it's not. See, as much as I hate Marxists, because I just got in a verbal fight with a Marxist the other day on Flow State's channel. Bureaucracy, while it does kill communism and it is based for killing communism, it also strangles out every other form of government. Because the issue is the government doesn't need to be small. It needs to be big enough to be efficient in what it is, and the citizens need to be proactive in making sure that it is wrangling in when it gets too big. Like here we're teetering on the edge of totalitarian democracy with the amount of bureaucracy we have, because bureaucracy also necessitates the need for hate speech laws and other things. So I digress.
Well, Not Lost thinks everything is privatized, which it's not. And we have a very good mix of that. In the private sector, you see a lot of innovation. So, for example, roads are not paved by the government. They're paved by private companies that bid to the government, and the government oversees road construction. So, they inspect and do things. So the costs come down when the private sector has to compete with other private sector entities. So, and I mean, the government has pages and pages of bids that you can bid on selling all kinds of shit to the government. It's the biggest customer in the world. So that's reality. So the private sector helps the public sector and vice versa. And it's a pretty good merger here in our country. So you don't have just a bunch of state workers not doing anything, and you don't have a bunch of private companies raking. It's a good system. It really is. So having been involved in some of this shit.
Technically, you're not wrong, but the way that they go about doing it is privatized. Like, for instance, Halted said his town paves his road. Is it really your town that paves the road, or is it a private contractor who paves the road for the town?
Well, the town pays, and then they usually have it bid out amongst 5 companies, and a bunch of companies that qualify, and those companies bid against each other to get the contract. And that's how it's supposed to work. It works pretty well. So, the only time it doesn't work well is if when you get down into where there's only 1 or 2 companies to bid, then it becomes questionable, which is the government should be breaking up some of these big ass companies like Google and Microsoft, and for some reason they don't want to. But like, if you have more companies competing with each other, the customer usually fares better. But when you have a couple companies competing, then the customer doesn't do as well.
That's not always true, because you end up with subpar products and innovation capture, which is where they don't really innovate. They just make the same product over and over and over again with very small tweaks, like you see with iPhone and Android phones. Because being innovative and bringing out new technologies is not profitable.
But Outlaws is on that tax breaks. He's fucking Canadian. You don't understand the tax system, Outlaws. You don't know what you're talking about.
The biggest political influence in our country is not Russia or anyone. It's just Canadians trying to tell us how our system sucks. They need to shut the fuck up, become the 51st state if they want an opinion on American politics.
Yeah.
Love Not Lost to death. Hopefully we're still on for Zomboid either tonight or tomorrow, but...
And I'll tell you something else. Everybody's bitching about Elon Musk and SpaceX. The government's contracting with him to take their shit up into space because it's cheaper than them doing it. That's why they're doing it. They're not doing it to help him. I mean, it's cheaper than having NASA do it. So you get him to do it.
Yeah, but
that's a smart play.
That's also a problem in of its own self, because our military supply lines are not contracted out to private contractors. The military has their own semi-trucks, has their own logistics network. The issue with space is that we are not doing enough to build those infrastructures necessary to actually explore space and actually do the things that we need to do. Because space exploration is something that is near and dear to my heart. this is one of those things. You have warships and you have war logistics or military logistics. Then you have civilian and economic logistics and transport. That's that anything to do with government assets is automatically a matter of national security and thus should be handled under military logistics. They should not
So
be
you're
contracting.
saying,
They should not be contracting Elon Musk. They should be using NASA to develop spacecraft and using the Air Force and or Space Force to then pilot those spacecraft and then set up those logistic networks.
I mean, he takes up satellites every day. He takes satellites up, which can be used for both.
Even Flow State admitted on his channel, and he's a libertarian, that all technological innovation has come from government spending due to the military, and it always has throughout human history. Had a militaristic bent to it, he admitted that, but he tried to say it was a problem, especially in the modern world, because the only technology that we have is communication, and all communication is surveillance technology. I'm like, nah, bro, that's stupid. Medical research to get people back in the fight, fucking materials research to create stronger and denser materials and weapons. Like, it's come on.
I mean, but the private sector does put a lot of money into research and development for all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? Like that, they're still. I mean, pharmaceutical companies are still paying to develop their own drugs. They're not. The government's not paying for it. The government does contribute, but I think R&D is. Go ahead.
Look at all the tax cuts. Look at all the subsidies. Look at everything they get. And you really gonna tell me the government's not paying for it?
A tax cut is not paying for it. It's cutting taxes. That's all. It's not paying for the research and development.
Yeah, no, it's a form of payment. It is a form of payment, sir.
So if the company pays 20% in corporate taxes, which is the number, they're saving 20% on what they would put into R&D. You know what I mean? They still got to pay the 80%. So I mean, I think I read somewhere. I think that all R&D, about 20% is government, and the rest is private sector. It could be higher or lower, but the private sector pays for that too. You know, I mean, if you're going to make whatever, anything you're going to make, you want to put money into research and development to develop things. It's not all government paid for. The government just doesn't pay for that. They subsidize it.
The vast majority of all innovation across every field comes from government spending. Most technological and even medical innovation, as Stanley asked. And no, I didn't say. I may have said it comes from military spending, but what I mean is government spending in general. Most of that and most of our innovation is done in colleges and universities who do research, the only time that it has not been government funded is when it is invented by a private investor or a private person making a business. That's why I will never support communism. Because, like, the one thing I'll give libertarians is every now and again, and actually more often than not, an intelligent person or someone who's experienced in the field will come up with a design or come up with a solution that revolutionizes the way we do things or create some new product that is necessary for the improvement of our lives, and it takes off.
So the government. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second, Stanley. Yes, because I am an authoritarian fascist and an extreme militant. I do believe that all spending all government spending is related to military. My family are Prussians, and if you get that reference, you truly are intelligent. That's my challenge to you, Stanley, to understand that reference. But go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
So you said Prussians. That's interesting. All right. So, so I know who they are, by the way.
That's a part of the old saying about Prussians. But
they're just disorganized Germans.
No, they're actually extremely organized Germans.
No, listen, man. I hate to tell you this, but Prussia didn't make it. I mean, it became Germany. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it was a foundational member in organizing Germany. What are you talking about? The German unification. What are you talking?
Well, the the name didn't stick. So the name didn't
It's
stick.
because they spearheaded unifying the German people. That's they created the German nation. What are you talking
And
about?
I think the French beat them too. By the way, I think the Franco-Prussian War, if I recall, the Prussians lost. But that's another story.
You can't win them all.
So all I want to say is that there's like Elon Musk and all these companies do put money into R&D. The government incentivizes that because they're trying to dictate where we go as a country. Joe Biden did it with the CHIPS Act. The Republicans do it by cutting taxes in various areas, and they're doing it because they want the country to go in a direction. So at the end of the day, a lot of tax cuts are for the government's trying to take us in certain places, like they want green energy. Well, let's cut taxes in those areas. So, I don't call it corporate welfare because the government is taking that money, they're taxing corporations, which aren't people. So anyway, that's just my view. But, yeah, so I don't, it's not a bad thing. I don't think it's bad to have EVs, and I don't think it's bad to do tax breaks for developing weapons if that's what we're trying to do, So it's not bad. Oh, here we go. Franco-Prussian War. Who won? I think the French. I think the French won.
I think the Germans won. We lost so many less people than the French. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but they did the fucking look, man. The Germans never could even unify their stupid country. Frankly, they're just a bunch of little city states for 2,000 years.
This German slander will cease.
I mean, dude, listen. The Romans could never take it, and then they couldn't become one country. Once they did become one country, it was just they declared war on everybody several times. So.
Germany is the greatest land, and you have a lot to thank for the German people. It's not our fault. You still harbor that because I know you're Italian. You harbor that resentment that we pushed you across.
Listen, the Germans.
You're angry. A bunch of big dick, blonde hair, and blue-eyed niggas come rushing across you, butt-ass naked, and or wearing. It's in your genetic memory to be mad. All right, it's okay.
It is, yeah. Just like
they were allies. They're pretty much always allies. Mussolini and
when we saw those pointy titty Italian women, and then you were like, "Hey, you want some gold to go fuck up the Celts?" We're like, this is intriguing.
Well, they definitely once they were unified, they were definitely a big problem for the world. So
yeah, that's the thing. Y'all fear y'all. I'm gonna be like FBA. Y'all fears our power and shit.
I think the number one group that came to America was German, by the way, in terms of overall people. It's the most, I think more than
the highest amount of immigrants. Yeah. The highest amount of immigrants. Yeah.
Actually,
why is not Laws keep talking about dumb Canada? Hey, not Laws, real quick. There's more people in California than are in Canada, and California has a bigger economy than Canada. So once Canada can do more than that, we can have a chat about it.
Actually, no, Stanley. Prussian art and literature is actually very praised in Europe. It's very in vogue and always has been. It's up there. It's up there with France. But funny that you mention it. Bragging about a failed mercenary-producing state is high intelligence. No, it's just like it's in Ryan's DNA to be mad that the German people were never conquered by Italy, and they have a fiercely independent streak. It's also in the Prussians or Germans' genetic memory to be a army without a state, or an army with a state, I should say, as the old saying goes. Prussia was Prussia was not a state, but it was an army that had access to a state.
Just like how I really, really yearn for the old days of the British Empire.
Boo.
It is. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, it's the most dominant empire in the history of the world. So Bumpkin's absolutely right.
Oh shit!
Listen, man. I saw this thing on Horatio Nelson's war tactics. Right? These fucking. I mean, Stanley's a sailor. These guys were absolute naval freaks, man. Like, just kick the shit out of everybody.
Well, they understood that if you own the oceans, you own the world.
Well, that little shitty country, if you've ever been there, It's overcast. It's like just Pittsburgh. It kind of sucks, you know. But that little island was definitely an ass kicking machine. So pretty unbelievable if you look at what they did.
Yeah.
So I mean, Rome was quite an empire, but I think the British they were
Rome was a
badass.
better empire. You know why Rome was a better empire? The mere amount of time it lasted as an empire. In the grand scheme of things, the British Empire lasted for a minuscule amount of time compared to the Roman Empire. And honestly, I feel like Germany just wanted to
lies and slander, Stanley. The second part, anyway.
What did he say?
Part is absolutely true. He said, "Let me just say that the greatest Germans wound up in the USA. Many were Jewish, by the way. Fun fact: if they were Jewish, they were not German."
Yeah, fun fact. That's how that works.
Well, Nalaws keeps bragging about Canada as if it's even. It's fucking Canada.
It's not even a real country. All right.
It's not really a real country. No, listen. All of Canada's people, their whole population lives within 100 miles of the U.S. I mean, oddly enough.
No, Yeti. My family actually helped settle New Brunswick, and that is the largest population of Germans in Georgia. They also another part of my family also comes from the Blue Ridge Mountains, which if you know anything about Blue Ridge demographics or Appalachian demographics, it is Irish, Scottish, and German.
Yeah, my family helped found West Virginia, so
that's a lot to be proud of, right there. I'm just kidding, Bumpkin, because I'm the only person I know that I'm related to from way back was a West Virginia 12th Regiment Army Union soldier in Company G. That's all I know. So, and then they went there and just descended into alcoholism, and yeah, that's what happened.
You know how to tell if you're a real American.
How?
If go to the Google the Civil War roster, and put in either your mother's maiden name, your name, or your family name, and see if it comes up in the Civil War roster. If it comes
There's a Civil War roster.
Some distant relative here.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, I get so fucking annoyed by the Robert Lee was a traitor. It's like, bro, you're.
Look, this is how stupid he is. Not lost. Real quick, we don't steal resources. Other countries contract with corporations that are bid out. Okay, so in other words, when someone finds oil in their country, they get BP, British, they get Esso, Exxon, a Chinese company to extract the oil for a cost. Okay, so it's not America, it's corporations that are typically bid. The Chinese might win the bid, and then they're going to extract the oil, whomever. But oil in the ground is of no use. So I don't know why they think America just shows up with, like, I guess, what, government officials to extract oil. It's just dumb. Corporations are the ones that do business in these countries.
Oh yeah, yep. That's
you can tell he's Canadian. So, and I mean, you know, what's the name? Guyana in South America just hit a shit ton of oil, right? In their area, their ground. They then put out the bid and signed a contract with a corporation to extract said oil because they don't know how to do it. So they contract with a corporation, I think it was BP, to show up and suck the oil out of the ground, and they give them what, just like we're doing in Ukraine. There's a deal. Our companies are going to extract minerals and give them half the profits or whatever it is. So it's like they don't understand how the world even fucking functions.
Damn, both my father, or my last name, and my mother's maiden name, both in the Civil War. God damn. God damn.
But no,
I don't understand.
Fun fact: German Jew is a thing. You know, fun fact. No, it's not. In order for you to be a German, you have to be an ethnic German. In order for you to be Jewish, you have to be ethnic Jew. Now, when you say German Jew, you mean a Jewish person that lives in the lands of Germania. And,
yes.
Hold on. I lived in the Blue Ridge Mountains. No one claims Prussia. Well, it's because the vast majority of people are retarded and don't know the autistic history of Europe. Prussia is German, just like
Oh my
Bavaria
God.
is German.
Stanley, I know you're trolling.
He's
No.
just being an ornery old. He's just being an ornery old.
Yeah, he's trolling with that one, bro. That's being about as contrarian gets.
This is why I love Stanley, though. See, you gotta understand. In the chat, Stan Lee is a menace, but when he's on panel and y'all are talking, he is like an educated, wise man. Stan Lee. There are two Stan Lees. The chat. Stan
Not
Lee
Laws
and
is a communist.
Yeah.
Ranking the plastic worker.
Not Laws. Not
What the
Laws.
fuck is he talking about?
Not Laws lives in a country with a less population than California. I just don't even want to.
Yeah, they got 40 million people. I think California's got 40 million.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about Canada, Not Laws. Each province trades more with the United States than each other. That's how Canada is, okay? So Alberta trades more with the United States than Alberta trades with Saskatchewan or British Columbia, okay, or Ontario. And that is true throughout Canada because it's basically just a cast off from the crown, whereas we built our own nation, okay? That's the difference. I like Canada. I've been there. It's fine, but I just want to break laws.
Halton, technically that is correct, but seeing as America is not our native
homogenous.
Homeland, it's not even about being homogenous because it was homogenous at one time. Since it's not the native homeland of the people who gave it the name America, there's not one tribe that it's named after, so it's not really the land of America. You know what I'm saying? It's a conquered territory that settler states formed up. Y'all hit the Cash App. I'm getting bored.
Please,
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up when I get off. I'll hook you up when I get off Orthodox guy. I don't know what he's talking about. It's like he doesn't know any facts. He's just talking about war and bullshit. So,
he is speaking not facts, but he's speaking talking points that are based on observable data.
He spelled bitumen wrong. It's bitumen. It's bituminous, okay? Not Laws, so get it right. That's oil. At a very good deal in which I don't know what he's talking about. Without corporations to extract oil from the ground, would you do it? Not Laws? Could you just do it yourself? No. Corporations have the ability to do it because they know how to do it, and they're in that business.
Here's his issue.
Oddly enough.
Here's Not Law's issue, and I understand this issue from communists, but I also don't understand it at the same time, right? So, like, leftist people think that corporations take advantage of native tribes and the nations that they do business in, and by and large, they do. All right, that's a fact. They do, because once you allow...
it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. There's good and bad with...
It's a trade-off. Yeah. Typically, the corporation benefits much more than the nation that they go into, and then in order to get rid of them, you wind up having to nationalize or become communist, and then that causes problems with the neoliberal leaders of the world. But the simple fact of the matter is, it's not necessarily that a bad thing that they're being taken advantage of, because they beg to be taken advantage of. They do business with these corporations because they lack the ability to make use of the resources. And they want the wealth that comes from resource extraction. And so
the president of Guyana just did an interview after they hit the oil find, and his people, it was the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, right? And I mean, literally, it's still a rainforest, most of it. And now his people are going to eat, and their standard of living is going to shoot through the roof, all because they contracted with an oil company to extract the oil. And then look at Norway, right? Like, they hit oil up there. There's a sovereign wealth fund. The Middle East, they hit a bunch of oil. They're selling it like crazy. Their citizens benefit from it. I don't think that's a bad thing. So, I mean, you can not do that and still be in the middle of a rainforest with half your country dying of famine and starvation. But I don't know what the alternative is. I don't know what he wants. And these countries.
He wants a fairy tale land where everybody gets along and they're are no racial issues. There are no environmental catastrophes. There are no problems. That's what everybody seems to want these days.
He's bragging about his electricity. Outlaws, you can't buy a house in Canada without extreme measures. Okay, I know that, and so do you. So, and at the end of the day, half the operations in your country are performed in the U.S. because it's a 2-year waiting list. So, it's not perfect.
Hold on, Outlaws. To be fair, while you do got Stanley on the IV tube aspect, plastics are important for medical things, but I do think that glass and metal both are good alternatives to plastics. When it comes to food, when it comes to everyday cookware, or not cookware.
It's hard to get rid of plastic, though, man. It's in every fucking thing you touch. It's everywhere.
But this is the type of thing that you'd have to do to have like government. This is where being an authoritarian society would be very well. If you wanted to do this type of initiative, you could. But what were you going to say? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Stanley, Haiti was the poorest, but I think prior to that it was Guyana. You can look it up. I know within the last 5 years they hit oil and now they're doing better, but prior to that it was Guyana. And I don't mean the French Guyana, I mean the Guyana. Anyway. Listen, getting rid of plastics is very, very difficult. It's literally in every fucking thing you see inside your car, in your house. It's in paints. It is in sealants. It is in your fucking shoes. Your clothes are made out of it. Anything polyester. It's everywhere. I mean, if you just look inside your home, almost every fucking thing we touch is plastic. It's crazy. I don't know what we did before plastic. So, they're always talking about getting rid of oil and shit. I'm like, where are you going to get plastic from? Whale oil? You're going to go fucking kill some whales? I mean, beeswax for lubricant? Like, it's not possible. So it's really everywhere. It sucks, but what do you do? How do you get rid of it? I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution to it. So, you know what I'm saying? Who's saying use glass?
It truly is pragmatism.
I mean, I don't know. If you look at what somebody's wearing, their shoes are primarily plastic. Their shirt, it could be polyester. Rayon's plastic. I mean, it's fucking everywhere. Paint, your furniture is half made out of plastic. What we sit on, I mean, it's crazy. It's literally everywhere. So I don't know how to get rid of it. So what's it say? I got vegetables. I don't know what the fuck's that? What that means?
Why would you do that to yourself? Why wouldn't you just use a mason jar, bro? I think he's being sarcastic. I hope he's being sarcastic to Halted.
What plastic is in our brains? I guess it is. I mean, I'm sure microplastics, right? Ain't that what they say?
Yeah, microplastics are everywhere. They're in our sperm. They're in our brains. They're in our bloodstream.
I don't know how to get rid of it. It's just like oil now, right? Like it's literally, in 10,000 years, all the plastic shit that's in landfills and everywhere, it's just going to be back in the ground. It'll break down into oil again eventually, I would think. So one day, in a jillion years. So, but anyway.
I can't wait for my one artery to clog because it's just like a mega factory for fucking microplastics going through it. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, the stint they put in will probably be made out of plastic.
God damn it.
You're good. You're good to go. Don't worry about
it. But there was an altruist.
There you go.
So I'm gonna take us to a panel that I want to go on.
What is it?
It is the Hoodservative.
Oil is in pharmaceuticals. It's in every fucking thing, man. It's everywhere. If they didn't have oil in the ground, they would have had to invent the shit. So it's used for so many things.
Right thing to do, right? And so there is this issue that I think Christianity has.
Doesn't he just do like a monologue?
It's encouraged in altruism among white people that may be unique among other people. White people are
He
perhaps
usually
far
goes
more.
up.
They have what they
He
call
usually goes
out-group
against
preference.
Stanley. It's
They
usually him,
express out-group preference
And I
far
think
more
SKC and him
than
all
the
get
other
after it.
groups, right? So the nons, as I'm calling them, the browns or whatever. Brown people tend to be far more tribal than white folk, and you combine that. I don't know if that's a
I don't
genetic thing
know.
or
Are
it's
you saying
a
you're closing
Christian
this
quirk.
link?
But you put these two things on the
Oh,
table,
okay.
and it means that ultimately white people lose ground for being too.
Oh,
nice.
gotcha.
That's basically, reversing colonialism, the whole liberalism of the 60s and beyond. It all amounts to white people went out of their way to give things they didn't no one forced them to do it. They were talked into do it in one way or another. They were psychologically coerced at best, right? But that's ultimately what happened. It wasn't a forced thing. And so now you have people benefiting from what's essentially maybe empty altruism.
Yeah. But you know where it comes from, really? Because this is I find this to be a strictly Anglo thing, because I've never, our history, anybody east of Germany has different history than the Anglos. And on one hand, I think the expectations for the whites amongst our own, it's a little bit different than the expectations that they have for the non-whites in a sense. Because when I was in Chicago 2019, I was visiting some Bulgarians in Chicago, and they told me, yeah, my grandfather, when he came to America, he had to get an Anglo-Saxon name, otherwise he wouldn't get a job, because the Anglos have the expectation for you to assimilate to them. And I understand that completely, because it's something normal. They want to be nationalistic. The nationalism really goes deep among Europeans, sure. But the Anglos, the one thing that they haven't figured, maybe they did not study enough, is that anybody out, they were very shielded. They didn't have to deal with the Mongols, the Turks, the Arabs as much as we did. So we don't get to buy into the whole narrative that anybody outside of Europe is some innocent poor victim and they haven't done anything wrong and all this other BS.
This kind of accounts for why Eastern Europeans are seen as far more, quote, based than Western. The UK, EU guys are cucked essentially. But Eastern Europeans, the Russians, Slavs in general, they are seen as more based. But there's a history behind that. I mean, literally Slavs, like, you've been through things.
Obviously, yeah.
It makes more sense when you kind of have a history to explain it all. But that is a reality, though. There is a hardness to the Eastern European nature about, outsiders. And I think it's respectable. You have to respect it. Otherwise, like, why should they respect your thing and you don't respect theirs?
If civilization
I want to
is a thing.
Yeah, I want to
Go
talk
ahead,
to you,
Marco.
Orthodox guy. Welcome to the show, man.
Thanks for having me. Sorry for interrupting. How are you doing today?
No, you got it. Perfect timing. But right away. What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Before that, I'm doing a little bit of raid. I'm also streaming, so I'm doing a little bit of a raid. I seen you were live, and I wanted to join and have a discussion. If that's all right with you.
No, that's fine. It's an interesting, and this went how I wanted it to go in my mind, because all right, if you look, I've been kind of playing off of, it's still going live right now. There's a bunch of black guys having a conversation about this very issue, and I know the type of audience that I kind of tap into. I have a mixed crowd. I don't know the numbers, but I know there's a good mix here, and I had a suspicion that I can get a solid white opinion. And this is probably, outside of racism night, this was the whitest panel I've had so far. This is exactly what I wanted. Welcome to the show, Orthodox guy.
Appreciate it. I've been to your stream once years ago when I think I was following Angry Snowman. I dropped your stream link in my chat, and then in my StreamYard where I was talking with Bumpkin and Ryan, I dropped your StreamYard in there. So if you want to them on, that would be cool. That would be fine with me, or if you're okay with that. But
well, Bumpkin's here now. Anybody's welcome.
Yeah, I just had this shit on lock. I already know conservative.
Okay, yeah. So it's first time really being here in a while, and I've talked to you a little bit. I think it was on truisms.
Yeah, True is my guy. We might have spoken there once or twice. I don't always go there because it's hours off from mine. I go to sleep at night, so you know.
Well, I like what you have to say, and I like your opinions. I went on. Me and Bumpkin went on Sharon's stream and talked about this, the use of the N word and the Shiloh Hendricks debate and all that. And my thing is, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, man. Like we shouldn't police people's speech first and foremost. For one, we need to be. The issue is respect. All right, I don't care if a man is black or white. If you go up to a man and initiate violence or initiate accosting them, it should be okay for somebody to smack you in the jaw. But if you are starting problems or you're starting an issue and someone says, "Hey, go away, get away from me," and you don't, equally you should be smacked in the jaw. It's a
Well, Orthodox guy. To that end, let me pitch something at you. To that end, right? Let's really get into the meat and potatoes of it. The N word, right? I think Black folk are wielding a particular hypocrisy because we have social power with this thing. So there's a particular hypocrisy we get to wield as a weapon. And I think it can be kind of subtle like this. A white guy merely using the word conversationally, it doesn't trigger me, right? You going out of your way to call me a nigger is you're making a personal offense, and now we can make that personal. And I think there's a distinction there, and I think it's as simple as that. But I don't know that everyone else kind of sees it that way. Like it's not so much that you use the word, but listen, if you call me a flower, I'm gonna assume you're calling me a fag, and now it's personal there. Like it's not so much that you say a particular word; it's how you say the word. It's the usage, the intonation of it all, right? Like so, I think there's a common ground to be struck there, but I don't know that every black person is going to agree with me on that.
It doesn't matter what the groups think because you're absolutely correct. It's not the word itself. It's the intended use. It's the intended use to insult and accost and mess with someone. Like if somebody is doing their own thing, it doesn't matter if you use a racial slur or you just call them a bitch. If somebody's doing their own thing and not bothering you, it's not the same as violence, but it will initiate an argument and could lead to violence. And like if that leads to violence, it is what it is. If you just accost or mess with someone. But if someone is trying to walk away from you and have nothing to do with you, like the instance in the Shiloh Hill thing where she said the magical hatred word, and then the dude tried to follow her, then they tried to dox her, they sent rape threats, they sent murder threats, they're trying to get her kid taken away. On top of all of that, they're doing to this woman and bitching about the magical race word. On top of all that, they just further enriched a family's whose son murdered someone. And I think that's where you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that black people are kind of playing fair by connecting these two issues to be like, well, we did that, so they're doing that too because they see a particular thing or whatever. And I mean, it is what it is on that. It looks crazy for me, like to see how black folk under the Carmelo Anthony comments were kind of like celebrating the death of some white kid because, you know, team black versus team white. The whole thing is terrible because, again, we were just talking about like there's an artificial hold on the sentiments of white people. And I just imagine, well, what if it changed overnight? What if the sentiments changed overnight? Like that, all that stuff could come to an end. And, you know, nobody would like how it looks if white people actually move like that, which brings me to the real point of it all. And I want to get Bumpkin to talk about this too. What happened with Carmelo Anthony and Shiloh Hendricks, for the first time ever, white folk didn't feed one of their own to the sharks. Generally, in these moments of like racial conflict, you see how the dad was in the Carmelo thing? Black dads are allowed to have anger toward white people if that were the case with if it was his black son that got killed by some white kid in a little simple fight like that, right? Nobody in the media would really be making him hold back his racial grievance, but the white dad of Austin Metcalf, as white guys are known at doing these scenarios, they hold back their racial grievance, if they have any at all. Shiloh was a great example of white people standing together against a racial grievance. And so this is a new thing.
How wig natty do I want to be? That's the real question today.
That is a question. You go for it. What's going on, Bumpy?
How's it going, man? How's it going? I like the new Kanye song, by the way.
You know, I'm avoiding the Kanye song because it's a little too radioactive. I made a post on X on Twitter a couple of days ago. I'm not really into rap and all that so much anymore, so I'm kind of like whatever about the song. But the song itself is producing amazing right-wing keynote. Like all the little movies and edits they use for the song, it's dope. Like it's a lot of visually amazing stuff.
He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. Damn, you actually had me on panel. You went live before I had to drive to work. Damn.
White people time.
Yeah, white people time, right? You're not on CP time anymore. Maybe you are truly transitioning to a white man. I just feel like, I mean, I hate the fact that it took a white woman to do this, by the way. But at the end of the day, it's whatever. If the results are the same, the results are the same. I'm happy that, we finally didn't throw one to the Sharks. I'm happy that we're finally potentially unifying. And I think it was the stack of the Carmelo Anthony and the Shiloh case. The fact that a black kid can stab another black kid, and then people can donate to him saying, yeah, good job killing Whitey, yo. Yeah, good job doing that, man. And then then they're sending, those same people are sending death threats to Shiloh for calling a kid a word.
Well, what's so funny about that, if you think about the comparative display of trolling power, so you got black people in the Anthony comment section of Gibson Go, basically, F Whitey can die, all these things, right? All the things. But in the Shiloh thing, it's minute by minute N-word towers, bro. You just be building an N-word tower in the comment section, just repetitively. They built so many N-word towers, they made the guy shut down the comment sections, and I was just like, wow. That's a lot of white unity. Like the white guilt has faded away. It seems like they're just stacking N-words
like water, dude. It's just like it was ice and then the sunshine, bro, and it was just like water gone. It's amazing. I love it, and it seems like the country is like truly, finally healing.
Well, now here's the thing, though, because like I said, I wanted to have as white as I can get this panel, because I wanted to really talk to white people about their opinions. I don't want to talk to black people about it. I don't necessarily trust the black take on things, but the black opinion is the less relevant opinion in the sense that there's just a numbers and a financial component. There's a numerical and financial component to this reality, and I'm asking white people, do you think, because black folks sort of act like it's going to be the return of the Klan or something like that.
That's crazy.
But that's the conversation I want to have. Do you think white people coming together means the return of, old Dixie and the Klan and whatnot? Like the South shall rise again. Is the South rising again?
No, the South is not rising again. What it means is you're going to see a more unified white culture. What it means, you're going to see a more unified white population, and hopefully that sends a cultural shift over, right? Like, for instance, on TikTok right now, there's an entire sphere of white women claiming that they will never mix, right?
I heard about that.
Wild.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's crazy.
There is a segregate. There's an anti-miscegenation trend.
Yes,
being
all
spearheaded by white girls, though. White men say that nobody cares because they literally call you guys you be black men dick watching or whatever. That's what the black men say about it. But now when it's white women saying, "I don't want to touch one of you nibs," it kind of sticks a little bit differently.
Yeah,
I was waiting for that moment.
Yeah, when
know you wanted that, Angel.
No, I just mean because it's a herd mentality for most women and white women. So
Yeah.
it's actually a big deal when they say it, because that means something's shifting in the establishment. Yeah, because most women, are they're not going to do anything until they subconsciously feel it's safe to do it. Right.
Yes.
So this is huge. I mean, I've always been weird, but most women, they'll just look at you crazy. I mean, it's just implicit, like anything that they don't understand as like acceptable. Like ever since I was a kid, I noticed this. Like they don't think about whether they think snakes are scary or not. They just inherently. I'm not supposed to like snakes. Snakes are supposed to gross me out, and they get scared. I left Girl Scouts over this because I had a green snake that I found, and all of the girls, they were all just like mindlessly like recoiling from this harmless snake, and I knew not every single one of them thought it was gross. I knew it was just like a herd mentality thing, and like ever since then, I had like a bee in my bonnet about that, because, but that's how women are, and I don't hate them for it, but it is important for men to make them feel like you're not going to be in danger if you say these things.
I knew this would happen. I've been predicting this for a while. White women will be they give white men the blessing to be whatever it is they need them to be in the moment. And that's kind of what I see happening here. White women are quietly giving the nod, and we'll see what comes next. You know, there's a timeline. I can't predict the events that come on the timeline, but it does look like things are moving. The energy is shifting toward that direction where white women are quietly giving the nod. And it does mean like the ground is shifting now. I mean, who knows? I don't pretend to know what it means, but I know things will be changing in some way.
Right. I hate to say this, but here's how it works, right? Here's how it works. When you have racial components, when it comes to race, it takes two to tango. You know, half of the race is women, right? And for the majority of the time, they are the actual like social creatures. Okay, they are the actual social creatures. So as far as like the white culture and how we interact with each other, like they kind of are the arbiters. I hate to say that, but that's just like the reality of the situation. So when they,
I think women reflect the dogma at you.
I don't think it requires any caveat or apology, because it's not. Women do exist. Like you realize that, right? Like women actually exist. They're fucking real.
I get that.
It blows my mind sometimes.
Well,
but
a lot of people,
their role in the ecosystem. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of people in the manosphere, they hate the fact that like, well, just be a man, do it yourself. You don't need a woman to tell you how to. You know what I mean? It's just like, You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you do that on your own, you'll get completely castigated, and women will be the enforcers of that castigation, because women enforce conformity. But it's like a feedback loop, because women don't start the dogma, but once the dogma is established, women will bitterly enforce it. And I'm not. Yeah, you know, because like I don't think women lead men, because I see how conformist women are. So I know that they're not leading any charge, but they are responding to some type of subtle, I don't know, wizardry. I'm not sure exactly what it is, because I look back and I think of like the church ladies and how white women used to be, like they used to actually vote very conservative initially, because that was the cultural dogma. And then something changed where there was a signal that the institutional power was now in the hands of the left, and just a left-leaning shift. And then women became strict enforcers of that. But I don't think that they begin it, because I that's not my experience with women. Women often have to be very uncomfortable with thinking for themselves. So there has to be like a leadership element.
You know what I'm thinking about right now? That clip I found from Levittown back in the 50s, you know, the forced integration era. Mm-hmm. And there was those four lovely racist white ladies. And I say racist tongue in cheek, because I don't really think of them as racist, but by modern terminology, we're supposed to accuse them of racism. But they were just white ladies who wanted their neighborhood to stay the way it was when they got there, which is what most people want in their hearts, right? Because that's why you wanted to live there in the first place. And I was sort of juxtaposing them to black people complaining about the illegal immigrants. That's really that's how I initially even broadcast that clip. And that's why I had affinity for those ladies at the time, but they were kind of representing the last line at the time of that sort of white holdout culture. And then the social winds were just too heavy against them, and then all the women kind of went in that way. And now it seems like those old ladies are coming back again. They never actually left us. They were here the whole time. Those sweet old white ladies.
Even back then, if you watch those videos, the women were more outspoken. It was weird. I noticed that because I noticed the white men that were on those videos, they were, and I think it's because of the implicit threat of violence that goes along with men being, aggressive or confrontational or critical like that. They were kind of, it seemed like the men were trying to come off more as amenable, like they were against the integration, but they weren't trying to be nasty about it. Whereas the women were a lot more willing to sound angry, I felt like, and I think that was, also
women have that privilege. When women are allowed that privilege, and then I think it should be that way. I don't necessarily want to, beat up every girl who gets a little mouthy or whatever, but I think that's the way it is. Like women are sort of allowed that social privilege to have her emotional, passionate outburst or whatever, within bounds. Like, you don't let anything go too far, but those women in that moment were kind of expressing exactly what you said. And I think with men, you had it exactly right. Like, as a man, especially knowing I'm going to talk to like the media and whatever, I don't want to say something that might get like my house firebombed or, a bunch of people in mass roll up to the house at one night. But a woman is less likely to attract that sentiment. And so you're allowed that. And that's how the attitude gets to be delivered to the world. American Man, you've been kind of quiet so far. Thank you so much for your patience. We've been having a bit of a segregated moment. I'm allowed to pass because I'm the host tonight. I work here, like I always say. That's the only reason I get to do what I do is because I work here. But thank you for joining the show too, American Man. What do you want to add to this whole conversation about Black fatigue?
No, the segregated moment is fine because I feel comfortable, I feel safe. So this is fine. After watching over on CT's panel, that was very unsafe.
Are they still going?
Probably.
Dude, that show, gosh, so chaotic.
I knew this was coming, right? I said this. I don't know if I said it on your show, or maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But I remember saying this on a few panels. I said, first of all, I knew white women were going to vote for Trump. When you watched the demeanor of Black women during the entire Kamala Harris thing, I knew white women were going to get tired of them. All you got to do is sit back and look. Now, Bumpkin said something, and Jesse Lee Peterson said the same thing. He said that he hates that it had to be a woman. But I was thinking about this, and I was wondering, and if we just sort of take a lens and look deep into it, isn't most of this racial animus largely a woman's thing? Right? Because when you play all the videos and you listen, isn't it mostly women saying all these inflammatory things to cause racial animus today?
Not really.
See,
I think a lot of white guys are talking about it online.
Yeah, a lot of white guys. Well, of course men. Yeah. I don't know, man. This is how I see it. There are outliers for every rule, but on the mass majority of modern times, men have no problem seeing race. Both white men, Black men, Asian men, doesn't matter. They have zero problems seeing race and seeing that they are others, right? They have literally zero problem doing that. Now, it's only recently. Now, I think white women did see that en masse. But they just did not care, or they didn't feel comfortable speaking out about it.
It's a fear of violence, and like knowing that your men really are kind of handcuffed from responding in time because they can get their lives ruined if they really just proportionally react. And like for me, I'm a stay-at-home mom. My husband works. I keep him totally out of everything because even though he works for himself, it's still possible that he could get you know, I mean, somebody could complain about where he, you know, like the jobs he takes and like the companies he works for hiring him, contracting with him. So, and Shiloh's a stay-at-home mom too. So I find that interesting. Everybody thought she was a single mom because she was trying. I mean, she's never, you know, she tries very hard not to bring her husband into it because, you know, that's the linchpin. But, you know, a lot of white women who work now, they are 10 times as scared of getting canceled because they not only have to deal with, you know, the consequences men would have to deal with, but the women, you know,
well, imagine
will
being a
just shame
single
them.
mom in that. Like, you're just gonna take that no matter what, because there's nobody else but you to take, like, make the decisions and take the L. So it's like, well, you know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, keep my head down, and let my kids grow up.
Oh yeah. By the way, all single moms, don't worry. You have a place at my house.
This is not an advertisement. Jesus Christ, we're trying to help white people. We're not trying to get you laid.
I will directly help.
You want to do both? That's what you want to do, both.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, are we trying to make? Am I trying to make more white people or not? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on?
Anyway,
don't hate me for trying to do that. All right.
Anyway, we got a new guest here. I don't think we've ever met before. But before we get to you, Gar, actually, Bandit was on the dais first. So, Gar, we'll get to you just a moment. What's going on, Bandit?
What's going on? How are you guys doing today? Happy belated Mother's Day to everybody.
Cool. Happy belated Mother's Day to everybody too. I forgot to even mention Mother's Day. I did call my mom though.
Oh, that's good. So, I guess my biggest thing, and I've been, you know, griping this for the last month and a half. What happens when the apathy kicks in? Because that's when things are going to get dicey. Because hatred isn't as bad as apathy, in my opinion. If people stop caring, that's when it's going to be even worse. Because you can't recover from that. Because it's just going to be indifferent, and then then
we'll be like the Browns
in the opposite direction.
Well, no. I honestly, I don't think apathy is necessarily the posture, maybe, because who am I to speak for white people, obviously, but I'm just kind of, game theory the whole thing out. Mm-hmm. Apathy isn't necessarily the posture because apathy isn't necessarily pro you, and you need a position that's robustly pro you. What I think apathy for black people, this is what I want to respond to that. As far as black people are concerned, I think apathy is a good thing in that context from a very Darwinian perspective. It's like black folk have been existing outside of nature and we've become fat house pets. And I would rather us get closer to a more competitive human spirit than I get to exist at the behest of blaming white people. Like that's not a winning position for black people to exist on.
That's kind of my point, though. Like, if white people en masse do not care, there goes Social Security. There goes all the social network. That's the whole thing. Like, they'll just end the purse. That's the biggest thing that I'm going to see what's going to happen within the next 2 years. It's going to be such a, we'll just say, like, cleaving of the races for the most part. And it's going to be, everybody's going to just say, oh, the economy's rough, we're going to blame the economy, and guess what? Any kind of reparations talk is going to be disappearing. Any kind of social security network or welfare programs are all going to be snipped. Because that's what's next.
I'm not sure about the Social Security because there's a lot of us that still have old parents who we have to support if they have no Social Security. You know what I mean? So yeah. I think that millennials aren't going to give that one up too soon because it's not really going to help us.
Add some nuance to that. Social Security is an obvious, like Angel Martin said, but I think there will be some agreement that cuts have to be made. And the thing is, when you talk about something like Apathy Bandit, there's less reason to defend the cuts when the growing sense of apathy starts to take hold, right? Because a lot of our positions in this country are based on like a moral shaming. I talk about this liberal moral world order and the practical reasons for holding on to, like, how liberal can you be when all of the brown people of the world are literally coming to eat you? Like there's a sense of fear that's starting to take hold that makes the apathy practical.
Well, what you're gonna create is you're gonna, in a sense, you're gonna do exactly what the Muslims did. You're gonna create white no-go zones. That's what's going to happen. Because if a group feels threatened, because remember, there is no white identity structure. I mean, everybody says, okay, you might identify as your native origin, but really that's kind of weak. Like, most white people don't have like we don't care that we're white for the most part. Like, we don't go and say,
Hey, y'all, I might have to end it soon because I might have to help out my mom with some stuff. I'm gonna keep going for a little while until it has to get done. But if I end it before everybody gets back, that's why. So I'm gonna keep going for now. Um, I'll just end it when I end it. I gotta help her with some disability and some welfare stuff. So.
then and I think once that kicks in, then it goes to the next step.
Oh, I think we're past white is okay. I mean, at least the younger generations. I think that we're the younger white people. Like, I think we're past white is okay. I think we are verging on white is awesome. Is the best. I mean, like, that's all my ex speak at least.
We already had that.
Unless those are Indians.
Angel, we had that. We had the "It's Okay to Be White" campaign. That was literally a 4chan troll campaign. It was successful, by the way. It went viral every time they did it, and it makes the cities that kind of point to it look crazy. Like, why would you be upset of people putting up signs that say it's okay to be white? Why is it not okay to be white? Like, it was a brilliant campaign. We are well past that. You're absolutely right. You guys won that. Take the bow.
And now it's actually like looked at as like cucked to say that. Like, I've seen people, get mad about, like, what do you mean it's okay? Like, are we really still there? That's not even subversive anymore to say that. It actually sounds kind of pathetic to say that. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting.
I don't know where you're getting that from, because people are still getting pissed off about it. They're still saying it's okay to be white is hate speech.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh well, I mean, of course the people that are trying to push back against it.
I'm just saying, I have a different perspective.
Give me 1 second. Who was that just speaking? Was that Gar?
No, this was the Orthodox guy.
Oh, Orthodox. I'm sorry, because I wanted to kick the Gar in a second. I think the okay to be white troll has kind of it's won. Not everybody's on board with it, obviously, but I think it did its job. But I wanted to get to Gar in a minute. I mean, I wanted to go to Gar right now because the panel is kind of flushing out. We got somebody else coming up in a second, and I wanted to listen to as many quote white perspectives as I can pull in tonight. And so I'm not sure who Gar is, but I'm kind of going with the force on this one. Gar, are you a white man?
I am not a white man, Hood. It's me, Garian.
Oh, it's Garian. God damn it. You white passing nigga, you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, bro. I'm the closest.
So he's kind of basically white, right?
Yeah, I'm white. To be fair, I am white enough.
You must be from Southern Indiana.
He is white in spirit.
That's how all the guys in Southern Indiana sound. The black guys in this area, at least, not too close to Louisville, but in here, that's how they all sounded until the Haitians and Africans came.
No, because honestly, the name Gar's topic, I'm like, only a white guy would call himself Gar. Like, that's just a weird off-culture name. But anyway, you got it, Gary. What's good, bro?
Anyway, it took me forever to find your second channel. I think both for white people and black people, this is actually a good thing because it will essentially force black women specifically into a corner. I've noticed that a lot of women are starting to not only crash out at white women, but they're also starting to crash out at black men for being more and more open at the fact that they're losing access to white women. I wanted to come up here earlier where Bumpkin was talking about that whole TikTok movement of where a bunch of white women are starting to go anti-race mixing. And a lot of black men have responded with similar, with similar thoughts. And a lot of black women actually see this as both a good and a bad thing, due to the simple fact that, number one, a lot more black men are starting to become quote unquote red pill. And a lot of black men are bringing those sentiments into the relationship. Meaning if black men, at least the average one anyway, start losing access to white women, they might start bucking up to the black women, which would mean a slower and slower grip on black feminine aspects on men. So I think this is both a good and honestly, I think this is mainly a good thing for both races.
You know, I've never been like staunchly against race mixing in that I don't think in the grand scheme of things, the numbers aren't never going to be big enough to present like a real threat to the whole. It just on the individual level, it presents little cultural issues and family problems or whatever, and that's for the individuals to work out. But I'm kind of here. It's neither here nor there for me. I do think though that when you have like cultural comparisons and things to, hold your light, shine a light up against or whatever, it does work in that way. Because you're kind of talking about the red pill in that sense. Like the way I see it, and this is one of my gripes with sort of, with Black female culture, broadly speaking, and this is like very personal for me even. I wanted the kind of family that white men expect to have, and I didn't realize it was a pipe dream because I was a Black guy. And that has nothing to do with white people, by the way. Like no white people are involved in my dreams, right? This is me and a Black woman. And then later on, I realized that that's, Black women don't believe in the kind of things I believe in. And I'm not the only Black guy who wants that kind of deal. And that's an issue.
Well, to be fair, with the rise of feminism and the cultural issues we're having, a lot of younger white men are also dealing with that.
True. Yeah, fight you at all.
So Gary, and go ahead, Orthodox guy.
It's just an issue that we're facing, along with economic issues and an aging population. Like boomers still haven't given up power from running the country for the last 40 years, and like we live in a geriocracy and a matriarchy at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be the thing that destroys our nation.
My aunt's a boomer, and she looks like she's going to be 50. She's 70. They're never going to quit. Like I still can't believe, like, my grandmother at 70 was nothing like her. It's like they're also aging slower. They really are. And so they just keep going and going and going.
So that's why, Gary said something, right? And that's why I asked, is this kind of largely a woman thing, right? Because most of the videos that I see is mostly raging Black women, and most of the videos that I'm seeing now is white women starting to be like, hey, you guys are getting a little out of control. Because generally, I don't see a lot of white or Black men having that problem, aside from like gay Black men and like Al Sharpton and those guys that sit up on TV talking. But like, as far as just outside, I'm wondering if it's more of a woman thing. That's why I made that statement.
When you say that problem, specify, please.
The entire race thing, like happening now, because I by and large hear more Black women babbling about it. I don't necessarily hear a bunch of Black men babbling about it, aside from, again, gay Black men and like a few Black men pandering.
I mean, I see a lot of like young Black guys like assaulting like white kids. And recently, our friend, he's a single white dad. He had his 2 kids in Memphis in an IHOP, and they were chased out of the IHOP because they were sat like 30 seconds before this large Black table, and it was like a Black father and his family, and the Black waitress sat them 30 seconds sooner. The big family, big table, but my friend got his food first because it was just 3 people, and they got so angry that the Black dad stood up and led this charge and chased my friend and his kids out of the restaurant. I don't know why he stopped in Memphis. I don't know what he was thinking, but and I was shocked it was a Black man that did that. Yeah, and this was like a year and a half ago. But
that's a great segue. Thank you for bringing that up, Angel. I want to bring up this broader topic with that introduction, there does seem to be a heightened aggression level that Black folk encourage amongst ourselves. We encourage aggression toward white people in a way that white people don't encourage toward Black people. Like, white folk don't encourage each other to be racially aggressive toward Black people. So incidents like that, you see, if you're on like social media, I'm on Twitter, and I'm especially like, I follow a lot of the pro-white accounts on Twitter. And so videos go around, like right now, the video going around, Angela, you mentioned this earlier. You said the kid got shanked. I don't think that's the
Well, I know.
Angel, like, Jesus Christ, no.
He got sliced.
He got cut. Yeah, he got cut with something.
I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, wait,
yeah.
y'all talking about that fat white kid?
Yeah.
That was very close to me too.
Let me set it up. So there was this little chubby white kid. He's like, I don't know, 10 years old or something. So allegedly he's like walking his dog by a playground, and some Black kids threw something at him or whatever. So they're picking on him for no reason. And he doesn't back down. Now he gets into a one-on-one with one of the kids, and as soon as he starts squaring up with one of the kids, some other kid just jumps in on a bigger kid, mind you, like a noticeably bigger kid jumps in the fight. And it's unknown really how or what was used, but the white kid walks away with a real cut over his eye. Nothing like, nothing life-threatening. It's,
it looks worse than it was.
It looks worse than it was, right? It looks worse because it's a lot of blood, but it's really just like a cut over the eye or something. I don't know if it was crazy, but I know this is what's really unique about the moment and what I don't like about this moment, right? And I'm going to pull up the video. I'm going to look for the video now. But
and you'll notice it's like a Gen X guy who did the shameful thing when you watch that video.
Yeah, you saw the video too, Angel. So after that video happens at the park, right? The community quote comes together, and they don't find the bigger Black kid who jumped in and probably cut the white kid. He doesn't show up, but they have a little community together event, and the white kid and the Black kid who first got into the fight, they both walk away with a new bike, right? But what you're actually doing is rewarding the bully, the aggressor of the situation, and you're telling the little white kid to basically just be okay that the Black kids jumped you because you got a new bike. It's a very mentally subversive thing that happened on that playground that day.
Did you see the letter from the mom talking about what happened and how she basically went to her community to deal with it, and she's not happy about it. Like, she was actually, from the letter I saw, she said they're still bullying him, and that she's too broke to move out. She's a single mom, but it's like whoever this guy was, this Gen X dude, white guy, who awarded the bike to the white kid. Like, it looked to me like she went to him and other people for protection, for some type of resolution, because her son gets bullied a lot, and this is what they came up with. And that upset me so much because I'm a mom, and to think that she tried to go to her community for protection and they just gave the Black kid a bike for beating up a white kid, that's really disgusting. And that's in Indiana.
The Blacks would never.
Dad, I thought that was his dad. Holy shit!
No, his dad's some drug addict who ran off.
But there you go too. Family matters. I'm not even, if this is my kid in a scenario like that, I would not want to participate. I'm not necessarily going to make it a bigger thing than it is, but I'm not going to force my kid to go, I'm not going to let them tell you that it's okay. We're going to eat that. Maybe we eat that. I'm not even saying we do, but maybe we eat that, but we're not going out in public and putting you in front of all these people and eating that.
Oh no, God, I could never. I mean, it would be bad what I would do, but my husband says I jumped to murder too quickly. So, but I would be so angry, and I feel bad for her because she's desperate and trapped there. Right. Anderson, Indiana was a nice place.
And the thing is, right, and this is why I understand the sort of cautious hand and all that, because I don't want to send my kid off to war just because, you know what I mean? So I get the cautious hand of it, but at the same time, there is a call for a response. People want to see something happen. And so to take that moment, and then I'm going to play the video for you guys now, but to take a moment like that and then to end it off with both kids are on equal terms. Like, no, your kid just went out of the way to like bully and attack my kid for no reason, and my kid walks away with like he's cut up now. And would you have done this? Maybe this is the weird thing about the black issue. I can't say you can't honestly say he wouldn't have done that if your kid was black, because you know the black kids do this to each other all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird.
I see people saying that on Twitter, and I'm like, that's not true. I've seen plenty of black kids jumping other black kids, and like it's just we don't circulate those, but they do jump each other too.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, I don't know how racial it was per se. And that's why I'm like, listen, the little kid was standing up for himself in the face of all the quote black kids. That kind of adds an extra level to it. But he was just a kid standing up for himself.
You want to come up behind me and kick me in the back?
You're not.
So look, the little kid in the red snuck him. I mean, let me start it back.
You want to come up behind me and kick me in the back?
Standing up for himself, like, and you know, this is just a me thing. I have an affinity for the underdog guy who's standing up for himself. You know, he's just a kid standing up for himself. This doesn't even have to be racial, right? We can take race out of it in this moment, like, because kids are fucking assholes sometimes. Because aren't we all?
I kind of think it was racial for the big kid who jumped in.
Now that's where, yeah, and I maybe agree with you on that, because like, why would you jump in on that? First of all, the little white kid can't fight, so like there was no reason to really feel like I gotta help. You know what I mean? It just felt like, let's pick on a little innocent white kid. It does look like that.
Like, oh no, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna stand up for yourself. How dare you stand up for yourself?
Hey, that white kid did stand up for himself, though. We don't get that.
That's when it becomes racial, and that's when you get people having national incidents, and that's why you get the thing like the Shiloh issue. Now I guarantee you, if that guy,
But how did it get so bloody? Like, see, what did the other kid hit him with? How did it get so bloody? Like, were those brass knuckles or something? Like, you cracked his head open.
Yeah,
this whole show is going on members only for obvious reasons. So if you're not a member, you got to join the church so you can watch this, because this is obviously beyond YouTube algorithm friendly. So shout out to all the church members. Be a member if you want to see the whole show. I might put out pieces of this later and you know, isolated clips, but members only show, man. We're gonna put this behind the paywall as soon as we're done with this show.
You gotta understand. Halted said it in the chat. Your cuts on the forehead bleed really badly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily deep, because you got to actually crack skull at that position. So it's not necessarily a deep cut, but it's a bloody cut.
It could have been a ring. It could have been, because like if you look at him in the stupid little cup party they had for him, he didn't even have really like a lot of bruising on his head. If it were brass knuckles, it would have been bad. Like you'd at least seen bruising. I think it was like, you know, it could have been a ring, or it could have been just, you know, something bladed, I guess.
You said he got shanked, though. Hell no, you said.
I know it's not a real. I know that's, you know, a penetrating wound, but I was just using hyperbole. It looked like a shanking to me. The way that he ran in like that, like real deliberately and real quick, and like, you know, started hitting him. Like, to me, it just reminded me of when I, you know, the way prison shankings go down. Like, it's calculated.
They don't shank you in the face, though.
Someone in the chat said it's a shame that kids do this. Yes, kids. Yeah, kids. All kids do this.
All those blacks in their shankings, boy, I tell you.
I mean, that's another reason I said it. But I mean, I think it could have been a ring, realistically, from the damage that was done after, like what you see. Yeah. It just probably could have been a ring that cut him. He just by being punched by it.
I'm trying to figure out the purpose of him even involving himself in two little children fighting.
I mean, he got upset, and he's got a single mom.
Not to mention, he also kept that little kid in the red shirt for beating on him any further.
Yeah, no, there needs to be
I think they threw rocks at his dog.
The dude stopped him from like the little kid in the red was wailing on him, and the other millennial, I'm assuming he's a teenager in the shirt, pushed him off because he was about to hit him again.
Oh, really?
But Well, hold on, right? I'm not giving that any credit. You know why? You should have never been involved in the first place.
And let that
Right?
little white
Just
kid
because.
potentially die.
Exactly.
Well,
Just
no,
continue to
hold
run.
on. That's not what I'm advocating for, right? But my entire thing was it was the two little kids that were fighting. Here comes this older kid for no reason involves himself and then also makes himself the hero and says, "Okay, no more because I bloodied the kid. Why were you involved anyway?"
So they shouldn't stop the fight, regardless.
You're missing the point.
No,
You're missing the point.
I think you're adding a point that doesn't need to be there. What happened is what happened. It's not what ought to happen. What we ought to be discussing is what punishment was there for the kids, if any.
No, I agree with that, right? But I'm just asking, why did the older kid and the black get involved in the first place?
Because the
when they were
little
just two
white
little
kid is
children
about
fighting.
to die. If he
No,
got
he's the one that hit the kid. No. He's the one that hit the white kid. Play the video back. Yes. Play the video back.
Yeah,
He's the one that hit the white kid.
The older one.
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw.
the older kid is the one in the green. Okay.
I thought he was in a black.
No.
Look.
The older kid right there is the one in the green.
No. Pay attention.
Then the red.
Look,
and then
now watch this.
The blood.
No, hold on. Let it play. Watch this.
He snuck him right there.
Now, but hold on. Let it play.
And then
an older black kid in the black jumped on him.
No, that's the kid that we're talking about. I'm with you on that. He's the kid that came in.
The kid in the green is the one I'm talking about.
The kid in the green didn't do anything to anybody, though.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but
the little black kid, the older black kid in the black shirt was going to try to hit him in the face again if you see how he was postured over.
That's what I'm saying. But that's
it looks like when he saw blood, he said, "All right, I got it done."
No, he didn't. He was postured in
yes,
to swing again.
Oh, I mean,
yes, he wasn't going to swing again. But that's the question I'm asking. Why was he involved in two little kids fighting in the first place? If he was going to break it up. He jumped in for a punch, and then when he saw the kid was bleeding, he then moved to break it up.
No, he did not break it. The dude who broke it up is the dude in the green shirt. The dude in the black shirt spins around and is hunched over it in a position to punch him again, like the kid in the red shirt.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm
we're
saying.
not arguing. Okay, nobody's arguing.
Okay, so that's what happened. The dude in the black shirt, I mean, let's be honest. It's racial. It's always racial.
I think it was at that point.
I mean, we can only speculate. I think we're in agreement, but we're speculating.
It may have not been racial between the kid in the black and the kid in the red shirt and the white kid, but with the black kid, once you get a jumping like that, it's automatically racial.
But that's automatic. People should already know. People should already know.
Because usually they know. They usually a black kid's gonna see the white kid as like a lot of times they'll see them as off limits, right? Like, okay, well, this isn't going to escalate into this isn't a turf thing, right? So when they will have extra violence for the white kid, it seems racial to me because it's like, this is just some little dweeby kid who's not part of your little social system or anything like that. Like, nobody cares.
And my thing is, it's only bad when we do it. But hey, look, things. Mark my words, things are changing, and people ain't gonna like what they see.
But you gotta understand. You gotta understand. They're cowards too. They're the types that run. They prey on the weak. I mean, that's just how it goes. And people should know this. And whenever you stand and fight, at the very least, they might still jump you, stab you, but they're gonna turn back around and say, "Hey, that's the kid that fights. No longer you're getting bullied." That's just how it goes.
I did like that about the kid, the white kid, because he was stood up for himself in that little scenario, and that's good on him because that's kind of what you want to see from a little boy who gets bullied. Like, even if you took an L, you walked away with your little forehead bloodied or whatever, you'll grow up and you'll be better off for that moment.
I guarantee you that kid is now learning how to fight. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, he is.
And that's the thing. The next time something like this happens to him, I guarantee you, it might make national news.
Watch. Once
Hey,
he
you
learns
know
how
what?
once he learns how to wrestle, man, please, he'll be unstoppable.
He'll probably never be woke because of this moment.
He shouldn't be. Woke is a mind virus.
Just beat the wokeness right out of him. That's good. You know, wokeness can be physically addressed.
This is.
We shouldn't even have to be worried about wokeness in Indiana. It's crazy.
We shouldn't have to live like this. We shouldn't have to live like this. It shouldn't be a problem in our society. Is my whole point.
Yeah, well, but they're tripling down. They're building up these fat statues of black women to piss people off on purpose. You know? So it's like we see what they're doing.
Fat statue got to do with anybody. Oh
it's got to do with everything.
It's a humiliation.
That's trolling at its finest. Come on.
Wait. You see how many of these videos and news articles are we seeing where a black guy murders a white child?
Well, the fat black woman statue just stands there. She literally didn't do nothing, bro.
Yeah, but it's literally a humiliation ritual. I mean, in your society,
I agree. I'm just fucking with you.
When you have this double
I think it feels like humiliating for black women.
You have this double standard put into place where one group is allowed to be violent to the other, and then the government and corporations and all aspects of society go, no, they're innocent, they're just like us, and then they promote this message of, oh, we're going to tear down your historical monuments and replace them with this. That's a humiliation. That's a cultural humiliation.
And then the worst part is that they get up on the news every day and they tell the truth. They just switch up a couple of words. So they're literally everything that they say, everything that they're accusing.
They learned from the Soviets. It's called hyper-realism. It's like at the end of the Soviet Union when the breadline was, when they were starving to death and their society was failing, but you would look on the news and they would say, oh, the crops are hitting record numbers, jobs are at an all-time high, people are the happiest they've ever been. It's propaganda at its finest, and it's called hyper-realism.
It's lazy, but it doesn't really matter because it's working. I work 90% of the people that I work with believe what CNN tells them.
See, it's working on the dumbest of our society, but overall it's failing, and that's why we're having this pushback. That's why we made Shiloh Hitchens into a billionaire.
That is true, because I stand strong at my job and I convert a lot of people. So it's like I don't convert a lot of people, but I'm very reserved with what I say. I try and bring out what they say, and then it's like the movie 12 Angry Men. You ever seen that movie 12 Angry Men? At the end, I don't know. Fuck.
I do have a question after all this.
It's a beautiful day today.
Can I tell you guys a story about what my grandfather did in response in like the 60s when his two daughters got jumped in the bathroom right after integration? My aunts, they got jumped by this black girl fled the charge because they were calling them like Nazi because they have blonde hair, blue eyes, right? And now keep in mind, my aunts, I know they weren't saying anything crazy because our family nanny, Fanny, she lived in our house with us, and she was like family, and her son Ren lived there. Like my family weren't racist; they were Southern Republicans, and they were.
Hold on, Angel. You talk too fast.
Sorry.
Your family nanny, Fanny, black.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Sorry.
You went so fast. We need to know that part because otherwise people won't get the nuance of why Fanny.
Let me tell you the story. You'll be happy. Yeah. But let me tell you the story. You'll get some vindication.
Go ahead.
I thought Fanny was just a known black name. Yeah. So she was. So I'm just saying, I know it wasn't my aunt who instigated the fight or whatever. Like some people automatically say that. This girl, this little tiny black girl, instigated the fight, and then a bunch of boys jumped in and beat them up too. Ren saved them. The black son of the nanny. He carried them out of that bathroom. My grandfather came back the next day with a lead pipe, looking for that girl, and it just turns out that girl lived in an apartment that my grandfather owned. He owned the whole complex, and he got the family evicted as a result of that. Like, that's how it was back then, like that. And now look at this. I don't know if he's going to play the video of the response now of like the kid getting a bike for jumping the kid, but it's crazy to me.
I never saved the video earlier because I didn't really intend to do content on it, but I can't really find it in my stream right now, and I'm having a hard time actually just locating it on my Twitter feed. But
I saw it. I'll see your person.
Yeah, it was.
I thought that was it.
It was everywhere earlier this morning. But, no, this is audio shitty.
About racism and bullying. And that's the way we brought everybody together. It's a puck. It's a win-win. Maddie got his bike. Your mom said you shouldn't have it.
Hold on. What was that?
Did he say it's a win-win?
Hold on. There's a guy speaking in the actual video. I want to hear. He said his mom said he shouldn't have it. Let's focus in on that for a minute.
It's a win-win. Maddie got his bike.
Oh, he's so proud of himself.
Mom said she shouldn't have it, but I gotta talk her into it. Everybody, I just talked to
You said your mom said you shouldn't have it, but I kind of talked her into it. Now, this is what I was saying about the video to begin with, and I'm glad we did get a shot of the little black kid on the bike. So you see the black kid, he ran up behind, snuck the little kid, the white kid, and then they were about to have an actual fair fight, and then he gets jumped by the other bigger kid in the black shirt or whatever. And so now the kid in the red shirt is getting rewarded for that behavior. That's gay.
That's gay as fuck.
Yeah, that's super gay.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Why I'm an open racist.
What's this white dude
This
talking
is
about?
Indiana. Indiana is a very red state. It's like the first one to get called for Republican every year.
Republicans are the biggest cowards there are. It doesn't matter if it's a red state.
I know, and that's why people were saying Metcalf's dad must be a Democrat. And I'm like, you don't know boomer Republican, like white boomer Republican guys, do you?
I don't see color.
The Republican, color sure as fuck sees you at this point.
Yeah.
It's the
But I'm just saying, Indiana is not even safe, and it's a pretty white state. You know, like it's crazy to me that this is happening.
It's the religion. It's the religion.
Fuck. Conservative or Republicans or Democrats or liberals. I want white unity, and if that doesn't,
It's the religion that makes them say that. They say it themselves. They said it. Both of those men cited the Bible.
Yep.
Wicked world. What's good?
I'm a Christian too, and I don't see the Bible that way. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Honestly, it was kind of garbled. Wow. That's not how I read the Bible.
Well, look, we watched it on Knock last night into detail, right? They cited the Bible just like Metcalf's father did. It's the religion.
The Bible made me based. I don't know what they can do. Because I see God being very willing to hold people accountable for their group's reputation. I see God willing to he doesn't like entitlement. And it's one thing to forgive.
Forgiveness is a main theme of the Bible. Forgiveness.
No, I was waving the Christian nationalist flag over on CTs, and it was a little bit somewhat out of pocket for me, perhaps, because I'm not, I'm not a church goer, but I deeply appreciate the spirit of what the Bible is intending to transmit to the reader, and what the spirit of Christianity is trying to transmit. So I'm at a weird place with that, right? However, I do think the biblical order should be the order of the day. I don't really make any bones about that. There's no real shaking off that. But it's a weird place for me nonetheless, because I'm not a churchgoer. But I do think
in Israel you were allowed to put people to death for sins, even if they were saved eternally because they had faith. That's it. We're talking about two different types of forgiveness here.
The issue is American Christianity is a cultural Christianity. It's not actually religious, and the Bible is the Bible and the Word of God is used to justify everything to really stupid people.
Well, but here's the issue, though. Stupid people need religion because, stupid people need a reason to do the right thing.
Here's the thing.
Watch them 24/7. That's the great functional purpose of religion. However, and that's perhaps why I identify with Christianity on a practical level without believing in magic and all that stuff. Because this is what, I'm not a churchgoer. You're not going to catch me catching the Holy Ghost or nothing like that. But on a functional, practical level, I deeply believe that's the way to go. And I think it's for kind of that reason, too, because you know what? Not everybody's going to understand the reason why you should be a better person. But I would rather encourage you along that way. And I need these tools to help me along that way as well.
Wicked is shouting bullshit, but I go to argue. How do you explain homosexuality in the church when God outright says homosexuality is an abomination?
They're sinners, and wickedness has overtaken the institution.
I think Christianity is as if
wickedness hasn't overtaken the concept of faith, and these are separate pillars, right? The institution of church is man-made. The concept of faith is really a spiritual thing that exists, broadly speaking. These are two different things.
Look. At the end of the day, me and Angel think that this religion has cucked out white men.
The misinterpretation of it. Well, no, listen.
The interpretation of it, right?
The modern difference has done that. Yes, Angel. I don't want to cut you off totally. You got it.
What I wanted to say was that my forgiveness extends to the extent that I'll pray for them. That I hope that they are saved. That I hope that I don't wish for them to go to hell. That's where my forgiveness is obligated. I have to be. I'm obligated to actually want people to come to Christ. No matter. It's like I can't be like. Jonah in the way, where he was just angry that he had to preach to the Ninevites, about God because he didn't want them to be saved. He wanted them to be destroyed. That's the unforgiveness that's condemned in the Bible. But there's nothing in the Bible that says you don't get consequences for your actions, or you're not supposed to be punished for your actions in this life. In fact, that's supposed to teach you consequences in the afterlife. I don't believe that we should necessarily be holding the Old Testament law because I don't see that going well. I don't really trust our society, honestly. I don't trust the wider world to represent God so directly that it wouldn't become some abomination. But they have completely co-opted Christianity to teach this one-sided surrender. To where we're not even supposed to protect our own families, our own people. I don't see that in the Bible, where you're just not supposed to protect.
It actually is the exact opposite of what's in the Bible.
It would be better to tie a millstone around their neck and drop them into the ocean if they would to do these little ones any harm. I just don't.
Let me pitch this to you guys and tell me what you think about this. This is what I consider the ironic position of modern Christianity as compared to something like Islam. In a lot of ways, Christianity and Islam have a lot more in common. It's just that Christianity has drifted away from the things that they have in common. So, like, Christian women used to be relatively covered. Like the idea of wearing a veil and all that. You go to certain places right now in the world, Christian women will wear a veil or a scarf the way Muslim women wear that kind of thing. And it's not a.
But Islam doesn't. Jesus said to cut out your own eye.
It's not even a religious problem. Like Wicked and anybody who says it's a religious problem is wrong. It's literally from the French Revolution and the rise of actual liberalism.
Thank you. Liberalism.
In the Western world, liberalism is dominant. Doesn't matter if it's right-wing liberalism or left-wing liberalism. Like all the communism, capitalism, all this shit stems from liberalism, and you get the same arguments from people who support both, even the extremes like anarchists and libertarians. This whole I can do what I want. It's about what makes you feel good, what you desire. Christianity in the West has been superseded by what makes you feel good, egalitarianism, utilitarianism, and several things that the basic thing of egalitarianism is everyone's equal, right? The founding document of hold on one second, I'm having a brain fart. The founding document of utilitarianism is what makes the most people happy is good. You combine all this liberal policies, whether it's communist, capitalist, or left wing or right wing. You combine all this shit up, and you get what we have in the West. It's all liberalism's fault. It's all the doctrines of liberalism.
When you mention, let me say this: when you mention the French Revolution and mentioning liberalism as the birth of liberalism, it immediately led to something like communism. Most people I didn't know this, and somebody pointed this out to me in a debate at one point.
The first Paris Commune.
Right, and so we don't really get that from the modern perspective, but the revolution that gave us liberalism also gave us communism almost immediately, and it was awful.
Well, don't get it twisted, because capitalism also, what we know as modern capitalism, also came from the French Revolution, and modern right-wing libertarianism, i.e., capitalism, is worship of the self. It's satanic in origin.
People are basically good. Idea that systems make us better, or even sports.
Everything is permitted. It's Luciferianism. You have Satanism on the left and Luciferianism on the right.
Call it what you want, Orthodox. Call it whatever you want. But those two men cited the Bible.
Use
whatever you want. Whatever you want to add to it, fine. Okay, whatever you want to add to it or take from it, fine. But they themselves said what they said.
Bro, I can quote the Quran after something stupid as propaganda if I'm culturally Muslim.
But they didn't cite the Quran. They didn't. They cited the fucking Bible.
I know what you're saying, Wicked, but think about this too. The issue we have with the Black community culture in this country is kind of a rejection of Christianity, even if they're Christian in name, because they've rejected kind of a fundamental tenet of Christianity, which would be that, like, no matter what else happened, you're blessed that you got taken out of the heart of pagan darkness and delivered here and became Christian, and you're generationally Christian. And I don't think it's a coincidence that slavery suddenly, magically, was considered wrong in the West, like right at the time that Black people were so removed from their pagan roots, and like they were fully Christianized in this country, and then God set them free.
You know that's their DNA. We haven't been in this new society very long, so that's not their history, right?
But what they rejected is the humility of actually.
Angel, I haven't heard from you in a while, and you're still as intelligent as I remember you.
I hear you a lot. I just can't call in very often because it's just rough now with all the kids. My aunt's watching them right now, but I got to go soon anyway. And it's late. But I hear you too. You're holding it down over there off stream.
I'm glad that you're still taking that act. I'm glad you're still
I got to take a quick pause in the conversation here. I like the growth of the channel, but we're not big enough to ignore the super chats, and we got a couple super chats kind of piled up. So let me just acknowledge the contributions to the show, and thank you everybody so much for donating. Anunnaki, the one, he says, you were never born any of these things. You were taught and forced and or brainwashed into all the effort you experienced in your enslaved life, especially when it comes to religion. Holy F. Thank you so much for that with the $10 super chat. Ivan with the $2 euro donation. With the €2 donation, he says, don't mix snow. Don't mix snow and dirt. Girl is Eastern European. Ivan, you're hurting my feelings because I do have like this fantasy of running away with an Eastern European redhead. And don't crush my dreams, Ivan. I'm just the one guy, though. You can sacrifice one redhead for me, right? Anyway, the Midwest request with the $2. Maybe I didn't even say two, but I'll take a second one. I don't mind if they come in a pair. The Midwest request says with the $2 super chat, white reparations coming soon. Thank you so much for that. I am opposed to my reparations. Unlike most of the nons, though, I take my reparations individually on a one-to-one basis. I don't want them from like the government. I'd rather earn my reparations. You know what I mean? Ivan with the $2 euros, he says, with the €2, he says, support the channel, graffiti for the Black women statue. I can't wait till they actually do graffiti that. In my mind, I feel like somebody's going to take a picture like palming her vagina or something. True Hype with the $5 super chat. He says, I don't know what version of Christianity some go with, but where my table flippers at? Yeah, that's the version of Christianity I think most of us at the table are okay with. Everybody on this panel are okay with the table flipping Christianity. Dick Dog with the $5. He says, we need a long talk about John Locke and Jeremy Bentham. I'm not sure about Jeremy Bentham, but John Locke, we can talk about those things. Educate me if I don't claim to know everything. I'm interested though. Why do we need to talk about John Locke, and who the hell is Jeremy Bentham? Ivan with the €2 says, salute Wicked. Remember Sunman DNA? Yeah, our DNA is prolific. And then Laser is with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Shout out to everybody who's been supporting. Appreciate you so much. We have been working on a new project over here, trying to get monetized. Thank you to everybody who smashed that super chat button.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
One last thing before I kick the conversation back to the panelists. We started out this show listening to a bunch of black people talking amongst black people about black fatigue among white people, right? And the question I want to lay out is, I try to make an effort, you see on this type of panel with this scenario, because I enjoy this kind of conversation. And then two, I think this kind of conversation isn't had all that much with black people attempting to talk to not just like liberal punk ass cucked white people, but white people who are actually holding the taboo opinions. I don't know that black people are familiar with having these kinds of conversations. And so I think these conversations are necessary. And what I wonder, and what I want to lay out for the panel to talk about next is how, let me ask it like this. Do you think that idea of black fatigue will give white people more ground to talk about things in a way that they want to talk about them? Because so far the race issue is only approached from the black sensitivity perspective. And I wonder what happens to the race conversation if white people are allowed to speak fully in their own defense.
Back to segregation. I'm joking.
Yeah, honestly, the way you asked that was kind of.
I know. I was thinking out loud. It wasn't so much of a question. That was on me. But I guess let me kind of condense those thoughts, because I was really going extemporaneous. I was working through something. But no, seriously, I was
like
thinking.
Four questions all in the same sentence.
Yeah, I was really going away from you. I was out of body. But I think the question though is, how do white people go about asserting their actual group interest into the modern racial conversation? Because black folks seem to have some kind of bitter fear of it all. And I don't think it's a point of fear to be had, but you guys take the question there.
I got you. They don't, quite simply. We have to create a new narrative and create a new culture around it. Other than that, we just don't. Because the conversation as it needs to be had for white self-determination and white unity is something that cannot fit in the current narrative or paradigm. It's not able to exist because everyone but white people is allowed to be unified, allowed to have a voice, allowed to express their self-interest. If whites do it, our biggest enemy are liberal whites, followed by the Rainbow Coalition. And it's something that we are going to have to, one, fight amongst ourselves, and that may actually be a cause for a civil war. I doubt that will happen, because the roots of communism and leftism and this ideology that promotes this bullshit. Like, I talked to a leftist the other day about just black criminals, and they kept obfuscating, and it's like, you can't talk about these minorities or the problems that minorities pose to white liberals because black people are their children.
Well, Orthodox guy. Orthodox guy. Let's be a little more blunt. When you say you can't talk about the problems minorities pose to the white interests, let's flesh that out a bit. I want to hear you. Well, not you, but I want to hear the ideas and the problems being voiced. What are the problems the minorities present? Crime. Okay, with you. Crime.
Sexual assault, high drug use.
Sexual assault is a particular kind of crime. Okay, two separate things. Drug use. Well, it's not. Is it drug use or is it the trafficking of drugs into your community?
It's all of it. The low social trust is causing all of it, and diversity provenly causes decreased social trust, but even between people of the same race.
Because
drug selling, all that.
Drug sell. I feel like the idea of being neighbors can't really be maintained if you don't actually allow the air. Yeah, but you have to air the grievances if you intend to be neighbors of any kind. So it's like, tell me what my kids are doing. You know what I mean?
At this point, I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point, the fact that I am seeing more and more is we just can't share a society. We're going.
I don't want to fight you on that. I get it. I'm trying to have the conversation for the sake of it, but I get that there is a reality to be addressed as well.
This is part of the conversation because. Like, at this point in time, there's no possible way to have any sort of healing, any sort of agreement between blacks and whites without some type of enforced segregation for the foreseeable future.
Well, I think the word people are throwing around lately is balkanization.
No.
Which is enforced segregation of a kind, but it's more of a national thing. They're like America.
No, that's not going to happen. That would require the government to step in. And that would prerequisite the collapse of government.
That would require
a national collaboration. That's never going to happen.
National collapse, not a national collaboration. And the
collapse.
And the balkanization of the United States for any minority, whether for anybody,
it would be hell, bro.
Is not in our interests.
The only people that might make a go out of it is Southwestern Mexicans. They got position and solidification and networks, but beyond the border, things get dicey, bro.
But that's the thing. Like the only way is government enforced segregation and right to self-determination, and basically enshrining in the Constitution the right to association. That's simply, and that means overturning the Civil Rights Act, overturning anti-redlining laws, and allowing people to dictate what they want done in their towns, cities, homes, and that's the thing. Like, and that's the issue. Whenever you have this, you're gonna have a section of the black community that doesn't want that. That's gonna cause them to get more violent. You're gonna have issues with the Hispanic. Because I'm gonna be real. All right, Wiki can get his ass back up here, but Hispanics are not that much far off from blacks. You look at every metric, they pay less in taxes. They're almost have the same crime rate. They're like maybe 20% less worse than blacks in society.
There's a lot of variation between which kinds.
20 is a big gap, though.
Yeah, but here's
here's
the thing. If you talk, here's the thing. If you talk to the worst of white nationalists, like, just get rid of all blacks. See, let's say we did that, right? You still have a high crime rate, a high rate of issues with the same thing from the Hispanic groups. You still have a tax burden from the Hispanic groups. So what I'm saying, whites and Asians, it doesn't matter the variety of Asian. Whites and Asians are the only net taxpayers, the only places that produce safe cities, the only place that produce high trust society. We cannot share a society that is not racism, that is actual fucking fact. That's
I was gonna mention the Singaporean model. I don't claim to know everything about it, but broad strokes, it seems like they have some kind of a racial mix there, and because they have ethnic mixing, one of the things that happened in Singapore, what was their leader, like Lee Kuan Yew? I forget his full name. Lee Kuan something. He was a great Singaporean.
Yes.
Okay, so he kind of unified and brought Singapore into like the modern age, and one of the things that happened is they did away with jury trials. Because look at the Carmelo thing. Imagine a jury of like 10 blacks. He's not going to jail.
There's evidence to prove that whenever there's blacks on jury, it swings the jury based on if the defendant is black or white. If they're white, they're 73% more likely to vote guilty. If they're black, they're 80% more likely to vote not guilty. The simple fact of the
And
matter,
even whites are harsher on whites too in the juries.
Whites have always been harsher on whites, but that's not the point.
The simple fact of the matter is, you bring up Singapore as an example, and I've talked with this about because I've always grown up with a multiracial background, multiracial friends. I can count my blessings that most of the people are intelligent that I talked to growing up, even if they turned out to be leftist dumbasses. The simple fact of the matter is, you cannot have a multicultural society without super authoritarian governments. That is the
and aren't they mostly Asian over there?
That's why I brought that up.
They're like different types of Asians in Singapore, right?
Yeah, they're Chinese and yeah, I know that's a funny thing. Aren't they different types of Asian? No,
Yeah,
they're
they-
Chinese and then I guess
Indian.
Singaporean national.
Oh, there's Indian.
And then yeah, the
Southeast Asia is also the most authoritarian-minded country in the world. Singapore itself is an authoritarian. You cannot own property in Singapore. You can have 99-year leases.
I did also hear that in
And that's
Singapore,
why I'm bringing it up,
littering
because-
can cause littering has a also high charge rate as well.
It seems
I gotta go.
Okay, you want to say something?
Sorry. Yeah. I wanted to say that I think one of the biggest things that personally I think that a lot of this toxicity that's happened, because I kind of agree with Orthodox guy. I think it was Orthodox guy said that, if we got rid of all the blacks, we still have this huge problem with Hispanics.
Indians.
I'd rather get rid of the Indians. Terrify me. We're like importing a middle class. Like, why would we want to replace our own upper class?
You're importing a low IQ, a low IQ, low impulse control middle class who has failed their way.
Yeah.
That's what you've done, and that's what we're doing.
And they're super populous. They're the most populous country on the planet, and they all want to leave. And it truly terrifies me.
The Indians are like less violent niggers, though. That's what it feels like. They're niggers, but they're just less
They're
violent.
only until I don't think it's going to always be that way. They're very afraid of white men. My husband always says this because he works, a lot of places he works have a lot of them.
Their entire culture is.
Yeah, wait until the numbers shift.
Plus their entire culture is based on worshiping white people in the first place. So.
It's not even that. It's flattery. You flatter your oppressor until you can stab them in the back. They're literally low.
There you go.
But what I wanted to say is like, I'd rather get rid of the rest.
Allies nationally.
I think we could work out with the
national allies. It's hilarious that those two countries are like buddies on a national level.
I think she's trying to leave.
I'm like, no wonder they hold so many.
So let's try to.
Sorry, what I wanted to say was, I think if we had,
you got it, man.
if we didn't have all this other diversity, we could have maybe dealt with our own problems, because we could have, freedom of association. They wouldn't feel so emboldened to think they can team up with these other ethnic groups against us, because the other ethnic groups only ever pretended to care about racism in the first place to get our approval, because we said that's the rules. But they don't actually care. But white people really have a hard time with that. They really want to believe that it's all our idea, this racism thing. So, but I think that they wouldn't. I think white people would be. You could reason with them more if it weren't for all of the other diversity we've been flooded with. But the biggest thing I think, because I've noticed when I talk to pro-blacks, once they know like my real opinions, and even when it comes to segregation or freedom of association, but they know where I'm coming from, it takes the sting out, because it's like, okay, I don't hate you. I really don't actually hate you. I actually believe it was God's plan to bring you here, and to I don't believe that Africa could have ever been evangelized without a colonization and even slavery, because it would have been almost impossible to get in there. Just with little missionaries.
Say it with me, Angel. Colonization was a good thing.
It was a good thing. Of course, it's a good thing. But
Evangelized with holy fire. I'm sorry, my bad.
Well, maybe. I mean, I see God's providence and all, but what we did was we stopped short of asking Black people to accept that, like to actually accept that. Yeah, I know it happens to be us that introduced you to Christianity, but doesn't make the Bible less true. And you do have to be thankful for that if you're a Christian that you were.
Angel. Historically, North Africa was Christian before the Muslims became a thing.
Right.
And more than likely, without the Muslims, Christianity would have just become the norm in Africa. Like the North African Christian culture would have just traveled south with the Black Africans, and it would have just been a Christian continent. But so the Arabs interrupted that. You don't even have to carry that as white people. The Arabs did that.
Not to mention there were Ethiopia and Eritrea; those were on Christian until the Arabs came in. And now they're fighting.
Well, yeah, but we didn't get them from Ethiopia, we didn't get where we got our, the slaves from was from a pretty much untamed area of Africa, for the most part.
Yeah, the West.
Maybe one of the only based African cultures that I can think of.
Yeah, that's why I respect them too much. But speaking of Angel, it was good talking to you.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt your little.
Thank you. No, I'm gonna let you go because they're about to let my Kangol outside. I have a Kangol, and my kids are. If I don't watch them, they're gonna let her out, and it's gonna be a nightmare with the neighbors. So I gotta go.
And a giant dog. Is that what I'm hearing?
She's a great dog, but she wants to kill our neighbor's German Shepherd, so it's now a problem. Yeah, but she's huge. Yeah.
Is the German Shepherd a male or a female?
It's a female, and my Kangol is also a female. And that's the only one she wants to kill.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's because my blue heeler intentionally sticked my Kangol on her the first time my Kangol got off of the chain or off the leash I had her on. My blue heeler immediately ran 2 acres to this German Shepherd and started a fight because she had been wanting her big friend to beat her up. And ever since then, my Kangol thinks that, she's a threat. So my neighbor will shoot her if she gets out. And I wouldn't blame him because Kangols are terrifying when they come for a dog. Like they're not violent to humans. She's wonderful with people, but with dogs, it's like a tiger. I mean, I've never seen a dog like this. Get a Kangol, especially if you got a pit bull problem in your neighborhood. Get a Kangol. But I'll let you guys go.
Problem, a Mosin or a fucking Mauser handles that wonderfully.
I know, but you kind of gotta wait for them to, start something. It's a little bit easier for you to get caught. My dad tried to behead one with a samurai sword once. He chased it all over the neighborhood because it came.
I hate pit bulls. I do not like pit bulls. I used to be a pit mommy. I hate pit bulls.
Yeah, me too. I just met a lady whose granddaughter's tooth was ripped out by her mom's boyfriend's pit bull. And I mean, she survived, barely. But she randomly talked to people. Everyone you talk to has some horrible pit bull story. It's insane. We need to sterilize them at the very least.
No, we need to.
Anyway, I'll let you guys go.
Exterminate pit bulls.
I agree. But the pit mommies and daddies we might get them to agree to the sterilization.
Join their dog.
They should at least go to jail.
I'm a political extremist. They can join their dog.
I know. All right. Well, hey, I'll let you guys go. It's been great talking to you, Hood. It's been a while still. I'm off to wrangle all of our white children that we have, even though we're millennials. So
enjoy the white babies. You have a great day. Thanks for coming by, Angel.
Thank you.
Hold on, real quick. Shout out to Ivan with the €5. He says, "I'm with Angel on that one. Gypsies come from India. Never trust street poopers. They're afraid of muzzies, but they get bold in front of Westerners because of DEI. I think you're right about that. There's just like a lot of social and legal cultural pressure on white folk to allow all the nons to get bold, but all that can go away in an instant. And what happens then? That's kind of what we're thinking. What I've been thinking about with this whole stream tonight. What happens when the attitudes shift? But shout out to Ivan with the €5. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show tonight. But somebody was speaking. Orthodox guy, was that you?
It was. My thing is the Indian menace, as I call it. Hey, all the stuff that we talked about, and all the statistical data of how their culture is. We just import that because they're good for the economy. They're bringing all that. Somehow they couldn't do it in India, but they're bringing all that business over here. They're building American industry and business. if Patel is born in Ohio, he is just as American as people whose family helped found this country. You know, we got to give away our birthright for the GDP. And fuck all of you people who believe in that. But no, the Indian menace needs to be called out everywhere it shows its ugly head.
Yeah, I'm gonna rejoin off my phone. I'll be back.
All right, peace.
You're gonna get driving me to work, so have fun with that.
Anyway, I do have one more question. Do you think that the quote unquote gender paradigm will change if some form of segregation were to be implemented?
That's an interesting question.
Because I was going to say, when it comes to black people specifically FBAs, there's a huge gender war that's been going on for the past, 5 to 10 years. Do you think that if black men, and I think that the whole passport bro phenomenon and dating outside your race have been a good escape for black men for a long time. But if something like that were to change to where they're unable to, move outside the cage, do you think that something will drastically change amongst the
I don't know.
line?
I don't know that moving outside of the cage, so to speak, is going to be stopped. But
I don't think it'll be stopped. I think it will definitely be minimized.
It's a great topic to wrap this up with because we've been at this for a little while now. That's an interesting question. Let me kind of reset it though. I don't think moving out of the cage will be stopped. I think minimized. I think the desire to leave maybe will change because the environment may change. Right. Look at it like this. Right. Let me put this graphic up I had earlier. Right. If white people's attitudes about black folk change a bit. All right, so 65% of black women with university degrees work for the government. That's a lot of black women that essentially work at the behest of white people, right? What if the culture of America shifts so that hiring practices and DEI policies, all the racial balancing that we've made legal, what if that goes away, right? That shifts the landscape between men and women on both sides, but it shifts the landscape. And it does kind of put men maybe in more of a primary position if we do away with some of the racial balancing, even if we avoid just gender balancing perhaps. But I think one would lead to the other too. I think if we start to reset racial lines, we would almost naturally reset the gender lines as well. It would just be such a shock to the system. The resetting of one would make the resetting of the other look practical.
Okay.
Because if white folks stop giving away so much free money, to make it really blunt and simple, right? If white people stop allowing black folk access to so much free money, black women access to so much free money, then the role and the functionality and the necessity of the black man becomes primary again. That's been a simple argument in the red pill space for a long time. Because women can rely on government so much, it makes the man redundant to the point of disrespect. If you reset the racial balance, not racial, but if you kind of if you add some apathy to the game, where nobody cares about these things anymore. And it's just now we all got to work for we got to get what we can get on our raw merit. It makes the man's position stronger naturally.
Do you think
you're going to ask me something?
I was going to say, it's basically a follow-up question to what you said earlier. Do you think this would also cause elements of the black community to be more careful when it comes to distributing their wealth?
Yeah, changes in the environment always proceed changes in nature.
The main reason I'm asking,
you respond to the incentives around you.
Yeah, the main reason I'm asking is because I think that if the environment and access to white culture, let's just say that white culture becomes more limited, I wholeheartedly believe this would cause a shockwave that could cause FBAs and black Americans to really get their shit together or simply leave the country. One or the other.
Well, if you think about something like let's look at the Harlem Renaissance, right? I think what was a great movie? What was it? Harlem Nights with Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor. And there was sort of this example of Black high culture that was more or less just like white high culture. Like, you know, the cars, the dressing, the music, the dancing, whatever, the nightlife scene, the sort of classiness that white folk kind of introduced to American culture. Black folks show that we don't necessarily have to go into the white establishment to produce something of quality. I think it may encourage that spirit again, because there is a weird desire among Black folk to have. I was joking about this, SKC. You probably remember this because we talked about this on Twitter. Somebody did a video about how, somebody made a tweet about how white folk will just casually say, like, just go get a can of soda out of the second fridge in the garage, right? And then I retweeted that saying, a lot of Black folk don't know what it's like to have a second fridge in the garage, and the resentment builds, right? Perhaps going back to something like a more racially segregated world would encourage Black folk to pursue a life that allows you to have the second fridge in the garage. You would build it for yourself instead of trying to move to the white neighborhood where they were already doing that. Like, Black folk would learn to build that for themselves. And that's really why I don't like a lot of the DEI left-wing culture. I think ultimately it handicaps Black people. It doesn't encourage, nor does it really allow you to pursue the desires that you perhaps envy in white people. You're not allowed to pursue that yourself if under the whole liberal paradigm. You know, you kind of, there's like the government gives people what they give you, and then you get stuck in that mode or whatever. And then there's feminism and all that kind of blunting the male desire to do that kind of thing. And this isn't just, there's a lot of issues I'm touching here, but this is kind of what I think. If we remove a lot of the liberalness that happened since the 60s, it might create a dynamism in Black culture that we're just not really accustomed to. This is something that we look back at as our glory days,
Gotcha. That's all the questions I had.
Yeah, I feel like we've kind of
I think we hit
wrong as much as we can get. Yeah, we've done as much as we can do for one show, and we're really right at the 4-hour mark. This is a great point to wrap this up. I want to give a big thanks to my audience. You guys have been a huge support tonight. We've I feel like I've put out an interesting conversation, especially considering not a lot of Black people really talk to white people in this way. There's a couple of Black channels that might allow conversations like this. Chaotic's, one of the bigger channels that have these kind of things. But thank you all for participating in this, and we're gonna put this one in the bag for the night. Shout out to all the guests on the panelists. Thank you to all the white guests. We had a segregated panel. We had a very segregated show. I was damn near a white guy for a part of the show tonight. It was an interesting flex for me. We had a good show. Thank you all for watching. Appreciate you guys for listening, for participating in the show. Shout out to all the supporters of the show. I thank you greatly for being here. We're going to wrap this one up. Shout out to all the Blacks out there.
These Blacks.
We're going to make it. We're going to make it. Don't be scared, y'all. Don't be scared. White folk going to get themselves together. Don't be scared, y'all. I'm going to talk to y'all later, man.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help Black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.
Orthodox guy, post your links in the chat, man. We are out of here. Peace, y'all.
Alrighty.
Main chat, not the back chat. The main chat.
Oh, the main chat? Okay.
Yeah, the main chats. People got to see you, bro.
Well, I don't have a wrench, so.
Oh, snap. You know what? I'm going to take that link. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to post your link for you right now.
We're still live if anybody.
I know. I'm making sure we're still live. I'm gonna do you a quick solid, and then we're going to get out of here. We extended it past the closing clip just so you can.
I appreciate you.
Just so we can post your link. It's all love here. It's all love here. You know, we're gonna have a race war one day, but it's all love for now.
You'll be on my side. It's okay. Hey, look, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad if I say, you know, the Coon Platoon is always welcome on my side.
No! Don't steal my shit, man! Don't you dare!
I'm an evil white devil. I have to steal it.
Oh, I'm getting calling up. My words again.
I don't know if I've been adopted or drafted, but thank you so much, though.
The Garion did come up with the Coon Platoon. For the panel, if y'all want to join mine, I'm gonna post that in the back chat.
All right.
Yeah, I'll get you wrenched up another time, but I'll just do your link in the chat right there. So everybody hit the link. That's Orthodox God. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate the raid and all that. But we are out of here, man. You guys have a great night.
Thank you. You have a good one. That was productive. I like Hoodservative. That's awesome. I miss talking to him. Let me post the StreamYard in the chat for everybody if you want to come back up. Dolomite, let me get you a wrench because everybody has a wrench on my channel. So there we go. Dolomite, you're wrenched up. Let's see. I'm gonna put us on intermission mode because we've been going for 5 hours. Let me see if I can talk to some more black YouTubers or find some interesting conversation on my own, like with Calvin. Let me see here. What do you guys want to do? Nah, I don't really want to go on CTs. Oh, hold on. Oh shit, I got a new sub. Let's go. Oh, I got a lot of new subs. Jamar Rowlett, Dolomite, and American Man. Oh no, even more. Y'all can hit the panel if you want. Oh, American Man's here. What's up, American Man? How you doing?
What's up, Orthodox? How are you?
I'm well. I'm doing. I don't normally do race stuff, but today I started with Sharon, and it seems like it's a good day because I'm bored to have conversations with everybody about taboo topics.
Well, that's fine. I got a question. You were getting a little incensed a little bit earlier, as if I was advocating for the white kid to be beat up. When I was pointing out why was that kid in the black even involving himself?
Yeah,
that's the point.
Misunderstanding, and that's my ignorance. I apologize about that.
Yeah, that was all I was saying, because for him to jump in and punch the kid and then act like he's also helping the kid, that's pure bullshit.
I think he saw the blood and was like, "Oh shit, I don't want to get in trouble."
Yeah, definitely. But it's too late. You should have never been involved.
Yeah, I think,
you know what I'm saying?
I think that's all that was, because he was lined up to sock him again, and then I think
he was,
blood, and he was like, he was like, "Oh no, there's blood. This kid's gonna get in trouble. You know, we're gonna get yelled at, whatever." And like, I didn't know if you were ready, Gary. You know, you can bring yourself up. I just brought you up.
Oh yeah, I realize that now. American Man, I wanted to apologize to you about the whole. I realized we were talking about two different kids.
Yeah, I was talking about the kid in the black, right?
I was talking about the kid in the green. Okay, my bad.
That's right, Dolomite. That's how we share. That's how we share. We grow. I also have a Discord if y'all are interested. I should have gave it to Hoodservative. It slipped my mind. But I have a Discord specifically to help channels grow, to organize multiplayer games online, to share funny memes. It is an evil racist white man server. So black folks, get in there and give me your best funny anti-white people memes, because I find racial humor hilarious.
You know, I tend to stay out of Discords. They tend to get messy if they're not
properly vetted. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I properly vet mine. I'm glad you're bringing that up. If you can't see anything and you join the Discord, Wait around for a minute. I will give you a role. You have to have a role to see everything. I do want to vet you, but if you join during the YouTube stream, I automatically give you a role. If you join 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes after I'm live, you have to wait to be vetted by any of the admins there. You can reach out to Bumpkin, Garion, because you are an admin of my Discord, just in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
Verify who you are, and you can get a role. We do multiplayer games. We hold discussions. We also try to help all the channels grow. All the channels that I know about grow that are in there. And that's where you get the latest. That's where you get the latest evil, racist white guy news. So.
Yo, I'm over here putting away these eggs. I started getting eggs from my coworkers' chickens since the eggs went up. I managed to avoid the egg crisis.
You lucky bastard.
No, but you could do that, Gary. And like chicken coops are like $300, and like you can go to any farmer's market and get like chickens for like $10 a pop.
My sister raises chickens, bro. So like I get a section of her chickens because I went out and bought baby chicks. So I'm about to buy her some more too. So I get like the eggs as well. I go over there and get egg deliveries. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I managed to pay $4 a dozen through the prices where everyone was paying fucking $8.
I don't eat a lot of eggs because I have to. Eggs. It's funny. Eggs are the only thing that does it to me, but I have to eat them out of a special pan. It has to be like metal. I can't. It's the one thing protein I can't eat out of a cast iron, which sucks. I love cast iron. Yeah. I used to work at Waffle House, and I always loved eggs growing up. But we always cooked them out of a cast iron pan. And when I was a teenager, I don't know what it is about a cast iron pan. If I don't eat them out of a steel pan, it doesn't matter if they're scrambled, sunny side up, hard cooked, or whatever. It'll make me throw up.
Really?
That is strange. Okay.
And I'm quiet. My bad. Hold on. Y'all can hear me, but my mic does this thing. I gotta figure out what program is causing my mic to lower itself. But that should be better. But yeah, when I worked at Waffle House, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat me some eggs or I'm gonna go home early. And I made me some eggs, and I realized if I season a pan the way they do at Waffle House, and it's out of a steel pan, I can eat it. I don't know what it is. So I just season a steel pan like I learned at Waffle House, and that's how I eat my eggs. And I fucking love eggs. But yeah, the increased the Eggmageddon didn't really affect me because either we grow eggs or we buy them really cheaply at the grocery store.
Yeah, same. Outside of buying them in bulk or buying them for like special occasions, our eggs actually didn't go up in price too high. It was like $1 extra. It went from $3 to $4, and I was like, I can afford that.
Yeah, dude, I was seeing $7 prices, and that's kind of where I draw the line. Like I'm not.
I think the big thing that hit me was gas.
I did forget. You can also reach out to Halted on the Discord. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to forget you, buddy. Technically, to be fair, it is Halted server because he made it for me.
That's true.
Duck eggs. I've never had duck eggs.
Duck eggs? Are they good? Never had them.
Duck eggs are a required taste. They're a lot more sour and salty. They're a required taste. Here's a general rule, guys. The majority of the U.S. is 3 days from starving. If all supply lines get shut off, the majority of the U.S. is 3 days from starving. Don't be the majority. Even if you don't have property, you as a family member that does have property, convince them to get chickens because chickens are a really good source of protein, and you can survive off of eggs for a long time. Also, not only that, when the chickens get old, you can slaughter them and get their meat as well. So it's a win-win.
Let me do a little bit of e-begging. Let me post the link in there. All right, go ahead. My bad, guys.
Yeah. No, this same guy that I get the eggs from, he's getting ready to start slaughtering chickens as well.
It's a fucking game changer when you get your own incubator, bro.
Oh my god.
Game changer. like, because like a lot of the survival rate on chicks, because like me and my adopted brother, when I was living with my adopted family, we grew chickens, and the survival rate on baby chicks is ridiculously low without an incubator in the modern world. Because like most chickens, like believe it or not, like they're really dumb as babies.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, really?
So they'll be like they're like lemmings. Have you ever seen like the? Let me pull something up. Like the Adult Swim joke, lemmings, nature's retard. That's basically baby chickens. Like I was pulling out of the driveway and I crushed one on my tire. And it was just chilling under my tire, and I'm like, now I feel bad before work.
That's insane.
Oh Lord! Oh no! True. We might have something featured from Truism too. I got featured. I got featured in one of the videos he just made. So we'll pull that up in a second.
On what? When you went up to Black YouTube?
No. I think hold on. We'll play it in a second.
What is? Hold on. What is Black YouTube? I keep hearing about that. I keep hearing about Black Twitter. And those things don't register to me because there is no like Black Twitter or white Twitter or Hispanic Twitter. So those things don't register to me. So what do you guys mean when you say those things?
The Blackosphere, like Sharon, right? Wild Wake Up Show, right? Or Hoteps, right? Genuinely speaking, it'd be the same if I went on. The reason you can't really see the lines is because a lot of the like white nationalists or Wignats on the opposite end of the spectrum, they have been completely banned off of YouTube, right? So there's no real like opposite scene, but you can definitely see it on X. I don't know why you don't see it on X. Maybe your feed's just different.
Well, I'm not really on X like that to be honest, if I'm just going to be honest. But here's the thing, right? That none of these spaces are really Black or white or Hispanic. It's kind of just Twitter and YouTube, right? So of course I see the lines, but it still doesn't register to me because it just doesn't make sense. I view it all as just people babbling on YouTube.
I get that. I understand that, right? But they specifically represent a certain sector, right? So here's the thing about humans, right? They create hierarchies, and we can call the hierarchies dumb or whatever, but this is what we do, right? So within their sector, there is a hierarchy of channels that specifically talk about certain subjects. Like Sharon or Sharon, or what the fuck ever, right? He represents the FBA, Hotep sort of mindset. And he surrounds himself with other people that also represent that mindset, therefore creating and carving out his own little section of YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get that, but I think I just again, right, I just equate it all to people babbling on YouTube. But I understand why one would say it's Black YouTube or Black Twitter and all that. I get it. I just don't I don't see the use for it. Right, because it's not necessarily a Black YouTube or a white YouTube, but I mean, I understand why it's labeled that way. I just don't see the use for it.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
I get where American Man's coming from, and it is kind of dumb that they do that it's done. But I mean, I think instead of the race, it's more so the content they produce. And Halted said in the chat, think of it as like lunch tables. It's clicks. But I got this video since we were talking about lemmings earlier, and I find this absolutely hilarious.
Truly, the lemming is nature's retard.
For freedom!
Let's go back to your place.
Do you have any condoms?
Who needs condoms?
Diabolical.
Diabolical.
I mean, it is kind of it. It absolutely is correct. Like the lemming is sort of nature's retard,
and yet there's so many of them.
I was just getting ready to say that there's a lot of them.
There's so many. There's so many lemmings.
Yo, I love my new car, man. I love this shit so much.
What's your new car?
It's a 2021 Toyota Corolla, bro.
Oh, you fucking pussy. Where's the pickup truck?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's run it.
Same thing.
Yeah. Let's run it, right? Let's run it, okay? Let's run it, right? Listen, American man, I like to be economically sufficient. I like to be able to keep the majority of the money that I hold, that I get for my time and effort wherever I work. You know what profession I work in. So therefore, a pickup truck would not be economically really feasible for me without breaking my bank. All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bumpkin on this one. You might as well tell him to get a Hummer for what it's worth.
You should get a Hummer. You know what?
No, Hummers suck. Hummers suck.
Wait,
I drive 45 minutes to work every day. It was economically feasible for me to get a close to 40 miles per gallon. 40 miles per gallon fucking vehicle.
Yeah, I understand that, Bumpkin. I mean, I was just fucking yanking your chain a little bit. That's all.
No, you're fine. I knew Orthodox guy was gonna say something about that shit though.
Well, you used the word that I've never heard before. What's this thing called work?
You don't work?
I don't even know what that is. So how can I do it?
I mean, yeah.
What are you retired?
No. I'm not retired.
Do you have a job?
If I don't know what work is, can I have a job? I want to see how far Bumpkin's going to go with this.
Are you really going with that goofy mindset to where, I'm not going to say anything?
I'm just confused, bro. Do you just love your job and therefore it's not a job? Therefore it's not work? I'm not trying. What kind of goofy ass fucking mindset are you about to lay on me that makes you want to turn this car into a telephone pole?
Listen, I just don't understand what this thing called work is, right? I'm just asking.
Be careful. There's a line of telephone poles coming.
No, listen. So I get to driving 45 minutes to work, and you get something like with better mileage to the gallon, and that is economically sound. So I definitely understand that. But it's still pussy for you to be driving a Corolla. Let's be honest.
He said there are manlier cars.
Like I'm just saying, and it's not even like you're a small guy. Like, so you're the retard that we point at. Like, look at this guy. Hold on, Gary. You saying because you know it's true. That's the guy we look at. Like, look at this big guy getting out of that tiny car there.
Come on, man.
The car lifted up when he gets out. Go ahead, Bucket. It's okay.
He could have got a Honda Accord. I think that would have been better.
A Nissan Altima.
Is it a Honda? A Nissan Altima. Shut up, bro.
That's what I got, and I am every bit of a Nissan driver, bro. I am the living embodiment of the stereotypical Nissan driver.
Not gonna lie.
No, bro, these 20
a Kia for my next car.
A Kia.
Yo, I will say Kia's have it up in their game a lot.
They have been.
I don't want to drive in any car that is literally KIA. Right?
So
that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
So hold on, Orthodox guy. You said that you are openly sort of a white nationalist, right?
Yeah.
And you're driving a Nissan Altima, you un-American fuck.
Well, I am a white nationalist. I love Japanese women. It's on brand for me. Did Pumpkin die?
No, I'm good. Sorry.
It's not like you flushed the toilet all the way in hell, sir.
I was opening my window and flicking my cigarette butt out. My bad.
Halton said Bumpkin seems like a hatchback kind of guy.
Yeah, he's met me in real life too. Halton, I am not a hatchback type of guy. I am not.
Yo,
No,
yo,
the 2021 model, it has a lot of room in it, bro. I'm not discomfortable when I'm in the car at all.
The Nissan Altima is like a fucking land ship. I'm gonna play this video though. It's from when I was on Truism Show. I got you.
Do they make hatchbacks anymore?
Yeah.
I can be afraid of something and still kill it. I'm deathly afraid of snakes. But if I lift up a piece of plywood.
What the heck? That was a cool vid.
Man, he removed it.
Video on.
Oh, he just now removed it. That's gotta suck.
Yeah.
Yo, did you guys hear Ben and Hood over on CT earlier?
Oh, speaking of, I got that recorded.
Dude, Ben has showed his true side, boy.
Ben went off on every panelist today. If CT's still alive, he might be able to catch it.
Did y'all see what Dolomite said? Nissan Altima and a white nationalist is an oxymoron. You driving an enemy gang car.
That's like a blood rocking Blue Jays.
Hey,
Kind of evil, man.
I love my Nissan Altima, alright?
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm the only red-blooded American over here, I see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had a Ford.
Fuck a Ford. You drive a Chevy, baby.
You Chevy. What a man. Fuck
He's a huge Chevy.
Chevy these nuts.
I drive a Chevy Silverado, baby. Well, actually, I don't. That thing's been sitting for 3 years now.
I wonder why.
Because I drive a work van.
Oh,
that's why.
What's your work van? What's your work van?
Yeah, what's your work van?
The work van is a Nissan. But I didn't buy it. That's the company's van.
Listen, okay, here's the thing, right?
Okay.
This idea that
he put it back up.
Okay.
Go ahead, say what you're gonna say, Bumpkin. He put it up as a short.
This idea that you have to drive merely American. It's like there is really no vehicles that are fully made even in America anymore. Ford, not made in America. Harley Davidson, not made in America. The only truck that is fully made in America is a foreign company, Toyota, and it's the Tundra. That's it.
I thought it was Tesla.
Tesla
wasn't that one of the big things about Tesla being actually fully made in America?
Tesla is fully made in America. It's electric.
Dolomite. First off, halted in the chat. Japanese or white Americans, if you think hard enough about it. Dolomite, white nationalist. She's supposed to be in that BMW enjoying German engineering. I'd rather be in a German woman enjoying German engineering. All right, here we go. You can be afraid of something and still kill it. I'm deathly afraid of snakes. But if I lift up a piece of plywood and I see a copperhead going, yes, motherfucker, I'm gonna go.
Oh, so that's where that came from.
I'm gonna grab the truck cage, load the I'm gonna go trample upon the serpent and cut it in half.
He said, yes, motherfucker. If you ever see a snake say some shit like that, first off, he gotta have the gold tooth. He gotta have the gold tooth when he said it. He gotta have the he gotta have the left bang gold tooth. He gotta have on a hat. He gotta have on a full on trilby with the sunglasses on.
He got a gold chain.
A gold chain. Yo, man, look, fuck that. I would not kill him. I would have caught his ass and I'd have had him up on stage. Fuck that shit. He'd probably be one of the coldest performers you ever see on this side of fucking Memphis. You hear me?
Don't say nothing funny around Negroes, man. I'll remember that shit for the next 2,000 years.
That is where that came from. Oh man, we could not stop joking about that for the rest of the show. Oh man.
A hiss.
Hiss.
No, y'all don't understand. Like I have a thing. Whenever I pick up something and there's a snake under it, it's always like whatever the most venomous snake is in that region, and it's always a baby snake that just like pokes me in the fingertip with its snout, and I'm like, it's probably I haven't been bitten, because the first time I ever did that, I was working demolition, and it was a lowland water moccasin, one of the gray ones, not the black water moccasin, but like the gray ones. And then in my yard, I was picking up cans, and it was a baby copperhead, and it did the same thing, and I'm like, how have I not been bitten by these things yet? And like, I went and got my
Baby snakes aren't very
good.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I was going to say bait when it comes to baby snakes, they're not very hostile and they don't really develop the instincts to protect themselves yet. So they usually just nudge things that they're unfamiliar with their heads and snouts before they do any type of biting.
Fair. Maybe I've judged them too harshly, but you know what? Trample upon the serpent. So I got my 12 gauge. I loaded birdshot, right? And I cocked my rifle. I pointed at it and I clicked it, right? I pressed the fire button, and the fucking firing pin slammed into the shell, and nothing happened. And I got so angry, I had to go clean my gun. I had my brother watch this snake, and I went and cleaned my gun. I had to get readjusted. And then I finally shot it the second time, blew that sumbitch in half. Oh, I hate poisonous snakes. I hate all snakes, but poisonous snakes.
Oh.
I don't care for snakes either. I don't care for much reptiles. To be honest, it's all right.
Well, you and I are the same person. We've established this fact multiple times.
Like, people that keep fucking lizards and shit in their house, bro, like, those are weird-ass motherfuckers.
I guess I'm on the opposite end. I fucking love snakes. That and spiders.
Are you still driving to work, Pumpkin?
Yeah, bro, I'm still driving to work, yeah.
It's at 45 minutes.
No, I know, but he also said he was driving to work on the Hood Conservative show 45 minutes ago.
Ooh.
Listen, you want proof I'm driving to work?
No, sir. No, sir.
Turn your camera on. I don't believe you're
turn your camera on, sir.
I think you're driving to Keisha's house.
Bumpkin's on a booty call.
Sup?
Are you able to turn it around? Oh, yep, there you go.
Yep, driving to Keisha's house.
On the back road. On the
back road.
You don't get pulled over.
Yep, putting phone back down.
Yo, you know what's funny? When I was young, and we used to get drunk and drive because we were stupid, everyone would be like, drive the back roads home. And I would be like, I'm never driving on the back road.
Why?
Well, I developed this after a while. You know why? Because the cops expect you. The cops expect you to be on the back road. They don't expect you to be drunk driving the main road looking at them.
Exactly.
But they expect you to be on the back road. So I started taking the main roads home drunk.
But you see what they don't expect is you to be on the dirt roads, because nobody's that retarded except for me, God's drunkest driver. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt your story, Angry Man.
No. I'm just saying, like, if you think about it, it's logically sound. The cops expect you to be on the back roads.
Well, like I said, it works like 90% of the time, because like they expect you to be on the paved back roads, right? Trying to avoid them.
Yeah.
and they'll pull you over every fucking time especially if they know the area and know the people in the area. But if you're on the dirt road, back roads, you ain't gonna run into a cop.
No, of course not.
And that's where I go when I drink because I'm retarded and I like sliding my car on dirt roads. That's where
I hate the dirt roads in North Dakota, bro.
North Carolina doesn't have many dirt roads. If you get on a dirt road, you're likely to get stranded in the woods because they don't go anywhere. They don't.
That is unfathomably based. I love dirt roads like that. So
yeah, I mean,
dirt roads in North Dakota are kind of like, it's not really compacted down at all. So like, it's really fucked to try to drive on them.
Yo, Gary, what part of North Carolina did you move to again? Didn't you just move recently?
Yeah, I did. This was like last year. Yeah, I'm more on the eastern side now. I'm closer to the beach. I'm closer to the coast now. And the main thing is that I live in a mostly wooded area. Like outside of small towns, everything is nothing but woods and mountains.
Yeah.
So we don't have many dirt roads, and the only dirt roads that we do have usually lead to private property or picnic areas, like camping areas. So
you like North Carolina?
I fucking love North Carolina, man. It's way better than when I was living in New York.
I bet.
Did you ever live upstate New York, Gary? No, right?
No, I did when I was a kid, but that's when I was still living with my parents at the time. I was like 10 when I moved down to North Carolina. I bounced around, but when I was a kid, I bounced around between North Carolina and Tennessee because I had like a lot of family in both states, and then we eventually settled in North Carolina because we found some good property that my parents wanted to rent out. Then my dad started up his little repair shop business, and I had to finally stop being homeschooled and actually go to high school. That's kind of when my life started.
I would venture to say you're a smarter man today because you were homeschooled.
Yeah, high school was kind of ass. I did make a lot of money. Apparently, being the only black kid that's decently good at math is actually really, really profitable if you know how niggas work.
You make a lot of money?
Yes, I did actually.
And again, I say
it was my first side hustle. It was my first official side hustle. I used to do stuff when I was a kid for my dad, but I didn't count that because this is my first solely operated side hustle.
A black guy's first side hustle was teaching math or doing math for the idiots?
Both.
Either way, how often do you hear that?
Kind of not facts. You're a 1 in a million, Garion.
Yes, I am a gem. I've come to realize that more and more as I turn around these YouTube spaces.
So let me ask kind of a question that's gonna seem racial, but it's not because I deal with the same issue, right? So for
that's racist orthodox.
Oh, come on.
For you being so intelligent, right? Do you ever feel isolated and extremely, extremely annoyed at the people around you to the point where you just don't want to deal with them or talk to them or have anything to do with them?
Your mic is coming in and out. It's kind of hard to hear.
My bad. Let me. Yeah, it keeps low. It keeps lowering volume. I gotta figure out why. Because it's happening on my system end, so I don't know why it's doing it.
That's great.
I said when you're around the idiots, the people, as smart as you are, when you're around people that are stupid, do you ever just want to isolate from them, just not be around them because they annoy you or get on your nerves, or you just don't want to have anything to do with them?
Yes and no. When I was younger, I've kind of realized that almost all black people, specifically black people, have a fat fucking ego. And whenever you see a black person that doesn't seem like they have an ego, it usually triggers in very specific situations. So basically, whenever I was younger and I was one of the few black kids that was actually pretty good at math, I kind of developed a sort of superiority complex that I didn't outright flex on, but I did use to haggle a lot of the other black kids out of their money.
That's funny.
Yeah, I think I think mostly what Orthodox guy is referring to is probably just the NPCs, and you can just tell a truth that is right there in front of their faces, and they still can't get it. And at some point, you're just like, I want to get away from these stupid people.
Yeah, I did have that sentiment until I found a way to make it more, profitable for me, and I eventually saw those people, or my quote unquote clients anyway, as more like bags of money. So the whole NPC notion kind of went over my head once I started getting into the groove of, hey nigga, I see Miss Faraday is failing your dumbass. Give me at least like $20 per sheet, and I'll turn that F into a C at minimum. And they'd be like, "Oh no, man! You really gonna do that?" I was like, "Yeah, give me 20 now. Give me 20 now. I have that shit done by the end of the day."
Well, see, I withdrawed completely. Like, okay, since I want to end it in 12 minutes, because it'll be the 6-hour mark. I'm gonna share a little bit about myself. I never really thought I was intelligent, but I always got called and told I was intelligent by teachers. And I realized that all I had to do was actually just do the schoolwork, and I could do any of it. And then I started teaching myself algebra and maths in college because I had a shitty teacher from 8th grade that followed me all the way to high school until I quit. And like I seen in Job Corps when I got my GED, how stupid people were for the first time, and it actually clicked because like in high school I learned to not overachieve because people expect a lot out of you, and being like a poor white trash, it's like they expect a lot out of you, but you get really no reward in return, and it's more of a burden being intelligent. So I really dumbed myself down throughout my life just to keep from being fucking miserable, and which has been a detriment to myself. But at the same time, I've also withdrawn away from people because it's like, God damn, you people are fucking stupid, and I hate you. And I don't want to be arrogant like that, but it's like these people find themselves in really shitty situations and don't know how to get out of it. And then if they think you're smart, they want you to fix their problems. And then when you do care about them and you try to help, they don't listen, or they half-ass it, and then they blame you. And it's like, bro, just fuck off, be gone. And I don't know. I withdraw away from a lot of people due to my intelligence. And then when I can finally scratch that intelligence and talk to people that are intelligent, I love being the dumbest one in the room because I truly do love to learn. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an arrogant retard. I don't know.
Nah, you're good, homie.
I think all intelligent people have at least a bit of an ego to them, at minimum. At least that's what I've seen. Almost all the people who are like smart and successful gotta have some level of, because I did it. It was all me.
You can't help it. Have you seen some of these dumb fucks? Like Jesus Christ. Even when you're intelligent, living your worst life, you don't have to deal with the regular minutia that everyone else has to deal with. You don't make the dumb decisions 24/7. It's just wild to me. I don't know. I may call myself racist, but I think the reason it appears that I'm racist, I just hate stupid people. And different groups have different ratios of stupid people.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That's fucking facts. That's facts.
I've seen white trash where I'm like, hey Fred, what's the point in putting that 8th truck in your front fucking yard? Like
the eighth broken down truck.
Yeah,
that's just sitting there clogging up the insurance plan. What's the point of that, man?
Makes 0 sense.
Yeah, and then I got niggas out here throwing litter in their own fucking yard, being like, "Why are you doing this? The trash can's right there.
Just take it out."
I do not miss New York, man. People are retarded in New York.
I remember when I was talking to my boss, who was having money problems, but was an older gentleman who had retirement. He had money, but he was having money problems because he had kids and this, that, and the third. His money wasn't hitting exactly how he wanted to, and he was having to go without. And he put another car, a jet ski or a boat on loan. Not he took a loan out for it or financed it. And we were talking, and I asked him like, "Why do you want to finance that?" "Oh, because I want it now." But I'm like, "You were just talking to me about your money problems. Why finance it? Why not just save it till you can buy it outright?" "Oh, because I want it now." It's like you took a money problem that is not a real problem and you made it into one because you couldn't wait. And this is for any of the white nationalists or pro whites, this is an old white guy who wasn't stupid. He was relatively financially successful. He just overextended on his children and his buying parts, and then he like financed the most frivolous like big ass fucking boat for no reason, and like he wound up losing his job and losing everything he had over it. And it's like, bro, this is kind of why I have hatred for boomers. It's not jealousy that they have stuff, it's that he's like, I want it now, and that will forever echo into my brain when I think about boomers and I see the damage they've done to our country, and I see the difference in generation.
Yeah, dude. Everyone hates boomers, bro. Boomers are terrible people.
No, it's just the way he said it all. He just said it all guttural and quiet. He's like, I want it now.
Dude, listen, right? You guys laugh, but like boomers essentially sold out. Like boomers took everything from their parents and then said, fuck everyone else after me.
Yeah.
Like that's literally what the boomers did. Like they sold everything, right? Like, and that's why all boomers are gay and liberal, like black and white, because most of them sold out to the government.
I feel like you're trolling, but I definitely do have that sentiment.
I'm dead ass serious, bro. I'm not trolling at all. Like boomers are terrible people. My family dynamics was fine until the boomers came along. And that's most that's most of America. Like the boomers are terrible people, bro.
So the name of that snake is Leroy Slitherworth the Third. By the way.
Aww.
No, I mean, I don't know. My grandmother's a boomer. She's nice, but it will never. I want it now, and then watching him financially destroy himself because he didn't want to save money over a fucking boat. Is that like he had everything?
Well, Orthodox guy, I'm not personally attacking your grandmother. Like,
No. I know. That's the thing. Like, I don't. That's why I don't want to hate boomers. Because when I talk to my grandmother, because she loves talking politics with me and religion, and I blame the boomers, and she gets upset with me. And like I think about that when I talk about the boomers, and I'm like, because she's a woman and she gets upset. And I'm just sitting here like, Grandma, like I don't think you can understand how it makes this. The man already had a boat. Too, by the way, that's a part of the story that I always forget to tell. He already had a boat. It wasn't even a broken boat. It was like a boat that was like 10, 15 years old. It was a good boat.
well, and that again, another sentiment of the boomers. They're greedy, bro. It's all about me, me, me.
Yeah, I don't really like boomers at all.
Dude, no one does. Yo, listen, right? And I know, and I'm sure Orthodox guy that your grandmother's a lovely woman, right? So again, when I say this, I'm not personally attacking your grandmother.
She's evil. She is evil.
You know what I mean? So I'm not.
Hold on. What makes your grandmother evil other than her essentially being a boomer? Other than her being a boomer.
My grandmother is like 1940s racist. Like unapologetically. And you know what? You know what? You know what? No, not even. And it's nice. The funny thing about her racism is she doesn't even mean to be.
Oh, is it like casual?
Yes.
Casual racism is something that I've never truly interacted with. It's like a mythical creature to me. I've heard about it, but I've never actually seen it.
Well, here's the thing, Orthodox guy. When you look at Ben, right? Like Ben is.
Wait, that's what that is.
Here's what I think a lot of people don't realize is that like most people that are like 70 and 80 are kind of casual racists, like the black ones, like the white ones, the Hispanic ones. Like, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm just saying it only gets worse the older they are because I had the luxury of meeting my great grandmother. Right. Her grandfather fought in the Civil War. But we were Southern, so you know what side he fought for. And she was like the most racist person I've ever met in my life. She was like a walking Hitler speech, bro.
Yeah, dude. Like, listen, right? Like, yo, I've seen and heard things, and I'm like, man, these people, right? And I'm talking about from black people. I'm like, man.
Not gonna lie, some of the I don't know if Jay Prince even counts as being a boomer. I don't think he does, but the stuff I hear,
Jay Prince is not a boomer.
Yeah, the stuff I've heard from him alone dwarfed dang near everything I've heard on Twitter.
Brother, my 90-year-old great grandmother when I was a teenager, right? My best friend who would become my adopted brother was black, right? And he was respectable. He didn't act stereotypically American black at all, right? My great grandmother, I introduced him. I took him to my grandmother's house for Christmas, and everybody liked him. Everybody was nice. There was no animosity there or anything. And my grandmother, even my great grandmother, did not have animosity when she said this shit. But her nurse was taking care of her, which was also a black woman. She was talking to her nurse, and she goes, "I like my great grandsons." You know what she dropped. I'm not even gonna say it for algorithm.
Not the N-word.
The hardest of R's, brother. And the nurse didn't even bat an eye. She just kept thinking. She goes, "Yes, ma'am. He is a nice young man." And she goes, "Am I not allowed to say that anymore?" Because I was looking at my grandmother. My friend was like awkwardly laughing, and he's like, "No, dude, I don't care. Your grandmother's a nice old, really old lady. She's a product of her time." And at the time, I was like, Jesus Christ. Now I wouldn't care, but back then I was like a young white teenager, and I'm like, oh no, racism. It was
no racism.
the funniest thing ever.
No, that's the goofy thing I've also noticed. I've noticed that if your grandmother were to say that around like just a normal black person, they saw her age, they would kind of ignore her because it'd be like, oh, she's just some old fart. I've noticed that when it comes to the N-word, specifically, black people will ignore white people saying it under two conditions. Number one, you got to be really old, or number two, you have to somehow make it funny.
But that's
no, they ignore it with white liberals.
Yeah, I would say white.
And look, they will hear a white liberal call a black conservative a racial slur, and they will not bat an eye.
That is something I have never seen. But okay, I believe you.
Yo, do you remember? Right? Remember the white liberal lady who had a monkey mask on that was jumping around in front of Larry Elder's face?
Oh,
did you hear a single black? Did you hear a single black liberal say a single word about that?
Well, I mean, he is a filthy coon boon, so it's warranted.
There's been white liberal commentators on Twitter that's outright called the Supreme Court.
Clarence Thomas,
dude, the N-word,
dude, the N-word, and the blacks don't bat an eye about it, bro.
It's selective outrage.
Right, and that's why I often say that I can always prove that black people don't really care about racism. That it's all like just a game, right? Because look, Joe Biden has been saying racist things since the man was born, and they still voted for him in numbers. Van Jones gay ass on TV crying over him, and no one bats an eye. Kathy Hochul comes out and says, "Yeah, black kids don't know what computers are." No one bats an eye.
I do remember the stream on that. That was wild.
Right? Donald Trump says, "What do you have to lose?" And all of a sudden, black people find racism in that.
It's wild. It's wild how that works. So, yes, Dolomite, you could hear a rat piss cotton in that incident because, and it's funny, she didn't realize she did something wrong. She only realized it because of how I reacted to it. That's why she asked the nurse and me, was she not allowed to say that anymore? And she looked kind of lost. She didn't have, this grandmother luckily didn't have Alzheimer's. I guess she just had an old woman moment. And like my grandmother though, she still calls people colored and all that shit. And she's like 1950s racist where it's palpable, where she doesn't shout the N-word. But no, what makes my grandmother absolutely evil is the way she treats wait staff at restaurants. If you are providing a service, if you are a waiter or you are a cashier or your job is in the service industry, you are there to serve. And she is the most entitled boomer I've ever met when it comes to
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, I do hate that too.
Well, she's not an outright cunt, but she talks to you like you're a robot. Too. Like when she took me out for give him a biscuit. She took me out for a biscuit this morning because I ran out. She came down to bring me something, and she's like, "I want breakfast." She told me she outright just looked at the fucking menu on the what she meant to ask was, "Are y'all still serving breakfast?" But what came out of her mouth was, "I want breakfast." And I'm like, "Grandma, what do you want for breakfast? They are still serving breakfast, but what do you want?" And she was driving, so she was the one talking to it. I was like, that is fucking wild. And
she wanted breakfast, bro.
What she want for breakfast? Yeah, but what she want for breakfast? That's the real question.
I would.
You just throw some.
Throw her a biscuit, bro.
Yeah, just throw some random breakfast items on a tray and then hand it to her and see what she does.
That's the thing. She's incredibly picky, so she'd send it back.
Oh my god.
But yeah, be like, send her breakfast, and you send her like something off the lunch menu. Be like, I don't want this.
But no, like, you want some attention, buddy? You headbutt me over here and does me with your snout. But no,
your dog.
Yeah, he's being all cute and shit. I gotta share those pictures too in the next stream that I do. But she's like, "I want breakfast." She said like 3 fucking times. And the man was like, "Ma'am, what do you want for breakfast?" She's like, "Chicken." Oh my grandma. She's not dumb. This is an educated older woman. I'm like, "Grandma, you gotta tell it. You want your chicken in biscuit form? You want a chicken breast with some grits? Like, what do you want?" And she finally got to her right mind. "Oh, I want one of those 2 for 1, those 2 for $4.65 chicken biscuits." And she repeated that like 8 times at them. And they're like, ma'am. They had to explain to her that you have to complete your order before the machine will register the price. And then she was like, "Oh, and I want a McMuffin. No, a McGriddle. No, a McMuffin. No, a McGriddle." And then she's like, "What do you?" She asked me what I wanted like 5 times, and I'm like, "A number 4, which is just a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and a hash brown and a drink." And she kept turning around. "What do you want?" A number 4. Can I get a? What do you want? I'm like, "God damn it, girl! I'm gonna put you in a home."
Yeah, this is why I will never work in the service industry again.
I just can't get over. I want breakfast. What do you want for breakfast? Chicken.
I worked at Lowe's Hardware in the customer service section one time. I will never ever work in the service industry, in any form of service industry ever again. I cannot stand people. "Oh, excuse me, man. I would like to return these nails. I think I got the wrong length." "Okay, sir. Do you want us to try to get you new?" "No, I want my money back." Okay, damn. Okay.
Give me my money.
Okay. Give my money.
Boomers are hostile for no fucking reason.
Speaking of boomers and Lowe's, I did have this one drunk guy come in and to return some lumber because apparently he got the measurements wrong for when we were supposed to cut it. So he wanted to return the entire pile instead of just trying to trade it out for some different lumber. He was screaming at the lady. He was screaming at one of my coworkers, all the way to the point where he made her cry, all because they accidentally made it a little too short and they wanted to trade it out. We asked them, they didn't want to trade it out. We asked them if they wanted to trade it out or they wanted a full refund. And he was like, "No, I want you to cut it right." And I was like, "What? You already got the wood." It was insane. We were arguing with that man for at least 10 minutes before we had to shoo him out of here because we were about to close.
Oh man, no! When I worked at Dollar General, I had an incident where a dude was trying to bring in some batteries, and like he didn't have a receipt, and I'm not a manager, so I can't do it. And our manager was gone for the day. I said, "Sir, you're gonna have to return." He kept telling me, "Oh, da da da." I'm like, "Sir, you don't have a receipt." Well, the lady did. I said, "She's a manager. I'm not. I'm just a key holder. I can't do it." And he got irate at me, got red in the face, started calling me out my name. Like, "Sir, I looked at him and said, 'Sir, I will fucking hit you.'" The look of shock on this old dude's face. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm equal rights, equal fights. I will beat the fuck out of a geriatric."
Hey, you know what's really funny when boomers come?
That's why
Dude,
I don't work at Dollar General and can't work at Dollar General anymore, by the way.
Dude, when boomers come to jail, bro, it is the funniest shit ever, dude. Because either they're super entitled or they're hippies. There is no in between, bro.
Oh man.
They choose two paths.
Dude, I don't even understand why boomers are so entitled.
It's because of the era where they come from, man.
Yeah, they literally come from okay. So their parents destroyed, like not in a negative way because of war. Their parents destroyed the world and had to rebuild it. So they in America at least, they have the greatest economic boom to ever exist in human history. So they got everything they wanted financially. They were able to get everything dirt cheap. They were able to fuck, screw, do all the dope they wanted to do. They didn't have to grow up. They treated their kids by and large like shit. And then they squandered all the money they had. Like when people tell me that the majority of boomers are homeless, I go, "Oh, okay, anyway." Like I don't care. Boomers are fucking evil. Like especially after my boss told me I want it now. I will never get that out of my head. Like I want it now will probably be etched into my brain forever.
Yo, I was telling my homie the other day, I said, "You know how you know boomers are evil people? Is that every other generation after them is openly calling for them to just die already." Like, right? Yo, when has that ever happened in history?
Never.
Never. And that's the thing. You pointed out to boomers, and they're like, "No, that's always happened." No, the fuck it hasn't. You were the only generation that's fucking given up everything that was given to you and said, "Nah, fuck them kids." Like, generationally. Like, damn. Like they literally they upended not only the economic but the social norms.
Yeah.
And institutions. Like not only did they went scorched fucking earth on every generation behind them.
Yeah, dude, boomers are why boomer men are why masculinity is in such dire straits today.
Because they're not men, because all the real men died in fucking Nam. Either like that's my honest opinion. Like either Korea or Nam got all the boomers.
No, I think they gave up masculinity for pussy.
That could be a fact. What pisses me off is boomers also are the only generation in history that still think they can fight past the age of 45.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the boomer can barely raise their arm above their head, much less fight, throw a punch, and hit.
I want you to understand that Dollar General story didn't just happen when I was a teenager. Like, in between good jobs, I worked at Dollar General because it was quick at my house. This was like a year ago. Or no, 2 years ago now. When this happened. I was well old enough to not tolerate boomers bullshit. And the only reason I took the job is because the manager was cute. She offered me more. She offered me like $20 an hour to be a key holder.
Sir, I will hit you.
Like the majority of people in there were laughing. Some older boomer women weren't happy with me, but like the black folks in the back of the line were cracking up like a motherfucker. The white dude that was at my register was like, he was in on it with me because he's like, bro, if you don't shut your goddamn, I'm in line, I'm trying to pay for my goods, and you worried about some goddamn batteries. Fuck you.
Sir, you better stop yelling at me. I will hit you. I will lose this entire job. I will go to jail.
You going after somebody right now? Oh God.
Yeah, I gotta go to work.
See you, Bumpkin.
Peace.
Oh, I don't want it today. Okay.
12-hour shifts, right, Bumpkin?
Yeah, 12-hour shifts.
Go have fun correcting some Somalis, sir.
Nah, most of the Somali, dude, I didn't tell you guys?
No.
All the ice hold lifts up here, homie, they stopped being Hispanics and they started being fucking Somalis.
Damn.
Somalis are going back, homie, at least in North Dakota.
Okay.
Yeah, bro, it started all being Somalis. It started getting so bad where we would house them all, there started being little racial conflicts between the Somali and the Hispanic.
So I don't know why in the world they try to do that. Somalis can't fight. I'm sorry. Amongst most Africans, it's kind of well known that if you step up to a Somali, you're gonna win. You're gonna win, regardless of the numbers. Most of the.
Well, who do you think was the group that ran to the COs when there's going to be a conflict?
Yep, Somalis.
Somalis, yeah, the Hispanics are like, what are you talking about, man? Nothing going on here. What are you talking about? Yeah. Anyways.
I remember in New York. Oh, wait, you can go, Bumpkin.
Yeah, sorry.
Anyway, as an extension of that, I do remember in New York, there's a couple story. This was a while back, sometime last year. There was a small group of Somalis that were trying to make their way up in New York. And a lot of the turf they were trying to look at was, I forgot what it's called, but it's basically the Jamaican area where it's like dominated by Jamaicans. And they started having a little conflict over there about who the heck is supposed to own the apartment buildings and some of the apartment buildings. And whenever the Somalis were like, hey, no, we're going to try to rent this out, the Jamaicans kind of just started squatting up and they weren't really attacking them, but they were shooing them away and trying to buy out those parts of the apartment. And eventually they got bought out completely and shoot them away. So the Somalis don't really stand their ground whenever they're pushed, at least when it comes to other ethnic groups.
I wonder why that is. Oh.
Yeah, some people are just not confrontational people. I'll tell you what, one myth that I think people really don't pay attention to is this idea that like the Orientals are like gentle, kind people.
Who the heck thinks that?
That is not true.
That is not true. No, I mean they can't. They might not be able to fight, but they are not kind people.
They'll try to fuck
They
you.
will try. Yeah,
Dude, it's said like it's said a lot as if like these are really nice, gentle, kind people. Like I remember there was a time where I, ended up having to be around a bunch of Orientals for a while. And I'm like, yo, these people are fucking savages, bro. Like, I mean, even with the women, yo, I watched a situation on a bus, right? Where, and most Americans won't do this, where a little Oriental girl's foot kept like tapping this Oriental man as she was sitting on a mother's lap, and dude just started bugging out. I'm like, wow, bro, like you're getting kind of out of line about a little child. You could just merely say something. He started tweaking.
that does remind me of this. This does remind me. It's not really a story, but it kind of just happened. I remember my father-in-law. He is Chinese, by the way. Just to let y'all know. He was geeking at one of his tenants because he does Section 8 rentals. And this tenant was a white woman, an older white woman who had like 6 kids, and she was just, her little brood was running around causing. Well, they weren't really causing trouble; they were just being annoying because she didn't watch them, and they kept beating out in the parking lot. And you can't get in and out because the parking lot's pretty small. So basically, she was telling them, "Hey, try to watch your kids and keep them out of the roads." And she just started barking at them the entire time while they were talking. And she eventually, a day after, got evicted immediately. I thought that was kind of crazy because he didn't try to take her to court. I mean, he didn't try to take her to court. He didn't try to argue with her. She just had an attitude, and you were like, you know what? You're out of here. You're out of here. You're homeless now.
Such is life. But you broke the cardinal rule, Gary. You broke one cardinal rule.
And what was that?
Never admit white women are on welfare.
Oh. I mean, heck, when I was living in the hood, we had a couple white single moms.
No,
No, you didn't.
No, I'm serious. I'm not joking. We had a couple white single moms. It was me, the only real African, a couple of Caribbeans, and the occasional white woman. That was my neighborhood before I moved.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Anyone that thinks there are no white people on welfare is retarded. But them in the hats, they have a very, very secretive welfare relationship.
Yes, the hats are insane when it comes to their welfare. Their welfare schemes are intricate.
Dude, here's the thing. They're the only people that's allowed to make good money and still be on welfare.
Yeah.
No one else is allowed to do that.
I think a lot of Section 8 places are actually not owned, but like lived in by small hats.
Oh, most definitely. Do not trust the Chinese. Do not absolutely trust the Chinese boomer. This is what Holmes said. I replied, they either survived or took part in the Great Leap Forward. Holmes replied, yes, and it made them nasty. Really
that is true.
nasty.
That is true. They have no hold. They have no hold on any sort of empathy whatsoever.
I'm telling you, bro, boomers, no matter what boomer you are, bro, you're just not good people.
Oh yeah, that entire post-World War II generation all over the world, they're the same mentality no matter where they're at.
Yeah.
And I've pointed that out several times. People don't tend to believe me, but it's like, nah, bro, it's literally the same everywhere, just with a different language. Like the Japanese boomers really fucked up their country and economy.
They are really feeling that now, especially with the tariffs that Americans putting on them now. It does suck though. That means a lot of my games are going to be increasing.
Yeah, they're getting ready to settle all of that though.
Yeah.
I think Japan is a good partner with the U.S. I don't think the tariffs would be something negative on them, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, China as well, though, is getting ready to settle all of that. Like China's economy has taken a hit, as much as they've been trying to pretend, and as much as the American boomers are trying to prop up China, which is really weird. America's in a really bad space right now. But yeah, like China's folding.
I'm gonna post the link, and I'm probably gonna go for another 10 minutes because I'm already almost 30 minutes past, and I'm autistic. I don't like.
You don't like dead air?
No, it's not just dead air. I don't like closing out a stream at like 23 minutes. I like doing it in increments of 30.
Oh, okay.
It bugs me if I don't. Even if everybody were to leave and like it'd be just me here talking to myself. It's my autism doesn't let me do that.
Speaking of, just to get this out now, I did post. I didn't post a link yet, but I did post a video of not what's his name, Jay Prince, interviewing Dr. Umar's daughter.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, he did this last night. I wanted for us to review it sometime on Wednesday. I thought it was pretty interesting. He also blacked the fuck out on her. It was real funny.
Yeah, Jay Prince is going through something interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He's like it's like watching a cocoon crack open to reveal a butterfly. But I guess in this case it's more like a moth.
Yeah, I think Flora broke him.
Do you think his breakup with his supposed baby mama kind of ruined him a bit?
Yeah, I think it opened his eyes to who those people are.
Oh.
Speaking of old racist people, where the fuck has Be Brave been at?
Has he not been streaming? Oh. So he just disappeared off the map.
He streamed a day ago for 4 hours, but for somehow I didn't catch him. I guess I was asleep all day. And then before that, it was 7 days. It was 6 days since he streamed.
Yeah, I've never watched a Be Brave stream.
Oh, you should. They're golden.
Yeah, they're pretty funny. I haven't watched them ever since the crash out, but it is kind of strange that he hasn't popped up on CTs either.
Well, Ryan T, if you think it's a good stream, let me get some grifting in this motherfucker. If you think it's a good stream, why don't you you know what I'm saying? Tip your waitresses, my buddy, or your waiters, I guess. Let me grift it a little bit. All right. But no, Be Brave streams every day and has been streaming every day. I'm kind of worried about him.
Do you think it finally caught up to him?
I do. I think that's why he put in the no interrupting me rule. I think his old manism finally.
I think he finally. I don't want to say that he, kicked the bucket, but.
Well, no, he's not like that. He's set to stream.
Yeah.
He's set to stream in another 6 days.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't fully watched the Be Brave stream. I don't. My whole thing with Be Brave, the reason why I don't really like him is because he's an old fucking Democrat.
He's a boomer.
Well, that too.
That's my issue with him. He's a fucking ornery ass boomer who gets maybe a small portion of it right, but everything he gets wrong is so much worse. Yeah, go ahead, American Man. My bad.
And he's so arrogant, just like the boomers, about everything.
Yeah, that is the main thing. He can't admit when he's wrong.
I'll be real. That is
a failure.
Worst traits. Have you ever watched the show Black Dynamite?
Yes, I fucking love that show. When it comes to black media, it's up there with the Boondocks for me.
The Boondocks and Black Dynamite are hard. They go pretty hard.
It's for motherfuckers that afraid of
The weird thing
failing,
is they're
and
both
you
made by
are not
coons.
afraid, and you don't fail.
I've never
What's
watched
something you
Black
do well?
Dynamite.
It's hilarious. You don't gotta take it seriously. It's best to watch it drunk, in my opinion. It's best to watch it drunk or high.
Yeah, I love watching Boondocks, Black Dynamite. What was How High? Chappelle show, How High?
Yeah.
Or Chappelle's
Yeah.
movie, How High?
Yeah, I watched South Park one night, drunk and high, many years ago, and I was like, "Wow, this is a really fucked up show." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, no, South Park is kind of fucked up. I'm gonna play this clip.
That's bull. Fear of failure is for motherfuckers that afraid of failing, and you are not afraid, and you don't fail. What's something you can do well?
I fight. I can fight.
Then that's it.
What's it?
You have to conquer the sea with the same confidence you conquered with. You ain't afraid of no bitch, right? Well, the sea is the baddest bitch you'll ever know. The water's wet and is wet. It's the same thing, Black Dynamite. You stroke it. You immerse yourself in it. And then, when you're ready, you thrust hard and you go wherever you want to go. Now look, you ain't got no time for foreplay, so you gotta take the drawers off this bitch now.
Nigga.
Black Dynamite! The sea is the baddest bitch you'll ever know. The baddest bitch you'll ever know. That's bull. Fear of failure is for motherfuckers that afraid of failing. And you
That's so fucking stupid.
That's wild.
That is basically the whole show. That is basically the whole show.
Oh no, hold on, what was it?
Don't.
Evil White Man
Where's-
from the CIA. Hold on, what was it?
Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him.
What is that? A Cartoon Network show?
Yeah, Adult Swim.
It's
Adult Swim. That's what I meant to say.
Well, I mean, it's the same. It really is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same.
I got another short clip I'll share with y'all. It's exactly what you just said. The ooh, kill him.
Yeah, well, where he throws the little black kid. You know what I want to say it.
Man, that movie was some bull. Can we watch Willie Dynamite?
Oh, this is no movie, Little Orphan Terrio. This is your new life. I mean, if you know how to kill.
Oh, I know how to kill him.
Ooh, ooh, kill him. Ooh, 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 kill him. Ooh, 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 killed him.
That is fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what that was. I would need to see more to understand the context.
You do need to definitely see more.
Yeah.
Hell, me describing it to you won't do it justice.
No, it's a wild, funny show though. Oh, let me see.
Anyway, guys, Spook Ball's going to start in 30 minutes, and I got a root for the New York Knicks.
Yeah, have fun dealing with that shit.
So,
All right, you have a good night. I'm gonna play one.
See you,
more
American
Black
man.
Dynamite clip.
have a great night, guys.
I got to bounce too. I'll see you, Orthodox.
All right, I'll see you. Well, I can't find the clip that I want to play, so I guess since everybody's gone and we're at 6:30, 6 hours 30 minutes. Thank you everybody for watching. It's been fun. Like and share the stream. Hit the Cash App if you feel like it. Thank you all. Y'all have a wonderful day. For the people that came over from Hood Conservative, thank you for subbing. I appreciate all of you. More content coming. Feel free to join the Discord. I'm about to post it. And after I post the Discord, I'm gonna end it and bounce out. I would shield the Discord, but I've already shielded it a lot, and I think I shielded it. Nah, I'll just go ahead and shield it. The Discord is for we meet up. We we organize multiplayer gaming events. We help each other's channel grow. So if you have a channel, you can shield your channel in the main chat. That's about it for me. I'm kind of tired. I've been up so early this morning. I streamed for you guys for 6 hours. So y'all have a wonderful day. Thank